Rồi em cúp máy đây. Cảm ơn vì đã ngỏ lời mời. Hello, hello cả nhà mình nhá. Ok, ok, hello anh em nhớ. Hello anh em ơi. Hello anh đây. Em Tú đây ạ. Đây em Tú đây, Hậu Linh ơi. Cả nhà mình ơi, cả nhà mình rảnh tặng em Tú xin một like với ạ. Em Tú cảm mọi người nhiều ạ. Sorry mọi người, hôm nay hơi đau họng một xíu. Ờ, vào đi anh là sao ạ? Là sao anh Hộ Linh ơi? Là sao ạ?
gives you wings.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Welcome everyone back to week 2 of VCT EMEA. We had an incredible first day here in beautiful Berlin, Germany. Even if this footage is very deceptive, it's again very cold and rainy here. It's still a great place to be. We're at the Riot Games Arena, and I'm thrilled to once again be joined by Minnie and Cuckoo.
You don't sound very excited.
You just forgot my name.
No, I didn't. I did not forget your name. I was trying to think if there was a comment I needed to make about the generally zen posture of the desk.
It's because I'm too short for this chair, so they was very kind.
You weren't supposed to tell them the real reason. You were supposed to make something up.
I mean, my name's Minnie. They get the point at this point.
I was going to ask you about the origins of your name at some point, but now that you say it, it feels really,
Do you think
obvious.
it's difficult to know?
No, now that you pointed it out, it's kind of come together. Anyway, Minnie wasn't the only person that was bullied in VCT. Yesterday we saw some pretty explosive and often one-sided matchups. But the first thing that I want to talk about is, I mean, my favorite agent in the sense that he was a new agent that we haven't seen a whole heck of a lot of, and that is Phoenix. So Minnie, we dunked on you. Now I'm trying to get you to channel your rage, as I know you have some pretty strong feelings about this particular pick.
Yeah, this is a waste of a segment, honestly, Drake.
This was your idea.
Well,
Phoenix, 0% win rate in EMEA. It's good for my ranked games, but yeah, I wasn't really impressed with it. Unlike Aves, who thinks it's OP, we saw a little bit of it picked yesterday. I'm not hot on this agent. What about you, Bea?
I think that I understand what Aves was saying about it's an agent that it's fun to play. You feel like you do a lot. You get your ultimate pretty often. Like it's an easy kit to play with. But I agree. I think that ultimately it did not have the effect that they expected it to have. And I think that even before coming into the stage, Casey was already seeing glimpses of that. But I was even more excited to see Levin, not only because of playing the Phoenix itself, of what it resembles of him just going on to other agents and still proving that he can be comfortable.
My hot take is that Waylay with Yoru is the double Judas comp that you want to go run with, not Phoenix. Phoenix.
Why?
Why
It
is
just feels
that?
like a personal
Yeah, I mean,
vendetta.
why is
Waylay
that?
has been
Why Phoenix?
buffed, and Waylay and Yoru together. Why Phoenix?
Yeah, why not?
Why not Phoenix? It's just not very good, is it? It doesn't do anything but do a nice flash for itself.
You're flexing
Need
too
more.
much smart people privilege right now, bro. You're just like, it's not very good.
He's like,
Explain.
not Phoenix, not Phoenix.
Waylay,
You go into his
I was gonna
tracker
go
and
to
it's like
Waylay.
70% of his games
My
he's playing
Phoenix is good though. My Phoenix is good.
Oh my god, the amount of ego.
But
coming out.
no,
this is
it's
why
just-
we have to
it
roast
doesn't.
you, bro.
It doesn't pair with anything well. It just flashes around a corner and goes for some frags. Like there's not much more depth than that. It
Yeah.
gets some ults sometimes, but we saw 3 ults from Abbas yesterday in 1/2, and it still didn't feel effective despite that power.
But have you considered the dopamine of alting so regularly? You're not thinking. You're not thinking. You're not. I mean, you're not thinking about the. I don't think you're thinking enough about the mental edge. But aside from the Phoenix, well, the Phoenix didn't win any games. KC did manage to win their round with the Phoenix, that have now moved up to 1-1. I think the other big surprise, GX 2-0. Some impressive stuff after 4 days of games.
Yeah, Giant X here. Like, I think everyone in this group alpha suspected BBL. Well, I thought it was going to be Heretics and BBL as the clear top 2. And Giant X decided to just crush my hopes and dreams and just say, no, you're an idiot. Because I didn't really have much faith in this team at all. And they've just come out and beat Vitality 2-0. Then yesterday beating BBL.
I think that the fact also that the matches have all gone the distance, that we're seeing new comps and new approaches to like the new maps and ones that we had already, really shows the intention for the group. I want to see now if Team Heretics can also get the 2-0 today, because, you know, Gentlemis could also be a surprise. Why not?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of room for surprises. Looking at the potential, it feels like 6-map day, and after yesterday, anything does kind of feel possible, which is also scary. As long as those maps aren't Icebox. I've learned very early on. I've taken the
You don't like it.
I understand the simple community memes. People don't like Icebox. I don't like Icebox. Man of the people. Speaking of the people, we went to the community. We wanted some hot takes. Phoenix not included. So we went to r/Val comp. Actually, we went a lot of places, but Valorant competitive, you know, where else are you going to get the spice? Let's take a look at our first
The smartest
take
minds
here.
of
The
Valorant.
smartest minds. Tough to read, but it does say GX C9 Grand Finals. Okay, you can't put a bunch of blind people in their 30s on a desk.
GX C9 Grand Finals, GX Clean Sweep C9 3-0 and win champs.
That was great. Thank you.
There's a double spice
You know what?
take.
I believe that about Giant X. Don't believe that about C9.
People, what the? What? Okay, well, so to be fair, I don't know anything about C9, right? I've got one region and
And there's
Paper
nothing to
Rex.
know, Dracos.
There's nothing to know? That feels pretty harsh.
It's pretty harsh.
Okay, so we believe in GX. I'm willing to hop on the GX
It's not
hype
really
train.
harsh, really. I think everyone else is going to be probably on your side here about C9.
Are you on the GX hype train? Because you said earlier that they've made you look foolish. Are
He's
you?
on a different
I've not
train,
bought a
Dracos.
ticket yet. I've not bought my ticket.
They're only going up in price now, man. You're gonna be.
Yeah, I'm
you're
going to be
gonna
coming
miss
in
it.
late. I'm missing it, I think.
You're the kind of guy that didn't buy the
Yeah, I'm
monkeys on Gots thing either, or didn't you?
Sideshow on Paper X is me with Giant X.
I mean, you might regret it. That's all I'm saying. It's certainly a bold take. Community hot take number 2. This one, they got a prompter. Love you for that production. Martine's 1v3 versus Apex on Lotus yesterday was the best in the partnership era. So 2023.
That's
was
1v3
fair.
specifically?
The thing is that on C, specifically on Lotus, guys, what you should do is C on Lotus is the best site in the game to clutch out, because we've had so many 1v3s. We've had the Nats one, we had the Boaster one. Do you not remember the Martine one with the operator? We have video, production. Look, this one.
This is the best 1v3?
Adam,
Didn't
I
Alpha,
think
do
that
you remember Alpha getting like a 1v3 here?
Minnie, come
I
on. You can't just bring up Fnatic every time we talk about
I'm telling you, I just think that we need to do a compilation of all the clutches that we had on Sea
It's
Lotus.
good.
It's
Yeah,
good.
Is this top 5?
No, it was a nice clutch to in an important moment.
This was an
But-
important moment as well.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. It's a pretty important moment,
okay.
but group stage, I don't know.
No, no, give
I want to
context.
give this Reddit user the benefit of the doubt. They were probably just living in the moment of hype.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
It's
Of
a
all
tense round.
But I think that maybe the of all time, that's a little bit outrageous. It's supposed to be a hot
That's not
take.
gonna go.
It's the partner
supposed
there.
to
It
be
says
a hot take.
2023
And
onward
Martin was
the
not
stage.
having
Just
the
a
best
bad hot
day.
take.
Martin was not having the best day, and I think that this gave him.
No one
quite
remembers that. No one's
Okay,
gonna
hold
look
on.
back at that
For
and
the
be
record,
like,
if you're upset, it's a good hot take. It might be completely wrong, but they technically did give us a hot take.
yeah, it's just not. Yeah, it's
Not
just not got
correct.
anything to
It's
grab onto.
Basic. Sorry, you're getting roasted by Minnie. Hopefully you're excited about that. There you go, some bonus
Oh.
for you. We've got another hot take, this one from Pansy. Let's hear what words of wisdom she has for us.
If EMEA doesn't start playing Corrode properly now, we're barely going to make it out of groups. Maybe one team at best.
We didn't even cut the mic for the mic drop.
No, we needed to hear the mic drop. That's a harsh dose
We're not
of
making
reality.
it out of groups at champs.
I guess,
Don't
yeah.
start playing Corrode.
Do you agree with that?
I don't agree that we won't make it out of group as champs, but I agree with the severity of us not playing Corrode right now. These teams aren't playing it, and what we are playing on Corrode looks not very good as well, in my opinion.
So Corrode's a big concern. I think the comparison that Lauren drew, to give her credit, was Pearl.
Mhm.
And I know we were very slow historically to pick
Right.
up Pearl back in. So the stats you're going to see here on the screen, the left-hand side is Pearl. This is specifically 2023, so the year that... Thank you,
I mean, they
Kuka.
cannot see the number
Slow to pick it up,
otherwise,
and this
I'm
is Corrode, obviously just from since we started playing Corrode, it just came out, so it's not that much. But it doesn't feel like, I'm learning more about my region as we continue to talk about it, and it seems like we are not the region that does the picking up of new maps very quickly.
I think that in this situation it's a bit different because the context is more than just Corrode is new. Is we're going between a stage and another where there's been 2 international events in the middle, and we have a change in like Bind coming back that was barely in the map at the beginning of the year. We have Sunset coming back as well as Corrode. So I think it's a mix of all of that. I understand the previous concern, absolutely, because Pearl is never been a good map for us. And it won't be.
I think that take is slight copium. I don't think that anything we've seen so far, the 2 matches we've seen, I haven't been impressed with anything from EMEA, and I'm a bit annoyed that everyone's banning it, to be honest with you.
What team would you like to see playing Corrode?
We need to see the, the good teams play. We need to see the Fanatics and Team Liquids, the Heretics playing Corrode, and see what they've been cooking.
Well, we've got the Team Liquids and the Heretics today, so we'll hope for a little bit of Corrode. Also, Icebox going for champs. I've already learned that's a big thing. That seems to be maybe a wee bit of a crutch for the region as a whole, but I guess we'll find out. We're not at international quite yet. Of course, we do have a match ahead of us, and so before stage 2, we viewed TL as heavy favorites against Navi, but Navi last week, obviously going back to basics. I think we should pay this team a little bit of attention. How are you both feeling about Navi?
I've always been a Navi fan. I think that is me and maybe 3 other people, but I'm very okay with that statement. You know, I'll follow them whatever it is they go, even if it's just the absolute floor. I think that last week I love to see, first of all, Hero and Ruxic being absolute superstars, feeling super, super comfortable, and Angel just not being a silly goose, which I like.
Yeah, I think historically Navi are this team, Greycoast, that have overcooked, and they're just bringing it back to some basic Valorant. Double initiator,
some
which
point
isn't
in the year,
which
yeah.
isn't my favorite, but it just makes them focus on their strengths. By focusing on comfort, it allows players like Hero and Ruxic, who are fairly new to VCT, to just be comfortable and frag out. And it lets Angel do what he's best at, which is IGLing and mid-rounding. What are you gonna? What do you think I was gonna say there, Bear?
No, I agree. I think that for Navi is always the question, right? And I think it's also in many people's expectations, like, are they going to be as good as they were with so many of the changes that we've seen?
Yeah, it's definitely an incredibly good question. I will say Angel did, I believe, hit a Raptor as KO on Corrode last week and blind himself, so we'll see how that looks. Of course, TL on the opposite side, where at least we're super dominant on Bind last week. Kukuka caught up with Nats to find out the keys to their success on Bind specifically. Let's take a look.
Welcome back to Kukuka's class, everybody. I know it's summer, so summer edition, summer school, and I have a very cool guest for us today. Nats from Team Liquid. How are you, Nats?
Hello, doing good. Thank you. What about you?
I'm good. Thanks for asking. So in this classes, we want to speak about certain topics, and for you, I think that we need to speak about how you've been one of the protagonists of our region, and for your IGLing, which is something that we maybe could have not seen coming, so it's very good to have. do you think, now that you have this experience, that being an IGL, having those characteristics, is something that you're born with or something that you learn?
I think both. I don't think I can just say born and earn. I think something maybe born with, something is improving and learning. I think both. Like, but I think it's better to ask people around me who I'm working with, not me. But that's my opinion.
But you've worked with a lot of good IGLs as well. So what qualities do you think that are necessary? Doesn't matter born or learned. What do you think you need to be a good IGL?
Leadership, making people follow you, trusting you. If we speak about leadership, if we speak about, I think both, because even I mean, if we specifically speak about IGLing, in-game knowledge.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so I would say these three, the most important.
Who have been like your biggest reference when it went to learning to become a good IGL?
I don't think there is anyone. I'm just taking from stuff from everyone. I played with Redgar, I played with Enzo. I take some stuff from them. I also got some stuff this year from myself. I work with the coaching stuff that I have right now. I think from everyone. I don't think I was like watching to someone and I want to be like him. I want to be myself.
Okay, I like that. We're going to take a look at some of the clips. You don't have to reference this. They're just going to be playing in the background, because last week when you were playing on Bind, on the attack, you planted the spike 12 out of 12 times. Pretty impressive. So I assume that there is a lot going behind that, right? Like, we saw a lot of set strats. And speaking about the IGL, and how many of these strats are pre-planned before you go into the game?
Sometimes pre-planned, sometimes on the fly. I didn't know we planted the spike 12 times. That's amazing to know, by the way.
Yeah, good for you. But like, how is it calling this kind of very heavy when you have a lot of ultimates? It all seemed very well drilled. You make it look easy.
That's why I said the in-game knowledge. I think everyone needs to understand how to work around certain abilities, and that's why I said that's one of the important parts of the IGL also, and that's why I said, and on the fly.
How much micromanaging you do in these situations?
Depends. It like everyone in the team has a room to speak, so it depends purely from situation who has an idea, and like I cannot say some rounds full micromanaging, some rounds not even speaking.
Who helps you the most with the mid-rounding? Because I assume that is also a big part, and I don't assume that you do everything.
Mid-rounding, I think again everyone. I don't think there is someone specifically I can name who is doing like full mid-rounding. Everyone coming up with ideas and we're making decision.
Okay, so if you were to speak to now to someone that wants to become a good IGL, what would you say to them? What words of encouragement or what advice would you give to them?
Be patient. Try to understand the timings when you need to show your leadership, and create a trust in the people that you work with.
Okay, I love that. Thank you very much, Nats, and best of luck today.
Thank you so much.
Here we are, Team Liquid versus Navi. Navi obviously fighting to get every single win they can. Team Liquid, a lot of champion points built off already, looking to qualify for champs as soon as possible. Both these teams coming off a win, looking to get a little bit more. And as we enter map select, Corrode kicking us off first.
Yeah, and we see Team Liquid that decided to ban the icebox. They lost it last week, and on the side of Navi, they looked pretty well. So they changed from the Haven onto that. I like this flexibility. And Corrode is going to be the first one. There is some tape on what Navi did last week, but for Team Liquid, it's going to be a complete surprise.
Yeah, Navi looked strong on it last week, but as you said, footage. Big question for me is Waszczek's going to be playing, because he was playing a lot of not fade or sober last week. And I think this week I'd like to see that a little bit more, especially on Corrode.
Yeah, I think that with Corrode being the first one, definitely looks very exciting. I mean, expect Navi to just replicate what they were doing last week. Angel was very happy that they got to play the map, that they got to show it off, and it looked very good. We get Xiao on Fade, so I think, Minnie, I agree with you. It is only fair that we also see Trex in something so comfortable for him as the Fade is.
I'm just excited for Angel. You know, importance of representation. I like an old man on the stage. I'm an old man. I like seeing myself reflected there. Also, I like what Angel said. You know, he said, hey, it has mid. We can play straightforward map for the most part compared to a lot of the other options in the pool. And I'm ready to see the evolution of the strategies Navi can bring to bear and maybe what TL has been cooking to try and respond.
I think that also there's a possibility that Team Liquid had already prepared this map, because Movistar Koi banned it on the first. It was the first map that they banned. So there was also a possibility that this has gone extremely into Team Liquid's favor.
That's absolutely true. In these early weeks, we don't know where the matchups are at all. And Team Liquid coming out strong with a win today would be very good for the rest of the season for them. EMEA is not liking this map right now, not picking into it very much. Team Liquid showing that they're the best team on this map right now would be great for them.
And then we went on to Sunset, and not only because of the pre-tip and how amazing that bind was, bind is going to be that third and last. Navi in the past have overcooked in that map a lot. Sometimes it's looked outrageous. So I would be very interested to see if we get to that bind. But Sunset being the second one, probably something that Team Liquid could have not seen coming, because they also have the possibility to be the surprise there. So it's very bold for the side of Team Liquid to, you know, they have a strong map. They have something that is not that new, but in Sunset anything could happen.
I think overall I favored Team Liquid in this map feed. So I think the fact you brought up earlier that they banned Icebox this time around put them into a big advantage, and they get Bind third. Bind is a map that Team Liquid love. Getting that third signals to me that they got two maps in this pool that they really love.
And it's from what you talked to earlier with Nats, it's clear that they're so good on it, they don't even think about it in some ways. You didn't even know they got 12 out of 12. I didn't know we got 12 out of 12 plants. Like, how good are you that you're not worried about that number? That's a pretty important number to keep track of. Of course, keeping our eyes open for Agent Select now. See if there are any creative options coming in. A moment of hesitation.
Oh, and Trex is on the fade. A comfort pick if Nats goes on that Viper. And Panic is going to be the one going on the Gecko. How do you feel about this, Minnie? I know you're not a fan of the
I'm not the biggest fan of Gecko on this map, but I think that overall I'm happy. We see a Euro, we see a Viper, we see Trex on fade. Hits enough boxes for me that I'm happy.
Would you have been happier, though, if Panic would have locked down the deadlock?
Deadlock?
Or is it too much?
It would have been spicier.
Yeah. I think that I agree. But to me, this makes a lot of sense. Again, really looking forward to the duel in those initiators and Xiao and Trex. But even more so to look at Kiko and Ruxic. Ruxic carrying this team. Not only him, but I think that his individual level is off the charts. And for Kiko, you have to say exactly the same. Bind might be his best map all in through, but just in the controller as it is, and with Omen having the mobility that it has that duality of being able to just go with Camo and go absolutely crazy.
Yeah, there is a great head-to-head here. Kiko right now is the highest rated player after week 1, and Ruxic was up there too. I think that's a great head-to-head to look out for. For Navi's side, I think is about how good they beat Apex last week fairly convincingly on this map, I believe. But how much was that Navi being good versus Apex struggling on the map? And I think we need to see that.
Important to get more tape to kind of understand where we're at, but I like we saw yesterday, obviously, the importance of smokers in the controller role overall. Kiko and Ruxic going head-to-head once again. We get Trex on the fade, we get Xiao on the fade, something we didn't get to talk to early on, despite us being kind of, excited at what we were seeing. I will say...
It's a good day for EMEA. We get Corrode, we get Trex and Xiao on fade.
Something to point out last week is I believe this was the map in which Angel had a rough game, I believe on Sunset KO, and then the game after dropped like plus 18 on this map. So...
Yeah, it has mid, he can play, bro. He gave it to us straight.
Angel is the win condition.
Yeah.
All right. Angel Angel or the smoke battle, two clear things to focus on. I will say at the start of the season, you were jumping up and down, having a great time with that umbrella. You told me no double initiators. I'm getting a lot of initiators.
I'm sorry, Dracos. I'm sorry.
I feel like you've led me astray.
I can't help. I can't help this. It's not in my control.
I mean, you said the Giant X converted you to believe into them. I hope the Team Liquid maybe converts you into thinking the Gecko's good in this map.
It's time for the Cashes to take it away, though. We're excited about the smokes. The vape battle begins. Pansy, Hypoc, go for it.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Super looking forward to this. We actually officially get to cast a bit of corrode, so loving that. Mike, your thoughts on the veto here?
Nothing beats a Navi map veto. No, honestly, I'm so excited to see corrode to kick this off. I think as well to see Angel pop off. He was grinning ear to ear. We caught him just walking up to do the veto early. He was like, fragged out.
Yeah, ready.
I was comfy, you know, numerically, look at the best I've ever looked.
Instantly,
Corrode,
we
let's
pick
go.
corrode.
But on the flip side of that, Liquid.
This looks good for them.
I really like this composition. I mean, yeah, not massively invested in the Gecko, but I mean, we haven't seen many examples yet of Yoru, so I'm excited to see Camo really turn his hand to that. Yeah, so I think as well, alongside this kind of double duelist kind of discussion, you kind of get that with the way Kiko can play the Omen.
Hands down. Hands down. I mean, Rubsik was spot on too, so it's going to be nice to see that unfold throughout this. And to start off, Navi on the attack last time around, we did see that 1-3-1 up against their previous opponent and then kind of filtering towards that B take. But let's see how it looks now. A very different opponent from Apex. And real first glance at learning how good Liquid look here. A lot of eyes will be looking at Trex. Comfort, again, on an agent he's always looked exceptional on a map where I feel like it is pretty solid too.
Sure, I think it's fair to say Trex had a rough series overall previously. Certainly looking for an improvement here today versus Navi. Slow approach, and again, no surprises, Navi did. Oh, actually.
Angel did. There's something about this battle.
They're both lined up for that, man.
There's some. Yeah, look, Crosshair was on. If he just held down mouse 1, it would have been wraps. But Angel's got a real rhythm on this map, it feels like, so far. He looks comfortable on it. Again, I don't love the KO either. Like, to me, I'm not a huge fan of it, but he looks solid with it. And so far, Navi going for that similar regroup. Now, last time around, you'll probably remember it, that burst towards CT from Alex.
30 seconds left.
Maybe a little bit of an adjustment here. They do need to start building towards these sites, though.
Nhìn
Flash goes
map
in on
này,
the corner. Trex
map này Navi nhìn ngon VALORANT, xem lục xong như thế nào. Chuẩn rồi anh em ạ, phải xem lục xong như thế nào đã. Ở đây thì check có được cho mình cái map của Agent One rồi. Phía bên này thì sao đây? Phía bên này thì cố gắng muốn đẩy lên, ở đây thì đang cố gắng hạ trái spy xuống từ vị trí của Rusik. Khả năng cao sẽ là rồi, trái spy đã được đặt xuống rồi. Party Tech. Quên mất chưa gửi link vào nhóm anh em ạ, quên mất. Quên đấy.
I thought Nats might have been a little bit late to touch further back, but it's fine. Alex, in the meantime, does take away Nats, so now bring it down to this 1v2. Kiko, an exceptional player, but 2 to find is difficult, and they're playing deep on this. I quite like this, playing off this kind of doorway plant.
Quên mất chưa gửi link vào nhóm anh em ạ.
Gonna see the barrel, but it doesn't really matter. At this point, Navi handling it very well. This is something I want to see more from Navi too. Their willingness to play out this map, punish those rotations. Look, this map we know it takes a million miles to get anywhere. To take that safety.
Ok, gửi link vào nhóm anh em ơi. Không biết là anh em đã đi gì chưa anh em? Em vẫn chưa được cái gì anh em ạ.
Well, I think we saw Navi do very well was kind of actually almost bait out some of these engagements, wait for maybe their opponents to clear some of this neutral space across the map, but we see them I'm seeing a pause timer.
Đang không một Navi hôm nay, nếu như mà để mà theo thì em nghĩ em sẽ theo Navi thôi. Em nghĩ em sẽ theo Navi anh em ạ. Nếu như mà để mà đánh thì
I think as well, it was no surprise to see Navi really do much in the terms of flair.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a nice set piece toward B, as you noted, the push through to elbow from Alexi, but outside of that, it was very kind of cookie cutter, you know, find an opener and work the map effectively, which is something that Angel as an IGL excels at.
Well, that's it. It
The
plays to
whole
his strengths.
split kind of mantra that he adopted himself,
It applies very well here.
Giết trừ đúng súc vật thi lọ. Ui dồi ôi, thấy mấy em thi lọ bên là chết mấy cái handicap đúng không? Toàn bắn sai một không nổi đâu, toàn bắn với sai 2. Không biết là có em nào nhắn không nhỉ?
As much as I haven't liked seeing KO kind of, it's gone red. It's gone red.
Ok anh em ơi.
Sao
thế? Anh đây Linh ơi. Sao thế nhớ anh à? Tiếng game mic to lên, tiếng game mic to lên được không anh? Tiếng game... tầm này anh em nhé. Tầm 5% rồi, em cũng cố rồi anh em ạ, nhưng mà kiểu cái tiếng anh em của em nó to quá, anh em thông cảm hộ em với nhá. Còn mic thì khá là ok mà anh em ơi. Để em đổi sang con mic kia.
Alo. Ok, dùng bằng mic này anh em ơi. Con mic này sẽ rõ hơn đó. Ok anh em. Khả năng cao thì game này em nghĩ em sẽ đi Navi anh em ơi. Em nghĩ em sẽ đi Navi thôi ạ. Để xem mấy anh em này bắn thế nào đã. Để em check rate nào. Anh em ơi, trưa ngày mai em sẽ làm một trận, em sẽ chạy thử một trận của giải Japan anh em ơi. Có gì ngày mai anh em ủng hộ em trận giải Japan với anh em nhé. Này hơi buồn ngủ tí mà dạo này dạo này đêm không ngủ được anh em ơi. Đêm cứ bị thức quá cái tầm ngủ ở EMEA rồi. Xong rồi chiều đi học luôn. Ok, đẩy lên từ vị trí của Alexi, hạng ca có cho mình cái double kill. Tiếp tục là cái mạng của cái mũ mà thầy Nas đã phải làm lại phía bên này thì sao đây? Đẩy vào từ vị trí của Rosic, liệu anh ta có tham minh? Anh ta có tham minh hạ cầu đi check không? Fake nhịp plan, fake nhịp defuse. Rồi đợt 1 Alexi có cho mình ba mạng luôn, Shao có cho mình cái double kill. Cái đầu cây cổ nhà check, ok. 2-0 Navi. Navi money line. Red đang là 177. Để qua để xong cái round sau anh em ạ. Căn bản thì Liquid bắn khá hay á. Liquid bắn cũng không phải là ngố đâu anh em ạ. Liquid bắn nó vẫn khá là uy tín đó. Để qua cái round sau đây anh em ơi. Mặc dù là Navi money line Red đang rất đẹp nha.
Yeah, I think so too. And again, you kind of got that on both sides mirrored here to an extent. I think Kiko has over-delivered in certain areas in this role as well.
Well, over-delivered and actually a change across to some of the compositions we've seen Liquid employ.
I like this from Liquid though, trying to maybe stake a bit of a claim towards some of these extremities. But Navi are no strangers to taking their time here either, Mike. These re-clears are going to be very diligent, very timed out. Well, I say this is terribly wrong, but you know what I mean. They should be going through the checklist.
Anh ta đang căn cho mình bắt qua mid này. Thì bên này thì sao đây? Agent 1.
Spike not committed yet, so Liquid's probe to just probably dig out Hero, to be honest with you.
Nice back here for Angel. Don't think he caught a glimpse of Patinen around the smoke. So Alex will be taking space towards A, but it is a fake. And again, remember these rotations.
Yeah, brutal.
Still a bit paranoid about this elbow approach, but Padatek trying to shoulder middle.
I was going to say, on the back of that, no real progress made in mid.
30 seconds left.
Padatek's still there, so
3-0.
yeah, he's not going to be able to slow this down.
3-0 Navi à? 3-0 Navi à?
20 seconds left on
Hợp lý, thực ra thì cũng hợp lý. Châu ạ, biết là có 3-0 Navi được không đây? Nào, ở đây thì
cost every single corner. 13 seconds, you gotta go. Kiko holds down for one, plays in Trex. Well done. 9 seconds though, and Liquid
ở đây thì rồi đẩy vào check có được trai mạng luôn Nas đẩy lên hạ của một người Rusic nhá qua sao. Ui, nhưng mà buổi sau đi khó thật anh em ạ. Để mà 1v2 khó cho anh ta quá.
These situations, like I said, if Liquid don't really give them that engagement and give the opener,
and I almost
falling victim to the clock.
I wish they'd gone for that V-hit. I think they pulled that fake well off the back of Alex's dash.
Yeah, I think maybe because nobody bites on the other side, there's maybe a question mark from Navi, but certainly here. In hindsight, Harry, looking at the mini-map, sure, but there was just no commitment of the spike either way, and like I said, you either want to see that progress towards top mid, or at least somebody pressuring towards B.
Nào phía bên này thì sao đây? Check đang cố gắng muốn nhá vào, anh ta bị suppressed rồi. Ở đây thì Alexi anh ta đã kênh ngược về khu middle. Phía bên này thì Rosic đang nhá cho mình có Racist. Dã quỷ đi chưa phát được hai cả. Nào bắn lên từ vị trí của Rosic. Không biết là có handicap chưa anh em nhở? Không biết có handicap chưa? Handicap thì đang là chưa có handicap anh em ạ. Bên TF chưa có handicap, để em qua IM coi. Qua IM coi thử xem có handicap cho anh em nhé.
I guess it does then boil down to Liquid having to hazard a guess as to where they want to be. Once again, Navi showing intent towards middle.
Hiện tại thì bên IM đang là Liquid trừ Navi cộng 2.5. Thế thì em nghĩ em sẽ đi Navi cộng 2.5 anh em ạ. Ok, Navi cộng 2.5 game 1 anh em ơi. Navi cộng 2.5 thấy đẹp luôn á.
Liquid knocking at the door.
Yeah, he's gonna hear that step. It's not clean though.
It's okay.
The kill.
Yeah, Hero just about adjusting in time, but that got way too close.
That's position towards elbow, has been here the whole time.
Ok, mọi người chờ xíu nữa nha.
Gonna find one. Great about the second as well.
I mean, it's now down to Xiao to handle, and he has.
Gì đây? Sao có double kill rồi? Sắp ngon rồi đây anh em ơi. Sao có ngay cho mình cái double kill rồi. Red Navi cộng 1.7 rất ngon anh em ơi. Anh em có vào kịp không nhờ để em cap lại cái red ấy. Anh em có vào kịp cái Navi cộng không anh em ơi? Mấy anh em vào kịp không? Anh Chicho vào kịp không? Chicho ơi. Anh Mẩu ơi. Em để hôm nay em không? Em khá là tự tin vào cái Navi cộng anh Mẩu ạ. Thực sự em khá là tự tin luôn đấy. Ok, quay trở lại thôi anh em ơi. Người chờ xíu em gửi trong signal. Chả thấy anh em nào vào nhỉ? Signal mấy anh em cũng không có gửi vào trong đấy luôn. Có signal rồi.
It's a shame it wasn't rewarded more almost. That's what I want to be seeing though. These little kind of pocket plays, these small little trap plays. And it does show that Liquid have definitely been putting this in the wheelhouse.
Ok anh em ơi. Ok, đi keo luôn. TF chưa thấy handicap, TF vừa khóa xong anh Mẩu ạ. TF vừa khóa xong anh Mẩu ơi. Vừa khóa xong luôn. Cái lúc mà em bảo thì có Red 1.7. 1721. Chào tụi nhá, hello anh Đức nha. Anh Đức vào muộn quá, nãy bọn em đi được cái handicap Navi cộng 2.5 anh Đức ạ. Nãy được quả Navi cộng 2.5 thơm điên. Nào, Agent One có cho mình cái mạo cây cô rồi. Tiếp tục là cái mồm của Party Tech. Thực ra thì em cũng không hiểu sao là hôm nay team Liquid nó đang đặt rate là cao hơn so với cả Navi. Cao hơn hẳn luôn anh em ạ. Liquid hôm nay rate cao hơn so với Navi. Tuy là Navi nó cũng
rewarded further for this and actually concede a kill as well. The layering of the flash over to make sure the reveal does ping. Well, Liquid, we've got a couple of tricks up their sleeve.
Yeah, but they ain't getting the rounds, right? 1 to 4 now. Timeout comes in. They want to try and stop this early, get a beat on this. And I know Navi are playing these deep defaults, but I'd love to see them commit a little further. If you're not going to commit to that full mid fight, which is fine.
Yeah, the concern always comes from well.
Win round nãy cái khóa luôn, win round nãy cái khóa luôn handicap.
That's some ultimates available now. Camo, the only one missing. Side of Navi is just the neural theft which you saw in the previous.
5, thế thì ngon luôn anh Nguyễn Hữu Đức ơi. Anh vào thử trừ 2.5 à? Vào thử trừ 2.5 à? Ổn không anh Mẩu ơi? Trừ 2.5 mà em chưa biết đâu nha, và cộng thì em thấy khá là ok, và trừ thì căng á, hơi căng á. Nhưng mà em nghĩ là hôm nay khả năng cao sẽ là kiểu như là diệt của Navi thôi anh em ạ. Map đầu là map pick Corrupt của Navi, map 2 sẽ Sunset của Team Liquid, map cuối cùng Decider là map 3 nha anh em ơi. Đây là khóa không vào được. Ok luôn anh Mẩu ơi, có gì thì anh em mình cùng hội cùng thuyền mà. Em nói chung là anh em mình kiểu gì cũng phải cúng con Navi mà anh em ơi. Bật mình đang xà ở khu vực A main đến từ vị trí của thầy Nas. Đang hold lại qua. Phía bên này sao đây? Party Sec cũng là Kmo. Bọn họ đang kinh ngược của các lục điện này, đang cùng một spam qua đến từ vị trí của Kmo. Sao đẩy cho mình con dạ quỷ vào gần. Phía bên này thì Agent One, anh ta kê ngược về. Liệu rằng anh ta thích cầm sẵn thrust trên tay rồi. Vứt lại khẩu ban đồ. Lại khẩu ban đồ cho Agent One, và Alexi sẽ người lấy trái outlaw này anh em ạ. Ngon đấy. Rồi dạ quỷ được trả thẳng vào. Liệu phát hiện được vị trí phải nát không? Phía bên Trek là người có được cái đầu Rosic. Ồ, bên phía của Team Liquid mới cho ông Trek vào anh em ạ. Mới thay ông Trek vào. Ở đây thì Alexi cũng phải làm lại rồi. Tiếp tục là các bạn có Hero nữa. Agent One và Shao đang phải cố gắng tìm thấy nát qua cái xa này. Đẩy lên Agent One người lộ tay trước. Shao thì anh ta vẫn đang kê ngược ở đây thôi. 14 giữa tham minh liệu không biết là có kịp đây. Rồi anh ta táp được vào mồm của Trek. Tuy nhiên thì trái Spy sẽ không được đặt xuống rồi. Tỷ số đưa về là 4-2 bên phía của Navi. Ok anh em ơi, ok rồi. 4-2.
I think that was a Navi mistake, but well done to Liquid to capitalize on it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, because look at the investment. The only thing, not yeah, I mean, freebie for Trex, and also here considering the possibility somebody else to slip through. But this investment from Navi was everything but Angel's ultimate.
God, yeah, it was everything. Ooh, and see it fall so flat. That's not a nice feeling. But you can chalk that up as just a misstep and a mistake, but we need to see Navi correct quickly from that, because that is an opportunity for Liquid now to start picking up that mantle. Might be dealt with very early, and this time they're actually starting to show a little bit more presence in middle.
So here's the thing, if Liquid can deal with the knives and they're not unbreakable knives, then...
Mắt quỷ vào sai này. Ủa, cuồng phong vào luôn. Ôi, Vân Vũ vào luôn. Quỷ vào luôn rồi. Nát thì đang hold lại ở khu vực nối mid. Ở đây thì tìm được vào đầu của Nas rồi. Ok, Nas người đầu tiên điểm lại cô muốn bắn qua cái tường này. Kmo mất đâu đấy là tầm 40 máu. Tuy nhiên Party hơi nhưng ta mất đúng đủ 80 máu trên người. Áp rồi, thôi xong. Còn Thoát cắn thẳng vào mông. Bây giờ anh ta thậm chí không trốn được. Kmo nhìn thấy được cái đầu súng bị lỗ từ vị trí sao. Rosic đổi được cái mạng của Keiko. Hero cũng lập tức phải làm lại rồi. Wingman ngồi gỡ thôi. Làm 4. A à? Không phải A ok môn nhờ? Wow. A luôn mà. A luôn mà, thật luôn hả? Thật luôn, A luôn. Ôi trời ơi.
And that's why I'm surprised Navi was so committed to playing on site like this. I know there's a lot of quick pressure, I get that. But surely you'd rather be sat either commit towards a CT fight or
ấy luôn mà. Khấn dùm luôn cái over 21. Ok luôn anh ơi, ok luôn ạ. Càng nhưng mà càng quá. Anh em team Liquid này bắn tự dưng hay phết nhở. Tự dưng hay đấy nhưng mà có 1.5 rồi mà bọn team Liquid có vẻ điên rồi. Mà cứ vào của Navi đi anh em ơi, cứ vào cộng 200 của Navi đi. Nói chung là không than đờ đâu anh em ạ. Thì bên này thì Kmo đang hold ngược với mid này. Sau đây Kmo và Alexi. Anh ta cố gắng muốn tap qua Sao liệu check lại góc bên cạnh không? Sao ơi. Rồi, Sao vẫn nhìn lại góc bên cạnh, cây môn người đầu tiên phèm lại tiếp tục lục quả paranoid nữa, đẩy thẳng vào khu vực nối mid. Nào cố gắng chạy vào chạy Blink này. Thấy được một rồi, tuy nhiên cái môn bắn trượt Heavy Vandal đã đẩy một quả paranoid ra, hầu ngược trở lại. Trax trói buộc đẩy vào. Sau đây Keiko có chuẩn bị cái double kill, Tuner Hero bắn lên với khẩu Celebrate trên tay, hạ gục được Trax, nhưng mà Keiko làm được 3 rồi. Tiếp tục là cái map của Agent One nữa, bây giờ chỉ một mình Rusick ở đây thôi. Rusick ơi, anh ta đổi được một anh ta. Khó rồi đây. Chúng là vì tiêu lý quyết cộng 3.5 ăn 2 đâu không? Ăn thêm cả cái over nữa hả? Wow, được quá anh ạ. Hợp lý luôn anh Nguyễn Hữu Đức ơi, hợp lý luôn á.
On the timing here. Noted it, Kiko. That's like camo. I reckon he heard you.
But aside from Kiko, there's also someone that I'm constantly keeping my eye towards. It's going to be Trex. Again, this is a thing with Liquid that we will always check back.
Navi đã phải tham out rồi, bạn Navi đã phải tham out rồi.
Games and rounds with him is how's he slotting into the roster? How's he looking? Does he look comfortable yet? Because again, the difference for him, you can see it when comfortable. What he can do.
I was going to say, there's not as much of a gap there versus kickoff as maybe from
yeah.
But certainly, the expectations are very, very high. I guess everything out of game taken into consideration as well. You want to see him come into Liquid roster and really shine.
Again, it's not just on him to find that form, it's how does Nats utilize him? How does he synergize with the other players? How does he work well with Camo? Is he able to facilitate him in the right way? It's all these small pieces. And it's rare that you have not an easy problem to solve, but kind of simplistic thing to work on, right? If you're a top tier team, there's normally depth and layers to it, but just trying to get Trex comfortable, get him into that roster, get him feeling right.
Bọn này phải chơi theo kiểu over đáy, under đỉnh mới được. Anh em thông cảm là em đang lựa chọn, anh em ạ, đang lựa chọn nên không dám nói mấy cái từ kiểu tài xỉu anh em ạ, nói mấy cái từ đấy sợ hàng xóm nghe được người ta report công an, khổ lắm anh ơi. Cho anh em thông cảm cho em nhé. Thì bên này thì Sao có cho mình một ngã rồi, Hero đẩy lên không thua kém gì đồng đội của mình. Alexi, anh ta bắn thẳng vào mồm của Party Tech. Nào, trói buộc được trả ra. Nas mình bắn qua cái lồng điện này, hạ gục Alexi rồi. Đang 3 người cùng kẹp nhau lại ở khu vực middle này. Hero thấy Keiko ăn ngay một trái nữa đến từ vị trí của Agent One. Keiko vẫn bắn được vào mồm của Hero nha. Anh ta đã phải sử dụng cho mình ultimate đẩy ngược về main B. Ôi cầm dao mà chạy ở Agent One ơi. 5-4 cho team Liquid rồi. Cầm dao mà chạy như vậy ở Agent One ơi. Gì thế? Quả cầm dao chạy ngố quá nha mà. Quả cầm dao chạy hơi ngố nha Agent One nhá. Sửa lại đi nào.
Okay, Cass is just so if the TP's maybe half a second later, then maybe Trex doesn't get that kill.
Cover going out.
Okay, we've got the Outlaw out, and obviously that means then you look to the right side, you look at those light shields, plenty.
Phía bên này thì Navi đã phải echo trắng rồi, những khẩu Ceres cũng như là một khẩu Stinger. Một khẩu Stinger duy nhất được dành cho vị trí của Alexi. Agent One đã phải làm lại đầu tiên. Tham mình bắn qua trái smoke này. Phía bên này thì Sao anh ta khá là chill guy thôi anh em ạ. Party Tech ơi. Nào Rusick có cho mình cái đầu Party Tech rồi. Đẩy của dạ quỷ lên. Keiko hạ gục được Alexi, tiếp tục là cái đầu của Hero. Phía bên này thì Rusick, anh ta đang khá là chill ở đây thôi. Nào, Temo có cho mình cái đầu của Rusick rồi. Mà Sao đẩy lên một khẩu Ceres. Cũng nice try đi, Keiko bú được 2 súng. Ai à. Cũng hơi tẩn rồi anh em ơi, thực sự cũng hơi tẩn với anh Navi ở đây. Cố lên nào Navi ơi.
Another multi-kill from Camo as well.
Yes.
Next time, Alpha, don't see it.
Guys.
Project Mayhem in tatters.
Guys.
Breathe deep.
Must have been the wind, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, back to business. Xiao got ult, Hero's got his, so does Ruxic. Camo on the other side too. Couple nearby, Trek's not too far off. Paranoia goes further afield.
Pace change from Navi as well, but have to sit behind this orb for the time being. See Kiko able to layer behind this with a smoke of his own.
Map này thủ mà canh cộng cao Navi cũng ổn đấy.
Now,
Quý vào cộng hơi sớm. Dạ vâng, em Quý cũng thấy là em Quý vào cộng hơi sớm với Gito ạ.
the early round.
Vào cũng hơi sớm rồi. Bây giờ đang có mấy cái cộng ngon quá nhưng mà thôi không dám nhổ anh em ơi.
Camo's already setting up another
Thôi mình
TP
làm cái
to
gì
rotate.
mình đi cái đấy
Does have his
anh
ultimate as
Chicho
well,
ạ.
so
Này vào cộng hơi sớm thật. Để cho mình hướng đi vào cái vị trí sao. Cố gắng muốn xem mình bắt ra Nas. Còn mình cái đầu Alexi rồi. Tiếp tục là cái map Brusek round này full boy mà không win được thì hơi khó đây. Alien One 2 điểm off nữa anh ta sẽ có cho mình ultimate thôi. Hero đã có truy lùng ký ức này nhưng mà liệu rằng anh ta có được sử dụng không đây?
get a little cheeky with a TP from Ruxic, but 20 seconds left now. Going to be forced to hold on to these rifles. Again, right place, right time for Liquid as well. Big investment from Navi.
10 seconds left.
I think as well, even though I was crediting the B site kind of flash dash versus Apex.
I feel like it's already been.
Well, yeah, here it seems like the second, third man in line.
Ui dồi ôi, đẩy hết về City, thậm chí là cả Agent One, cả Hero, cả sao muốn xếp súng mà không xếp được anh em ạ. À, cũng hơi tẩn rồi anh em ơi, hơi tẩn rồi đấy.
And look, again, this was the discussion about the validity of Jet here, right? This conversation, is it going to be enough once teams get used to it? It doesn't look like it is, right? This looks very comfortable for them.
I got a respect stick on that.
Nah, honestly, he's committed. No fear of commitment from him.
The best thing is you just see nobody else pass through the wall on main.
Nah,
Get out of
brilliant,
my way.
brilliant. Like the reveal we saw almost from Sen there as well. Over the top. But again, no one's in middles.
Alexi lên cho mình khẩu Serif Singularity. Bắn 5 con dao à? Dạ, kể trả vật sớm từ vị trí sao thôi xong rồi. Ở đây Partitech có được cho mình cái đầu Rusic. Hero cũng chết lại được cái mạng của anh ta. Tuy nhiên thì nó vẫn chưa là ok nha. Nó vẫn chưa là ok nha anh em ơi. Hello anh ra thật nha. Hello cả nhà mình nha. Cả mình ơi, cả nhà mình rảnh tay để em Quý xin một cái like. Cả nhà mình ơi, em quý cảm ơn mọi người nhiều ạ. Thì bên này thì muốn đẩy lên từ vị trí của Alexi. Agent One đang đi ngay sau rồi. Nào, Alexi phải là người đi trước. Mic rè vậy Quý. Alo ạ. Alo ạ. Từ từ Quý bật cái YouTube của điện thoại nào. Alo, anh em nghe rõ em Quý nói không anh em ơi? Thôi xong rồi.
This one fizzled out. Liquid getting a grip on this game, it feels like they've learned
Alo ạ.
the process very quickly. Of those initial, very early, big 4 rounds.
Ok anh em ơi, quay trở lại thôi. Nghe rột. Sao nhỉ? Ôi từ từ nhá. Alo, anh em nghe được không anh em ơi? Alo ạ, 1 2 3 4 ạ. Hình
hình như là bị cái chống ồn anh em ạ, hình như là bị cái chống ồn, để em tắt cái chống ồn đi xem nào. Alo, anh em nghe được không anh em ơi? Alo, anh em nghe được không anh em ơi?
Eight to 4 on the half. Things started off great for Navi, but Liquid got back into control. Round 6 onwards, it was clean.
I think maybe the criticism being it was a little one-dimensional previously. This is the round review from what we were a little curious about.
That's not helped.
Well, any knowers?
John Riot in the building, unhappy.
We've
now.
had some weird interactions with just Valorant recently.
Yeah, we had the Raze ult that goes through the box on, was it Lotus?
The KO ult that gets shut down in I think it was Moulsey, right?
Yes.
They're just like, nah, you don't get a second chance.
I mean, look, I was laughing at the dart, but he did also have a bounce on
He
it.
had to bounce on the dart. Yeah, it's not been a good week for utility in EMEA.
No,
That's for sure.
but you know what?
Alo, anh em nghe được không anh em ơi?
Great content.
Great concept.
Yeah.
Thôi bài
The
nhạc
other
cái
way
Navi
was that
cộng
way.
4.5.
I was like, oh, Eight to 4. Righty.
Hello.
Let's see what Liquid look like on the attack.
Alo ạ.
And this is where I'm excited to see if they do have anything around camo in particular.
Mic mù làm sao ấy nhỉ?
So now having variation of the composition. Straight in, flash through here.
Ok anh em ơi, tập trung lại vào trận thi đấu này thôi. Cái round đầu về sẽ khá là quan trọng đây.
See a knife to shut this down immediately.
Poison orb emitting.
Looking very populated here.
Yes, it is. And Hero's got his rat traps down, but it doesn't seem to matter because Panitek's already killed him. Sight now swarmed. Liquid take control here. You're looking at the fight back from Navi, but Liquid turn their attention towards the connector, and it is just a brawl. Very,
Tuy nhiên
very
thì
messy.
Rú Tích thành công vào cái mẹo của cây cô. Sau đấy thì là KMO. Nào, cái đầu của Trek.
Bam! Yeah, can pausing.
Bây giờ chỉ một mình lại Party Tech và Alexi đang phải cố gắng chơi với cả Sao. Nào, Alexi hơi yếu, 33 máu, thầy nát là người có được cái mẹo anh ta rồi. Phát hiện được rằng Party Tech đang ở đây nhưng mà khó quá đi. Thầy nát đứng trên khu vực Haven bắn thẳng vào mồm của Sao luôn. 9-4 của team Liquid.
I mean, the timing of the knife here was actually here. I was going to make a point really for Angel in the first half.
Khó chịu vô
The
cùng.
man you kind of want to mark
Như thế này.
with the knife is either the Sentinel or somebody to kind of, I mean, potentially Trex on the other side of things, but
30 seconds
here, probably the most valuable knife we've seen in
Navi
terms
ơi,
of
bắn cẩn thận hộ
preventing
cái nào Navi
this pop in the
ơi.
pistol, but
Yeah.
have to keep an eye. Same thing in the
Mấy anh
second
em
half.
Navi
The
ơi, bắn
second
cẩn
one,
thận em
a
Tú
very,
ơi.
very different
Khó rồi, em Tú thấy cũng khó
performance,
rồi
I
anh em
guess,
ạ.
versus Apex.
Bắn bên này.
That was
See,
nice.
that was-
Alexi rồi,
That was
Alexi đổ
very
được vào cái đầu của
nice.
thầy nát rồi. Đẹp này.
Needs to be calm about this one. If they want to do any more. They've got a sheriff on Roxic, but it kind of does come down to Alex to do a little bit more with
Alexi
this.
ta vẫn tham minh bằng một khẩu Muscle
Never been
Sovereign.
in this spot.
No.
Not once in my life.
It's not a
Sẵn
good
mình một
spot.
khẩu Classic đứng ở sau quả Smoke.
Oh, Pixel, hello.
Classic đang khá chiếu gài ở đây thôi.
Smacked his head again. Oh!
Rồi,
Alex
Alexi
hit
đội
banger.
được một nhưng
Alright,
mà
Alex better
Party
than
Tech
me at
nhá được
Valorant
mồm của anh ta.
Yeah.
Does make
Khó
good
thế
value
nào?
of that. You can see that Liquid are kind of capitulating here, right? Held off a little bit, looking a little bit fraught, a little frayed at the edges, but ahead of that,
Ui,
That was
Party
a
Tech
headshot,
bắn
but
được
no
một
kill,
sao
yeah.
rồi. Sau đấy ta cho Wingman
Wingman
chạy
off to do his
vào.
job, but
Ốc đen có
these
Spine và
multi
Agent One có được cái
and
mẹo
now
cây
it's
cô.
down to
Party
Camo,
Tech
try
phải lại.
save the day,
Tiếp tục là Agent One nhảy bút và
Turn
sau
it
đấy
on a
là
dime
free
with a
win.
pretty safe card
Free win
breaking.
round bonus đến từ những em bên phía của Navi. Tuyệt vời rồi anh em ơi. Thực sự là đã ăn được round bonus anh em ạ. Quá ngon luôn này.
I mean, yeah, hesitant on the step out, but then almost a massive overstep
Lại
walking
sáng
into.
rồi, sau cơn mưa trời lại
these
sáng
tighter
rồi, win
angles.
pretty.
Hello.
hai ông cùng nhìn thấy nhau. Còn chắc là thằng Alexi có con kia ngon hơn anh em ạ. Có con kia 8.000, còn ông kia đâu đấy có tầm 4.000 HT thôi. Alexi mới ăn được anh em ơi. Map này map thủ mà, nói thế thôi chứ anh em, con map này hơi rộng. Em nghĩ là đây là map công, em không biết đấy anh em ơi. Không biết là anh em nghĩ thế nào, nhưng mà em nghĩ đây là map công. Em xem có nhiều người ta cũng đều bảo đây có map công. Em vẫn hy vọng là Navi sẽ thủ thôi. Ở đây tốt rồi, Hero làm 3 rồi, Hero lập tức làm 4 rồi. Chúng ta có cho mình cái mạng của Nas và Kamo luôn. Ok. Rồi, 9-6 bên phía của Navi. Ngon rồi đấy anh em ơi, lại ngon rồi đấy. Thủ trước khi đặt được spy thì lại thành công chuẩn anh em ơi. Rồi ngon rồi đây, ngon rồi này, ngon rồi này. Này Hero.
Well, I mean, liquid in general have to be careful how they approach it.
Seas that came in too.
Này trộm vía được anh em bảo đông quá. Cảm ơn anh em nhiều ạ.
To follow as well. That was nice to set it up. That's a good way to scale up in mid if they want to kind of bring that back out. That's certainly puts a bit of a flag in the
Yeah, I'd love to see actually how the Seas is thrown over the top as well.
Yeah. You'll never do it again.
No. Shown it once, that's it. You don't get the official tape.
Nào Alexi, úi giời ơi, không chạy được nữa luôn cây cô ơi, chạy làm sao được khi mà có operator. Thỉnh thoảng mọi người ra rồi, cẩn thận nhá, Hero cẩn thận không lộ nha. Rồi, rất may mắn, cứ sợ là Hero bị ăn quả táp đấy một mồm thôi nhưng mà cố lên nào Navi ơi. Hello anh Cường nha. Hello anh Cường nay giờ mới đi làm về anh Cường ơi. Đây cây mộ đẩy vào có cho mình double kill rồi. Đây mình có Hero phải làm lại. Lại khó rồi đây anh ơi, lại khó
The
rồi đây.
operator acquires possession and pretty far off for now, unless they get a pick soon. Feeling like this one is going to shift away.
Definitely a tough retake for
Anh có tìm được kênh đâu. Ủa em gửi lên mình nhóm sao em tìm kênh là sao? Em gửi lên mình nhóm rồi mà. À hôm nay từ hôm qua là đổi kênh nhưng mà đổi kênh anh xem đổi thế nào. Qua lên đề xuất đâu để tầm 40 anh em vào ấy. Hôm nay lại xuống đề xuất rồi. Hơi buồn anh em ơi. Rồi. Ui vừa mới khen xong thì check đổi được lại cái mạng Alexi nào Rosic cha mình là không đủ. Anh ta đã cố gắng rút lui đi. Tỷ số được đưa về là 16 bên phía của team Liquid thôi. Rút lui xếp súng rồi.
Not just him, those
cố lên nào Navi ơi, cố lên.
It's nice to see they've definitely done their time in this map.
Because the focal point really for Navi has been all the way back through connector. Once Hero falls, it's not really been
so nice.
I mean, similar pathing to what we saw Alexi adopt on the Jet as well, but again here, just the ability to get fully into that corner, break some of the crossfires on backside, safe from elbow. So it requires, I mean, never want to tuck into that close cubby on.
Chúc mừng mấy anh em nào đi Liquid cộng đã về nha. Chúc mừng mấy anh em nha. Bây giờ nốt cái Navi cộng nữa này. Cố lên Navi ơi.
His position up towards heaven.
Okay.
Maybe a little safer for Navi, but Camo. He's seen a ton of bodies.
Nice little smoke for him.
Không ra rồi. Rosic là người có được cho mình cái mạng của Kemo. Đẹp rồi. Tiếp tục là cái đầu của thầy Nas. Thầy cô chết tại Hero này. Ui. Thì đây coi chắc chắn được cả Alexi rồi. Đang sử dụng cái ultimate để ngồi Syria.
Aztec still needs to get away if he wants to.
Get the upgrade. See where the TP. Kiko all the way behind A site. Again, the size of CT in general, there's a lot of distance. Yeah, basically, yeah.
Thằng Hero pick tiếp làm gì thế nó mới khó hiểu anh em ạ. Cái thôi cao muốn pick lấy mạng.
Rupsik does have ult, so they don't have to be in a massive panic about this, and they're gonna have Giao nearby. It just comes if Kiko wants more space.
3v3 không biết thế nào đây.
TP gets taken, so we're somewhat equidistant to each other if you're looking at Xiao and
Xiao anh ta kêu mình để có quả smoke vào.
plenty of
Thôi
steps
mà Xiao ơi.
Xiao
đã lộ, Xiao đã phải lùi về. Để một dạ quỷ vào gần, biết được rồi. Tao nói trả ra một được hai người thêm một cái chối buộc nữa. Mất quỷ được đẩy lên. Ui.
In the meantime, we've got a gap close coming in as well. Look at the
Nào.
wrap here.
Ulti
And it's
trồng
gonna be
ulti
Rusick
rồi,
rewarded.
Rusick
Take
đẩy
that
cái
wrap
elbow
around
lên hạ
elbow,
gục cây cô.
denying that little approach
Đang đi
towards site.
từ vị trí pha đi
And
tech, anh ta
Luxic
biết
on
là
the
không ai đằng
crazy,
sau
they have
cả.
no idea
Anh ta
because
chạy bắn luôn anh ta đổi được cái đầu của sao Rusick làm 3. Có cho mình cái mạng của track.
HP on his
Rusick.
side, nicely handled.
For a second, I had to doubt myself.
Like, which team's
who
on?
we were watching for a
Where did they get a
second.
gecko?
Oh, the wrap back through mid, like you said, on the back of the deafen.
Thôi hỏng rồi anh em ạ, hỏng
Absolutely
rồi, nay hỏng
beautiful.
rồi. Nay như thế này chả mấy
So
mà
there's a
hỏng anh
moment
em
here
ơi.
where I thought Liquid were just going to brute force. That shot is absolutely
Lại tối rồi.
ridiculous, by the way.
Lại tối quả Navi cộng anh em ơi. À.
Yeah, this. And I guess, as I said, he could just W key it, right? They were
Yeah.
caught by the util, they were held back there. Why not go for it?
Nice!
Bloody hell. Bold play too.
Yeah,
Bold
very.
play. Navi now pumping the brakes.
Rightfully so. Liquid have shown probably been preparing this to an extent. A couple of really nice set pieces we've seen, particularly towards B once more. Again, not as heavy a focus towards mid either, and I guess Navi haven't found a way to capitalize on that just yet. Obviously, the finance is going to be a consideration to make here in the second half. Trailing 3-2 now.
Thằng nào liên tục thế
Liquid at
này.
11, and Navi's purchase not looking fantastic. Chico alongside
Em
the
quý không
knives,
cứu nổi
probably.
rồi.
I mean, this does feel like a different version of Kurok than we've seen from other teams. As said, which is
Chưa
that
thỏa
like
thuận được giá hay gì.
slightly
Mấy thằng Navi
different
toàn
look
pick
at middle, or
mấy cái chỗ
lack
không
of
cần
look
thiết.
at middle, a lot more kind of site exploration. But it's nice to see the evolution and how these teams
Bọn
will
này
play
đi
it. This is
tham
kind of what I've
tham
been
mao
wanting
tiền
the
về
whole time
sao
to
ấy
see
nhưng mà
EMEA get reps on
tham mao
this.
tiền về liệu
Navi
đi
haven't been
bán
afraid of
độ
it,
cho
and it's good
Navi
to see
ăn
the
không nhở?
Liquid look pretty solid too. Gonna strengthen that veto for them going forward for sure. Let's see how these knives come into play. Right now, could be in the right side.
Nào check đẩy một dạo quỷ vào.
Set up here.
Một con dạo quỷ trả thẳng vào backside rồi.
Thing on
Sao?
the shout.
Liệu anh ta có muốn đẩy qua trái
Snake
smoke hay
right
không
inside the
đây?
smoke as well, I believe.
Paranoid trả thẳng về bonsai A. Sao anh ta một khẩu Series Aeon. Trái spy được đặt xuống từ con Wingman này. Wingman phá the win rồi. Ra được trả ra rồi, sao bắn thẳng vào mồm cây mô, tuy nhiên lại Ian One. Đã phải lại bật cho mình đóng dao lên Alexi. Alexi đẩy quay qua smoke anh ta rồi, anh ta phi dao. Chết được vào đầu của thầy Náp. Mà pha fake có cho mình cái mạng Olympic. Alexi phải lên bảng và đếm số nhưng mà sao vẫn đổi được vào cái đầu pha fake này.
Oh, you thought that was the oh, that was
Anh ta bắn yếu
close.
được trap rồi. 110 máu nào, 1v2 track yếu lắm thôi, 15 máu cố lên.
Have to give position. Cage there.
Đồng biển lên
He
tap
goes the
bom.
point. Trax is down low.
Truy lùng
He's
cứu
going
được
for
bật
this.
về.
As a tap.
Đặt lại của
Oh,
phát ôi.
just get him together in the end. Team
Gì
Liquid
vậy?
using
Rùa
and
thế.
handling it well enough.
Giời ơi, lại bắn
Push
qua
up the
smoke
top.
kìa.
Yeah, good close up against Chico, but still,
Chơi game
the
thần
round
rùa
deficit
độ.
for Navi now becoming a
Chơi game
big
toàn mấy ông
point
thần
of interest.
thần rùa với độ thôi anh em ạ.
Again, the finances
Toàn thần rùa độ thôi.
going to be rough. It's got to be
Gì
clean
đấy?
in the next few rounds if Navi want to close the gap.
Còn chưa thấy địch đâu, bắn qua cái lồng điện chết
That's
người.
tech result. I mean, that's one away.
Gì vậy?
Decent progress for Trax, but consideration to make here.
13
Considering
6
Angel
hết
and
vị.
Shao both have their ultimates on the other side. See aggression here
Tú
from
mở
Navi.
mic với tiếng game lên xíu.
Also got to be
Có mic mà anh ơi, có mic ạ.
obviously very careful on the retreat, but
Ủa, mic của
Liquid
em Tú bị
immediately
bé
going to
quá hay
pivot back
sao ạ?
over towards A-Link.
Thế để em Tú chỉnh cái game lên cao hơn anh em nhé.
Get a player
Để em
posted.
Tú
I love that quick response actually. On the back of feeling
cái
that
setting
pressure
OBS
outside
của em
B,
đâu nhỉ?
they know there's a weaker
Để em
side
kéo sang cái màn này,
towards
cái
mid.
màn kia không nhìn thấy đâu.
Unfortunately, don't progress any further.
And how far do you go fact finding for Alex? 'Cause Trex
Để
is
em gain
down
cao cái mic lên nhé
super,
anh em ơi.
super passive. Again, it's kind of 1-3-1, holding the extremities on both sides, but the fight's here. Trex been focused the whole time. That's a pixel. Oh man, not getting the kill
Em
is
nghe lên tầm,
wild. Trex gets to live on
Tầm 5
49.
chấm anh em nhé. Nghe lên tầm 5
Big to
chấm nhé.
note the operator as well though in this scenario.
Từ thôi anh em.
So Liquid want to try and get behind this.
Anh mở mắt loa mà vẫn nghe thì thầm
We
mic Tú
reveal
bé.
once more.
Ô, em xin lỗi ạ, em
Flash once more as well.
khá to rồi anh em ơi. Tiếng em để
Yeah,
tầm
this is
10%
hard
anh em nhé.
to not just keep backpedaling on Alex. Alex just
Xài
wants
tai
to
nghe
be able to
mắc
play.
loa.
Let him play the
Xài
damn
tai nghe
game.
mắc loa mà vẫn nghe em Tú
Angel
thì
gonna
thầm à.
lead the way. It looks like gets
Tú
a
xin
fair
lỗi
fight
em
on
Tú xin
one, but
lỗi, em
quickly
Tú bật
traded
to
by
lên ngay.
Camo.
Ở đây thì Asian One
And
có
Alex,
cho
who's
mình cái
been
mạng của
blind
Party
for the
Tech
last
luôn.
4 weeks.
Khi mồi chết lại được vào đầu
Desperate
quái
to
Tang
work
đi
in for Kiko, navigating
Chú
around.
Six.
Oh,
Tham mình
God,
đẩy
it's
lên
a
Hero có cho mình cái
brutal
mạng
round.
of from Alexi
Your
gần
heart goes
lại.
out to him almost.
Trời ơi, cái handicap
There's the
của
pit.
tôi, đừng mà.
This is a nice reaction,
Đừng
but
mà
not an outlet
handicap
to really be
ơi.
rewarded off it. So Camo fighting forward now. He's just holding this
Đừng
down.
mà.
Seized up though. Gonna
Ultimate
be
rồi sao rồi, cái
clear.
mạng cây mô cây cổ phải làm lại rồi,
Making a
hay
go of
này.
this one. Nat's
Bây
now
giờ thì
last
1
man
cân 2,
alive.
thầy Nát không thể
Not
làm
so
cứu
cool
được đâu.
under pressure. It
Không
will
thể
be
cứu
the man
được.
on the screen. The timing not
Rồi,
there.
đẹp luôn.
Well handled
12
by
7,
Navi.
ngon.
Final moments of this round.
Ngon anh em ơi, ngon
Should have been
rồi.
closed out by Liquid here.
Kịp không? Kịp.
See Navi considering the reposition back
Có
towards
hai
heaven
nữa
because
cơ anh
Nats
em
has
ạ.
been so present towards
Còn
elbow.
nguyên.
30 seconds left.
Just can't capitalize off this pit.
Tưởng em ngại nói nhỏ, em Tú thì ngại cái gì anh em ơi. Em Tú có biết ngại làm gì đâu. Em Tú mà ngại.
Navi will live to fight another day.
Ngon rồi anh em ạ, ngon rồi đấy.
Liquid bringing some stingers in. Just looking to first on to be here, but towards the earlier setup we saw from Hero.
Comes the layering. Hard to find a comfortable position on the side, but it's enough to stop them at least on entry.
Just popped his ult as well. Maybe hitting the panic button here just to stop them from committing towards this Stinger rush. Clearance in towards mid here. Shao early on was controlling the space, but didn't necessarily have a confirmation.
Camo.
Oh, he nearly got rewarded for it. He still is.
He absolutely
Đẩy lên
is.
cây mô
Camo
có
with
cho
a
mình
big
cái double kill
pickup
luôn.
on
Asian
two.
One và Rus
Hero's
cẩn lại
doing
Hero
so
nhá lên.
well with
Hẹn
Shao
rồi
though.
check tiếp tục là cái bạn của Party
Great
Tech nữa.
synergy towards the side, making it very uncomfortable for Liquid to solidify this post plant. Camo looking for space.
Nào
Hero
Hero.
deep on the
Ui,
other side gets
anh ta
crouch
tìm được ở đầu
peeked into,
của cây
leaving
mô tìm
Alex
được
and
ở đầu
Shao
của
with a
Hero
mountain
rồi.
to climb. Difficult operator to play
Operator,
with.
yeah.
And these angles, look
Now,
how
phía bên
close
này
these
thì
corners
Alexi.
are. This is so hard to scale up on. Shao with the Guardian,
Anh ta
sure,
nhìn được
but
cây cô này.
Nats just creeps off the corner,
Ui,
played in.
cây cô làm đôi với khẩu
perfectly.
Stinger
Team
trong tay
Liquid
luôn.
closing
Thực sự là
down
thua ra một
map
nớt anh em
one
ạ.
with a 13-7.
Ai
Very
xí
comfortable
ba.
here on Corrode as well. Able to
Thua ra một nớt.
navigate their way past Navi. Like I said, I don't want to say Navi kind of fumbled here, but it looks very one-dimensional as we saw versus Apex.
Yeah, it's certainly coming into their own now, Liquid. Let's see how this goes moving forward.
Wait, I did it! 13 bots!
Let's get this 30 votes!
Yes, next time in 5 years, by the way. On Phantom as well.
It doesn't count though if it's Phantom. Come here. Oh, the 30 as well! And that's the first time in 5 years as well, and on stage. Wait, I can't even get one, bro. 1 second, it's just... I wonder if we're gonna be on VALORANT EMEA Twitter. Me and Camilo dropping 30 hard bots. Replay team, please make sure that you pause this.
Yo, I can't get 3 in a row.
Okay, it's either bad day or good day, let's see.
Nghỉ thôi, đi xem quá đủ rồi. Ao xỉn quá, map sau mới khó đây này. Map pick của mấy thằng Liquid. Em nói thật là em không tin mấy thằng Liquid anh em ạ. Game sau thì em nghĩ là sẽ xem vui thôi. Xem mấy thằng Liquid sẽ bắn thế nào, chịu rồi. Thua được round một nốt anh em ạ. 2 con nốt, để bắn luôn ghê chứ này, cả Liquid cả team Heretic luôn, anh Chicho ơi. Sợ thật.
As we take a look at Camo's performance highlight presented by Herman Miller Gaming. Incredible stuff in this round, and overall a pretty damn positive map for Team Liquid as a whole. We watch the rest of this play out, you know, it's stuff like this that makes me really appreciate how completely great he is at Valorant and how absolutely terrible I am. But luckily I'm not the person you need to listen to, because we've brought on a guest to support the desk, a more established, more handsome coach. Sorry, my name is just now that was probably too far. Pal, welcome. How are you feeling on your off day? You're coming here to watch Valorant. That is a commitment to the game that I can get behind.
Yeah, it's a surprise, but a welcome one to be here. I've got teams to watch later on at the second game of the day, and some ideas perhaps how to play Corrode a little bit better as well to steal.
I love that you mentioned that. We have the compositions, as you can see in the back. Coming into this one, we had, of course, we had already seen Navi playing last week. You have your own approach to Corrode. So when you see these compositions being what the rest of the region are doing, what do you make, especially of Team Liquid, since it's showing it today?
I like your hesitation as you bring that up. Yeah. I like Liquids. It's obviously very similar to ours. I like the way that they are not really playing into a super heavy defensive comp on this map. I think it makes a lot of sense. You look at Navi's on the other side, and they've gone fairly standard. They've gone for something that, it's your bread and butter, Valorant, double initiator, KO plus a recon initiator. They know it's going to work, but how good is it for the map, really?
Listen, pal,
who knows?
Listen. So you're mentioning double initiator, and the person that was sitting on that.
Yeah, double initiator, fantastic. You're only running it on every single map. I think it's the best.
I know what you're doing.
I'm gonna write that down. Yeah.
That noted for your
I know what you're doing. I see what you're
bad by any chance. I'm just trying to understand if everything Minnie told me was a lie, or if it was just the double initiator thing.
Yeah, but more important than the double initiator, I think that is the comfort that we find for the side of Team Liquid. And someone that was very, very comfortable was Nats. Any map that you manage to get Nats on a Viper, he's going to have an insane performance. And it is especially in the high pressure moments, because Navi had very good executes towards B with all the fade utility. And it feels like there's nothing that can stop Nats. He's going to be covering all those angles. He's going to be ready to catch players off guard and just move around the side and find all of the value. The way that he was playing in his ultimates, the value that he was spending, again, every single round, to him, it doesn't matter the map.
Exactly, and this is what Nats has been so good at for so long, especially on this agent, but you can really start to see the value of Viper defensively on this map. It's why it seems to be looking like a fairly defense-sided map this early in the meta, because B is the most easy place just to explode, to pop, to play these fast rounds on attack side, and if you have that Viper with someone as skilled as Nats playing it on the B side, you can lock down that side pretty comfortably.
I like that there's so many people playing smokes that are also just fragging. I'm appreciating that.
But Nats is on a different tier.
Nats is clearly on a different level, which I
but
respect.
it's like he plays like the strongholder, so he's like the Viper, the more sentinel kind of smokes, you know, with the Viper.
So as we look ahead, TL obviously fantastic start. Nats looking super good. What are we looking for as we get ready for map 2? What do we have our eyes on for this? This was obviously Navi's pick, pretty crushing that they do lose as they had more experience. We now know that TL can play it. Seem pretty damn prepped, which is obviously going to affect future series, but now we're looking at Sunset.
I think that there is something very important to take away if Team Liquid is able to win on Sunset. And it's the fact that they are going to be able to prove that they've come into this stage with a good bind, a good corrode, and a good Sunset. We were having this question of, hey, the new maps, how are the teams going to be doing? Where Team Liquid has definitely done their homework.
Absolutely, I think that's the really, really key thing. You can see that they've been unhappy with their early exit from Masters Toronto earlier in this year, and now they've put the groundwork in to come out into this new map pool to give themselves quite a big veto advantage by A, being willing to play the maps, but also B, now actually looking really, really strong on them as well.
Yeah, it feels like that is that boogeyman, right? Where it's like, once you prove you can play the 2 new maps that have entered rotation, it's like, oh, well, now our prep is so much harder. Because so many teams in week 1 were just handshaking. You'll ban Corrode, I'll ban Bind, and we'll just play normal little icebox,
the gentleman's agreement that was brought up, Unfortunately, neither Neil nor I are gentlemen, but it went the way we wanted to.
In Team Liquid, as we look at the agent select here, Kiko going on the Raze, going for the double duelist approach here. Trex being put on the Fade, and I was telling you, Dracos, about how comfortable he is in this kind of roles. I would love to see the Viper, but if it goes for the Cypher, it is Nats, and I think we're going to get a spectacle no matter what.
Absolutely. I think this is the big thing we've all been talking about, really, is just how much is Trex on that Fade solo role. We know how incredibly talented he can be individually, and I think now it's just about, right, how much can sort of Liquid shoehorn that speciality into a lot of the comps that they want to run compared to the rest of their agent pools as well.
The big question for me, one thing we talked about at the start of the day, was Team Liquid swapping roles. Sometimes it feels a bit uncertain. Patatek has been all over the place. This time he's on the Omen. We got Kiko on a duelist. How do you feel about that philosophy of kind of swapping such like diverse characters across maps?
So, I mean, we have a similar approach as well. Keeping everybody consistently in their roles is better because it allows people to do essentially the same job on the attack, on the defense, on every map, no matter the map pool, etc. And it just means that they can learn their role and master it a little bit more easily. However, sometimes just with player comfort, you need to be able to throw things around, mix things up a little bit, and do just what you need to play a good version of the map instead.
I think that also for like the history of Valorant, Patatek has been a flex player. Like he's been around, and this is something that he does. We expect him to be filling out the roles and actually doing so very consistently. You could argue there is, even if this composition for Team Liquid does not work, they could also move towards putting Kiko on an Omen, putting Nats on the Viper. Like, there are so many things that they can do here, Patatek, and maybe move on to the double initiator if they wanted to, since you like it so much and everybody loves it. But we have already seen what Kiko can do on the smokes, and it is time, I think, Dracos, that you also can see what this guy does on the Raze, because yes, he's a brilliant smoker, but he's an even better duelist. Like, yes, it's out of this world.
Look, I'm a simple player. I see the dopamine, I see the double blast packs. I remember when people were first cooking that up on Haven, I was like watching the montage, like, do we have this kind of movement in Valorant? I would love to see more of that here. I think the other thing for me, for Navi, we talked already about how the map, the way the map selects shaped out. Bind is 3. You're on Sunset now, you have to win, and the boogeyman waiting over your shoulder is like, even if you win here, you then have to play TL on Bind. It's a terrifying prospect, and I would love to get your follow-up, Pal, but apparently we already know how to get in the game, so send things over to Pansy and Pipeline.
Okay, well, we'd like to hear from Pal too, but, you know...
You want to come up here?
Yeah, come on, mate. Come on. Don't let Mitchell come up here all the time.
You know where we are?
Yeah, he won't turn up. Nah, probably right.
Then he'll spawn in somewhere in a minute.
Right, so looking at this, I feel like I don't see these teams on this map all that often in my mind. For some reason, it's not hitting too freshly, but again, I guess for me...
I was going to say, I'll tell you what is hitting freshly.
Oh.
Navi dropping this to Apex.
Yeah, true.
That's still a fresh wound.
Yeah, I think I was looking at it from the liquid perspective, but you're right. No, I'm
ever the optimist.
Yeah, look. If I just forget the bad stuff, it means it doesn't exist. But we are now seconds away from map 2. And Navi, well, they feel like they banked on map 1 with this in mind.
Yeah, certainly. Again, just to have the desk gas him up as well. Kiko. Headshot percentage is absolutely disgusting. So I'm excited to see here Camo can get up to.
Now
Again,
casting
shift of
Fancy
focus.
và
I
hai
guess
Pốc.
away from Trex here.
Where are we going?
Người đang cắt là anh Fancy và chị hai Pốc.
We're stacking up. Okay.
We're on the other side of this. The closest player being towards
Ở đây thì
tiles.
đang cố muốn push về khu vực A bên đến từ anh Miêu từ một team
Very proactive pistol
đẩy
here.
ra nào phá trap không? Ở con dạ quỷ sẽ là người
Almost
check
faking off
trap
the
phá
foul
trap
here.
rồi.
Everybody passes, so
Oh, I like it.
Không phá trap luôn.
Okay, he gets one.
Still
They
wide.
see the second.
Cái đầu Rosic.
They know there's something a little bit up in middle, but
Whoa.
That's amazing.
Đây là một luôn à?
This could be another race. It's 10
Đây là một luôn à?
HP.
Thật à?
Is he spotting?
Hay yêu cây mua à? Thật luôn.
Let him ace. Ooh.
now we know.
Đây không?
Kiko, nice. Kiko, yes.
Soften
Yes.
him up.
Ui, gần đây được rồi.
Oh, that could have been. It
Nice
could have
try,
been,
nice
but
try,
still
nice try,
around
nice try.
nevertheless.
Không có team me quick.
That would have been, yeah.
Căng đấy,
You on
căng
the
đấy,
tosties.
căng đấy.
Hungry.
Another map to get through first. Yeah, beautiful. Proactive pistol here from Liquid.
What the heck? Is that last one on Alex? Is that control back? Yes, aim. Very nice.
And wise to the possibility
Funny.
it could have been bodies behind
Funny
the prowler.
observers. They're doing,
I saw it. I saw it.
Yeah.
I saw it.
Comedy genius.
Are there churros in the building? There is somewhere, right?
Probably.
Be coming back through to collect the orb outside B once more. Get progress for Angel. Only 3 left to find. Be a big ultimate to potentially bring into round 3.
Có vẻ như là muốn rớt A nhanh đến từ bên phía của Navi. Và check lại cho mình một quả smoke one way ở đây, Liquid trừ 4.5 vào luôn. Mình em đi trừ à? Em game này khả năng không đi nhưng mà game này chắc là em chơi vui thôi. Hôm nay IA cờ cút mấy thằng Valor nhiều quá anh em ạ. Hôm nay dựa vào lý trí mà lý trí như cái shit bò đây anh em ơi. Nay lý trí như shit bò đây anh em ạ.
Caesar's looking quite nice though. Yeah, really well controlled by Trex there. Looking so calm as well. Follows up, knowing that they're going to be here. What the boys are planning? Some of these TPs from that have been absolutely
As it's been a good week. And a bit of usage here. EMEA Angel. Fine. I think that leaves him 1 away, if I'm not mistaken now. So a chance on the back of...
We'll let Bayer know.
Yeah.
We'll let her know. Yeah. She's probably not watching. Nah, dips out. I'm kidding, she's gonna come here and kill me. But I like this from Trex though, right? This
very
composure.
Defensive, yeah.
He's always been this kind of like very calm player. You don't see him kind of losing his cool here. But for Trex, that's good to see. I want to see more of that. More of that kind of play style from him. Looking ready to go.
Where'd that hand come from?
I don't know, but it scared me a little bit. It scared me a little bit. There we go. Back underway. This is the bonus. Look at this one. Still got the Guardian there. Phantom. Camo. The Outlaw. How many light shields do we have? Only 1 actually.
Ôi,
On
thấy
a
chân mà.
Tootsie C. And Kiko.
Ui giời ơi,
Alex going down early.
thế.
That's not a pretty way to do it, but
Khởi đúng cái bàn chân Việt tí thôi anh em ạ. Ảo thật.
Taking damage.
Yeah.
Rosic 43 máu, Kemo đang ở A.
Felt safer inside the smoke and the fragment. Paranoia sent through. Doesn't catch up to Trex, so still a chance, but the pinch is perfect for Angel.
Yeah, Camo allowed to survive for a little bit longer, but it was all a matter of timing. He heard those steps behind, decided to commit to it, but the plant going to come in now.
Phải chăng là Navi sẽ ăn được round bonus này?
HP affected
Tuy nhiên
earlier
chỉ
on.
có 3v2 thôi.
That's with that slow walk back with the
Thầy
Outlaw.
nát rơi, thầy nát cầm hội em khẩu súng lên cái thầy nát rơi.
That's a lovely paint shell. Push him out of position. Really nicely done, but what's the next step here? It looks like
Almost going to
Navi.
trade places, yeah. Navi very aggressive.
Hai cùng nhau đẩy về main
Ceding all
rồi.
this space towards site.
And where's the plant? It's a brilliant plant for them to try and
Thầy
play
nát,
this off from.
thầy nát bắn yếu được
Now I
sao này.
guess the side note is that they still had that
40.
dart. Kiko,
Ra đây nha. Thấy.
this one's looking pretty much wrapped up with a bow here. Well handled in the end. I got a bit
Cô đang
nervous for
muốn tìm lại
Navi.
sao anh
It
em
was
ạ.
a bonus, so it did cost
Cô
Navi
đang muốn tìm lại
a
sao.
good couple of these
Trời ơi.
weapons, but I just get a bit scared when I see them doing stuff. I don't know why Navi makes me so nervous when they do.
Zoom here to find the first attack for Kiko. Beautifully done, but maybe Vastek a little overzealous, committing. Yeah, as soon as Navi kind of trade places with Liquid here, maybe feels a little uncomfortable, but this time around the TP, probably breaking that setup a little better. Did note, obviously, Angel have his no command here.
Ở party
That's
check
probably
nhá
why we
thôi,
see
mắc gì
Nats
cương luôn
where
chỗ
we
ấy.
do.
Makes sense.
Đấy,
Always
nó dầm
AFK,
mình
so I
mà.
do
Đấy,
imagine
nó
it's
dầm
that
mình.
version of
Rồi
it.
party check có
Liquid
gì cái đầu
going
xếp
for an
lại
early
một khi mình
crunch.
ta luôn.
Alex to try and
Ok,
battle it
Kemo đẩy
back,
lên
but
Hero Agent
as
1.
it stands, a
2 đổi
3v2.
3 lời luôn anh em ạ. Alexi 57 máu ngon luôn này.
Not so sure
Đẹp
about
luôn
that
anh em
one.
ơi. Kem.
Hero now going to try and find something towards top mid.
Cage draws. Hero does take a second look back towards market. But Navi kind of have to give away the game wherever they go at this point.
That's going to try and group this towards wraparound on B. See now, waiting for an engagement, and finally comes through from Nats. Hero will fall. Alexi now, 57 HP. Try and find the plant at least. Gone. Nade might even just finish the job here.
Rồi. 3-1
Kiko
team
will
Liquid
find
rồi
it.
anh em ơi.
3 on the
3-1 team
board,
Liquid
3
rồi. Anh em đi
rifles carried
Liquid
across.
chửi. Ok, anh em mình chưa nói
after a
trước
really
được
good start here,
Liquid anh em ơi.
Yeah, and even just
Yên
kind of
tâm
Nats
lại nha.
playing quite safe towards top middle,
Ngon
even not,
đấy,
you know,
ngon
knowing
đấy,
that
ngon
pressure
đấy.
could come that way. Kiko not overextending. We're seeing a lot of these very composed plays, kind of re-hit as well, worked out relatively well.
A little awkward in terms of the engagement here from Navi outside A. See a timeout called here very early on.
Frustrated there. Ruxic, I mean, top of the board, but doesn't seem happy about it so far. Maybe a little bit of frustration showing. As I can imagine they're hoping they at least get Corrode under their belt there. Now coming to Sunset. It's quite hard to shake off.
Ở Navi bữa ngửa map này với lúc bắn với bọn APK này.
Honored.
Chuẩn rồi anh em ạ, vẫn nhớ nha, em vẫn nhớ nha.
Disagree?
Okay. It's always negative, Mike.
It is.
No. No, I was speaking to mine. Bea's here. She's
We're
doing all that in the
casting. We're
audience.
casting now.
Did you see the sign? Someone had a nice sign for you in the audience. I don't know where, but someone did have a really nice Kukuka sign over here, over that side. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there you go. Just in case you're wondering, Bea's behind us. Kukuka just turning up. There you go.
You did say she was going to.
there.
This way.
Okay, well, Navi's buy is not going to be pretty into this round, so whatever the timeout was for won't be this, really. Maybe just an overall kind of check-in.
Yeah, I mean, obviously next round, probably going to see Alexi and Hero close to their ults as well, so Liquid happy to stand their ground once more outside A here.
Giờ lên 5.5 sợ VL. Team Liquid trừ anh em ạ, Team Liquid trừ 5.5 thôi anh em.
From the
Được
showstopper
mấy
now.
round này thôi chứ làm sao mà win liên tục được đúng không anh em?
Camo's
Làm
ultimate
sao
as
mà
well.
win liên tục mà under được?
Looking
Cùng lắm thì đâu đấy là tầm
13
8, 13 9 là căng em ạ.
And I want to note how deep they're
Có
sitting in
tầm
the
13,
middle as well.
15, 13,
Look
7.
at how Liquid are holding that top mid. There's three players,
kỳ
none of them
quá.
actively wanting to
Phải
look
dùng
down
kỳ luôn
to
đấy
that
em ạ.
lower
Khó
side.
lắm.
And rightly so, right? You know what I
Liquid
mean?
reading Navi's playstyle perfectly. They're
Em
happy
nghĩ
to
là
concede the space almost.
trận này sẽ vui ở đây là được. Nhưng mà
Knowing
sang
Navi
cái
are
bom
gonna
ba
drift
sau
around
mình
the
tiếp
map.
thì là hợp lý nhất.
Look for someone, something.
Palitech looks confident though, at least on the corner for now, can scale backwards, let Trex take that
Rồi,
next
Palitech
layer of
đổi một
contact,
Trex có
brilliantly
cái
handled,
đầu
goes for a little bit of an extended spray, but
quan ui
paranoia,
còn nét
the
chết luôn
paint
mà.
shell, it's all there,
Sao
it's
cũng
a
em
shot
lại này.
down,
Alexi
Alex
một quả
can't
hạ sổ
escape
chạy
fast
tầm mid.
enough,
Rồi
Liquid
4-1.
fully in control.
4-1 cho team Liquid.
Showstopper in hand now for Kiko. Like you said from the timeout, probably looking towards this buy round now. Still have no command here for Angel.
One enemy
Just
remaining.
missing one for Hero and Alexi.
Cứ canh nhồi là ổn nhất thì bọn anh em canh nhồi là ổn nhất.
Like you said, Liquid just don't even want to entertain the possibility of conceding the opener here on the anti-eco. That's all best util, play a much deeper position.
Yeah, again, just so cognizant of that ult that sits in the hands of Angel, right? It's and they haven't felt much pressure towards that B side at all. Look at how they're playing this. It's a 4-1 and he's not even on site. Basically, half of this map currently being controlled by 2 of those trips. That's it.
Một bài đánh mid à? Đang có chat vào
Maybe
market này.
fostering for a retake as they feel like they have to do a very deep rotation, giving up top mid to try and maybe control from this crunch point here. But Nats,
tính đi gì ấy. Chia sẻ thật với em là em Tú đang quạt hơi nhiều. Đang quạt khá nhiều em Tú thì theo game này anh em. Thì các anh em là không đi nhưng mà anh em thông cảm em Tú.
I'm surprised he didn't pop it earlier on, but maybe biding his time and Angel. But back down to death.
Agent One vừa được hồi sinh lại đã chết thêm phát nữa rồi. Khổ tâm quá, chơi cũng chết được vào mồm của sao. Bây giờ thì trái Spy được kẹt lại ở đây này.
So can retrieve it. See, they grab it now, but
Ulti nhận lại quả Spy đang đi flank. Đang đi flank đến từ vị trí của Keiko ở tập phái chép anh ta lại lùi ngược về. Lần nhằng rất thối quá cơ. Cùng nhau kẹp với CT bỏ cái flank luôn. Để market.
Temptation and the want would be then okay, speed up through market, but they're still being cautious. They only saw one.
Anh thả phát, anh thả cộng à? Anh thả quả cộng Navi à? Hợp lý luôn anh ơi.
I think it's on the right side.
Oh, okay.
Right side by Pillar.
Hero 150 máu.
Ruxic still focusing towards CT. They picked their poison, but there's got to be a speed up here from Liquid. They've left this very late in the day, maybe trying to clear as they go, but actually it's fine because apparently Keiko can just knock down the door.
Mình bắn ông làm đôi luôn anh em ạ. Nói chung là đặt tâm vào quả smoke. Chơi quả smoke này nhưng mà bên phía của Navi nói chung là đặt quả smoke cho Keiko chơi em ạ. Áp được kill luôn. Navi chịu được sáng lắm ở đây.
So overzealous. I mean, the paranoia comes through, the seize lands. Like I said, Keiko is just waiting for the moment to open the showstopper up.
Nice.
Fantastic play. Beautiful read of the map as well from Liquid. You see once they don't get the bite on A, 3 people towards top mid.
Again, this setup, this start is... It feels so bespoke to dealing with Navi, and you can see why. Panitek,
cộng bao nhiêu cũng chết. Kéo ngửa tới 891. Em cũng nghĩ thế nhưng mà không kéo 891 thật đấy. Game này em nghĩ là lên 1. Anh em mình hôm nay đang hơi bị dây vào cái dốc đen nên bỏ anh em ạ. Thằng bò 3 sau là phí hơn. Trở sang trận cái thằng Heretic là đẹp. Heretic ở G8 thì nếu như mà không bán độ thì sẽ là 20. Còn nếu như mà có bán độ thì G8 win các bạn. Thì họ bố không bán độ thôi.
Nice, good job guys.
Too impressed himself with what Navi brought into round 7.
Same start. You got to find this. You got to explore this somehow. You got to figure out what's going on here. And the reaction, they must have a tell on this one to go fight middle, and this just turns into a brawl. Keiko, the shaky aim. Kievi would be jealous of this, but Xiao still standing. And I feel like they haven't said much, which is a shame. Xiao is such an impact player. And a 2v2 is all the classics here. Angel and Xiao standing together. Big reposition.
Bây giờ mà nói 9-1 cái là một mạch lại giết kịp. Lại giống như trận vừa rồi anh em ơi. Nào bây giờ chỉ một mình Xiao thôi. 56 máu nhận lại quả Spy. Nào B à, bây giờ vào về B hay về A thì cũng chết cả. Rồi 7-1 Clean Quick. Không nhắc nha Tú. Em Tú tuy là cười nói với anh em thế thôi. Đau lòng lắm anh em ạ. Qua BBL bị chết quả tức cười, đau lòng điên. Hôm qua anh bây giờ thế thôi chứ hôm qua ngồi khóc luôn trên live anh em ạ. Ngồi cố tâm với thằng BBL vừa buồn vừa cay vừa bực mình. Khổ.
7-1.
Second timeout.
Yeah. Well, what are you meant to say about this? It feels like they haven't figured out that A side stack. They haven't been clearing the util quick enough to really pressure that rotation back. And
Over 18.5, over 18.5 ạ, sợ khó không? Sợ over 18.5 khó đấy em ạ.
But yeah, this feels
I'd say again, just one-dimensional.
Yeah.
From Navi. Yeah. Again, it's so reliant on, and again, if you look at the early round util, unless you're kind of finding nats with the knife or something a little more tangible, they're not really getting much off it.
Feel this red just doesn't feel nice. I'd love to see them explore B main early. I mean, the problem is now that obviously if you're liquid, you'll put a body behind it, right? Is that like easy adaptation? So that temptation is like, okay, well now we'll just put like maybe Kiko a little bit closer towards market or keep someone a little bit nearer. So then do they go back to the
anh em
basics?
ơi. Không biết là anh em đi gì. Thả nhẹ cái nhé. Thả nhẹ nhàng cắt đèn phép. Cắt đèn phép.
I do trust them.
I trust it.
Ok, scan operation được trả lại từ vị trí của sao. Thì bên này thì sao nó xoay con dao bởi lùm dùm anh em ạ. Xoay con dao bởi lùm dùm rồi sổ đát và chat này. Liệu rằng IC Trade có muốn slide thẳng về không sai không đây? Thì bên này thì Asian One đang có.
And looking to now draw the rotation, not allow Liquid to move as freely on the defensive side.
They still need to humble the likes of Camo, Padatek, you know, Trex. They've been keeping a real good watch on this A site push-up, but Navi have done enough, showing a little bit of presence towards B main early. But now where do we go? You've done part of this.
Phía bên này thì Keiko anh ta bật cho mình cái ultimate lên. Nào, Kemo đổi cái đầu hero rồi. Tên lửa hạng tìm được ai không đây? Anh ta là không tìm được ai cả.
Mid now back under the banner of Liquid, but Navi in the meantime do sprint towards B.
Bắn yếu thầy Nas 27 máu.
Show me Angel POV for that shot.
Có vẻ như thầy Nas đang tê lại cái mid này. Đây Keiko có cho mình mạng quả SC rồi. Nhá lên Keiko và bom bot nha. Demo bật bước nhảy thấy không? Asian One đã bị phát hiện một dạng quỷ trên tay rồi spam qua Keiko hạ được cái mạng của anh ta luôn. Party check. Ui rồi anh ta đi flank bắt thành công tham minh ở sao rồi. 8-1 cho bên phía của team Liquid rồi. Bắn căng vậy. Tự dưng bắn căng vậy team Liquid rồi. Căng vậy. Flawless win luôn. Hay nha, thực sự là hay nha, phải dùng từ hay nha.
So this was the mid crunch that worked out wonderfully. Little re-clear towards it. Here it is. Perfect.
Spike planted.
Thank you, observers. Navi look a little lost in the source here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they do. I mean, not to take anything away from Liquid. They're playing the map really, really well. They know what space they have, what they don't, and where to shift the focus in the mid round. Navi don't have a lot of options, to be honest with you. We're just not seeing somebody
round này thì cả hai bên đều thành công. Đến đoạn đầu round này sẽ lên là 11 anh em ạ. Còn nếu như mà không thì khả năng cao sẽ là 8-3. Đây là có ăn round này không đây? La vào Kamo anh ta. Các bạn yếu được Rusik rồi thôi xong. Để nát bắt thành công một cái đầu của Alexi. Thì lùng cứu Kamo thậm chí là còn bắn chết cả Rusik luôn. Biết cả 3 người cùng ở B-main nào nhám góc rộng hero đổi được vào cái đầu của Kamo. Tất cả một hero tẩy nát nhá lên có cho mình cái đầu ở Asian One. Sao trade lại được này 1v2. Cái Spy bị kẹt lại. Smoke lên sao. Anh ta nhặt quả Spy. Anh ta đang lùi về anh ta. Bài toán tham minh đến từ vị trí của Party Tech rồi. Có vẻ là Party Tech biết anh ta đang lùi ngược về qua trái smoke này. Kịch bản quá anh em ơi. 9-1 xong lỏng tay 13. Thật là anh em ơi, đừng trốn nhá. Navi ơi, ai nha. Keiko liệu Keiko biết không? Keiko có biết không? Hình như là Keiko biết. Keiko hình như lộ đầu súng. Hình như quả đấy anh ta lộ đầu súng anh em ạ. Quả đấy như lộ đầu súng thật, Scan lên. Không biết quả đấy có lộ đầu súng nhỉ? Hình như là lộ mà. Lộ. Sao nó biết này? Xong rồi. Quả đấy lộ. Trời ơi.
short side approach back towards A off the back of the dart when he was getting the
Sở
plant.
mốc
Now
dùng đúng
Pantek
rồi, sở mốc dùng nó để nó lấy thành quả spy anh em ạ.
10 seconds on it.
might have
Nào
seen a
tham
big
minh.
He
Ui
absolutely
rồi ôi, bắn
has.
yếu được
Shao
sao rồi,
with
20
a
máu,
brilliant
8-2.
round. Finding 4 there to
Khổ
finally get a
thế.
second round for Navi.
And a Red Bull clutch, Lauren. Get them
Nào
potentially
đi quick bắn tử tế dù nào,
back in the
20
game.
cap của anh em tôi. Đi quick ơi.
We need to close out 8-4 here if there's
20
any
cap của anh em tôi,
hopes
đi
of
quick có thể giúp
recovery
anh em tôi được không?
in the bigger picture.
Crazy timing on A.
Bro.
Bro.
Còn SV Party Tech.
Yeah, Kiko's right. I mean, it's half a second either way.
Nhưng mà
Kiko
công nhận là
catches him there.
quả smoke kia ngu thật ấy mà, quả smoke kia ngu thật.
Smoke
kia quá lom giom luôn đấy.
Maybe wouldn't have considered so quickly. But it was a brief moment of respite. We get back to business here.
Quả smoke kia thực sự quá là lom giom luôn.
Isn't really stopping. All eyes turn towards the man towards elbow. Do they consider Pantek? They should. Fighting hard for this space on A.
Posturing up so deep. Flash out of the smoke to force Navi even deeper.
Pro Player 2025, 84 first half.
On the back of that though, that's where you want to see Navi capitalize somewhere else on the map, and we just haven't seen it.
12 đều đẹp, đừng là 93.
And it's not black and white, but there's 3 bodies here in mid that potentially could have made moves there.
I like this adjustment, even though Nats is set up right, that deeper trip as well. Still going to have the one towards market because it hadn't been cleared too often.
I mean, they're putting B site up on a platter for Navi.
Yep, just check if the cam sees nothing. Now he's around that.
Duration này.
And the expectation out for the break of the trip too. Good information, but it will be now postured for a retake.
Alexi 85 máu, anh ta đang kẹp chéo lại. Rồi phải vào sai clear luôn. Tầm này cả 5 thành viên bên phía team Liquid đang bài đánh retake về cùng với nhau. Bật lên từ chưa sao rồi. Người ta bắn tính vào người cây mô một phát.
Flash in, Angel trying to stick around here, stand his ground here. Alexi on the side, tracks to clear. Angel and Hero. Good synergy on that.
Thôi xong rồi.
Through from market and picking their poison, but Nats.
Phải nát đổi lại được Agent One. 2v3.
Pantek get involved in this. No paranoia to play with, but 2 smokes. Hero still on the site here, trying to play between them. Nats takes the attention and goes down for it. Pantek unable to play out from this in the time, looking like it's going to be dwindling away, and it is. Navi getting their 3rd now.
So if we can get back to 4, I mean, nothing short of a miracle considering how this half has at least felt. Outside looking in. Kiko toying with the idea of an op here. This time around, I mean, the initial aggression not rewarded, but all this free space manipulated by Navi.
Okay, 8-3.
This goes here.
And they're just not giving up this 4-1, are they? Yeah, they've pulled Chow across towards this now to kind of have to be the player to, you know, show some presence on B, remove the trip. Shock dart goes in. It does cause a reaction.
At least we believe there's still question marks from Navi about how Liquid is setting up in the early round.
Khả năng nãy giờ
Oh, so quickly cleared. And they get away scot-free. Where's the trade on that?
Nào, đẩy lên từ vị trí Hero.
I'd be fuming. Calmer than I am. You've deserved it.
It's made progress to an extent.
Phải anh ta muốn mò về thôi xong rồi Rosic. Còn cho mình cái mạng của Kemo rồi.
Tagged up on the other side of things, Rooksick. Tucked in again, Trex.
Đổi được vào cái đầu của Trex này. Ui, ở đây thì Rosic có cho mình cái đầu của Nas luôn. Và cây khô đã làm đôi double kill, anh ta lại về 2v2 rồi.
I think Angel's lived around this spot for a year at this point, but he's slowly walking towards that A side. They have got the right place here.
I mean, Patty commits towards the TP here. Fortunate timing. Kiko. Patty once more. Last 2 standing here for Liquid in round 12 against Angel and Shao. Ancient duo. I don't mean age-wise.
Agent One hạ giải spy xuống. Ôi, ăn quả nét này. Agent One đã phải bật cho mình ulti. Ôi, hay. Cả cái animation của cái ulti của con KO bị hold lại một nhịp anh em ạ. Ngon luôn. Rồi Agent One bị làm lại và nhớ 1v2 nhá. Vẫn là 1v2 nhá, bắn tử tế nào, bắn tử tế nào. Nào. Tử tế. Rồi, đục làm sao được, cái thùng này thì đục làm sao được. Ông nào dậy đặt quả bom thế này, ông nào dậy đặt quả bom đây. Ông nào dậy đặt quả bom đây, khai mau. Rồi tên lửa hạ màn, cây cô có cho mình cái mạng một sao luôn. Ông ấy dần one nhá, bắt quả tang ông ấy dần one đặt quả bom để giết chết ông nội ông ấy dần one nhá. 93 không thắng lục nhà các em vàng. Chuẩn rồi anh em ơi. Sao lại thắng lục là sao hả? Thái ơi, sao lại là Vi thắng lục à? Không được. Liquid phải thắng lục. Mấy anh em đang đi Liquid trừ anh còn làm thắng lục chứ đi. Thế chết rồi mấy anh em ạ. Kibo thằng nào? Theo giờ liêm rồi, Kibo thằng nào anh em nhỉ? Kibo thằng nào? À cây cô chứ. Cái cô theo giờ liêm mà. Liêm 2 hon dài. Over 18/5.
The coaching staff this year is very good.
Em theo over. Em nghĩ là game này, map này theo trường
nó hơn. Work behind the scenes for us to make it easier for us. And for me, I think that I'm working a lot more efficiently and smarter than last year. I think last year was a big learning experience from tier 1 to tier 2, and I think it was just an experience thing. I think it would prove to us that we're actually the best in the region, finally. I think that we come close in the first one, and we just had a little bit of, I would say, a little bit of a learning process since then, and not even making it to the finals this time. When we qualified to Toronto was a bit disappointing for us. So I think that winning split 2 would, I think, prove to us that finally the best.
Base card never declining at the end of that. Damn, his servant looks
powerful.
Yeah, nice goal.
No?
I feel like you worked on that.
Vertical stream?
Don't bring it up.
Are we still just not acknowledging the vertical stream exists?
Correct. Because people have started to look at it more.
Yes.
Which is awful news for us.
Yeah.
Vì cục 7/5 đủ dã man thật.
Really.
Vì cục 7/5 mà dã man đấy.
Vertical stream.
Mọi người cho em tí.
Third highest assist per round in EMEA.
I mean, yeah, all things considered, with some of the rough performances we've seen initially, still value found by Trex. I expect to see a little different pace here from Liquid on the attack.
I tend to agree with you, and it looks very direct in approach, doesn't it? That B sign will be challenged first. A lot of pressure here. Posturing, but they don't really have a back out plan either, so it is going to be, I imagine, a goer. There's the TP. Smoke, lovely positioning just to cover him off. But
not pinged actually on the dart.
No, but Navi are very nearby. This might get messy here.
A little awkward if no kill comes either way.
Up there it is. You jinxed it, Michael. A 2-to-1 trade out. Camo going down. Ooh, Kiko again, man.
They could baiting them into these peaks.
Yeah, that blue steel working well. Angel, what you got? Sheriff and a frenzy for Ruxic. Come on, Angel, hit some mad ones.
The penny. Yeah. Took a moment to drop there, but Liquid on the cleanup. Find double digits with the pistol. And able to wait out some of that util long enough in main, and in that second smoke just catching the lineup. Yeah. Yeah, they could, I mean, play this really, really well in terms of playing out that first.
Wow, Angel killing me like this, bro. Great.
If I say it, it's a problem.
Yeah.
But
Hiko said now, so we can just repeat it non-stop.
What he said. Oh, there we go, off to the races. Pacey, again, the only slight variation to this is they do have a man towards middle. It's going to be Nats. Maybe tempering the pace just a touch, but it's Camo on the opener. Palatech with the follow-up, and none of these Sheriffs finding their man. Nats that one did. All right, Ruxic. Singing your praises at the start of the day. More of those, and we're on board. By now, the site is swarmed by Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Ok anh em ơi,
Tough
đang
for Navi to find a way back in
có
here.
tí dự tính anh em ạ, đang
Rooksix
có tí
found
dự tính
an
là
upgrade
sẽ
of
làm
sorts,
Defense
but
và Blitz 3. Nhưng mà mai thì méo có lịch làm
free
anh em ơi.
rifles here for Liquid.
Mai thì méo có lịch làm anh em ạ, Tết mới tải
Certainly
chứ.
doesn't swing the odds in their
Cúp
favor
cái
a man
over rồi
down either.
ăn được cái round ăn được cái round piston anh em ơi.
He's locked in on
comfy
this.
here,
Yeah, he's
Cảm
like,
ơn ơn.
yes, I've been here before, but
Tactic bắn sớ rồi.
Better gun wins.
Nào
But the problem is
3v3
that
cẩn
playing
thận
that
nào.
game, Liquid now start winning. Rifles
Bắt được vào đầu
galore, but
Lucy
not
ngon.
by a little Navi trying to be threatening.
I think probably just trying to keep them interested.
Yeah.
Rồi
Certainly
Keiko,
are. Camo
rồi
farming
triple
it up
kill luôn
though.
Keiko người con
Yeah,
cái mặt cuối
clear
cùng của
enough
Lucy.
stuff here. 11
Okay,
rounds to
11
Liquid.
round.
Looking solid on their map choice.
We will get a chance. Oh well, a chance potentially. Lot rides on round 15 here.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Rifles across the board, sure, no real ultimates on the brink. Kiko 21 and 6 though. I mean,
Horrible to face, isn't it? It's well, he's just winning most of these fights here.
is this a get him out of jail discussion? He's not in Smoke's jail.
No, he's not. Cutting through. He's all line. Set up this guy a little bit deeper on these
Thằng
trips.
pha đi check đừng có dở trứng nha ha.
Go,
Không giống dở trứng lắm.
go, second man in, takes the fight, takes the corner, and takes the life of Xiao. Good trade from Angel, but the cross being watched. That's with a hanging headshot on Ruxik. Now the two players on CT trying to take that back pillar space, but as comfortable as they'd hope here.
Spike planted.
Angel the one slightly further ahead on this.
Ơ,
Mind
không
that
định Huy
Alexi
đâu
is
nhỉ?
still
Huy nhắn trong nhóm
far down middle. Hero this time, peekaboo, hello.
Nào Hero
It's
có cho
Camo
mình cái đầu
gone,
cây
need
mô
Angel
rồi
now
thì
to
bên
get
này
involved
sao
in
đây?
this. And he does. Nice spacing and good timing.
Làm lại luôn ôi.
And that's pretty far off,
Ba
can't
thầy
handle the
bị
knife,
phát
can't
hiện rồi,
deny
thầy
it, so they
Nam
know
ơi.
where he is.
The fuck, bắn qua smoke luôn.
Fine for the defuse as well.
11-4,
Give him his ultimate.
Navi.
That's what you get, Kiko, for being mean.
Yeah,
He gets
Căng
4.
nhọc.
done it again.
Đấy, đừng có dở trứng. Ai
Hatzik actually caught in smokes.
vừa
I
mới
didn't
nói
see that.
xong thì bắt đầu dở trứng
Another
rồi đấy.
POV here, but saving for
Bắn cẩn thận hộ cái, các ông tướng ơi, không trời ơi, công con ơi.
Look what you did.
Mấy ông
That's
tĩnh
all
con ơi,
on
bắn
you.
cẩn thận hộ cái nào.
Pumped up.
the angel slander is
Trời
real.
ơi.
Look. Trying his best, man.
Kiko one away from a showstopper. Still going to see investment here from Liquid. Want to just give out completely.
Great aim from Navi. This is a bit bold, isn't it, to go for this? But a 1-for-1 trade out. Who's lost? Ruxik for Navi and Camo for Liquid.
I mean, Angel a little off
13-6 đi nào,
crosshair
có một kịch
placement
bản nào
there.
cả
Could have
em.
been rewarded. Hero.
Hero có cho mình cái đầu của thầy nát rồi, nhưng mà
mid.
Rusick phải ẩm lại. Nào, Party Tech
Man
cẩn
advantage
thận,
here
Party
for
Tech ơi.
Navi early on.
Bên cạnh Asian
round
One, bên
16.
cạnh là Asian One, bên cạnh là Asian. Rồi, hay, Party Tech, hay,
Found Angel as well.
hay.
Kiko does have the showstopper.
Nó chả một gần này. Biết phải chắc
This is
của
still a
dã
tough
quỷ.
side to take.
Tên lửa
Even
hạ
with the
màn
showstopper,
rồi,
it does
chúng
take
Hero
down
luôn.
Hero.
Bắt quỷ phải phá, bắt quỷ
Xiao,
không
he's
phá, bắt
just
quỷ
screwed
luôn.
by this.
Sao bị bắt tham minh.
Yeah, just
Ai,
overwhelmed.
Navi flank 1v3
Alexis had a
Ơi,
quiet
anh ta
game,
slide vào,
4-14.
anh ta bắn chớ. Anh ta bắn chớ
Doesn't get
sách
better
lên
here.
bản đồ này, và đây là
Drake's
12
happy with that one, though.
Ui,
That feel pretty nice.
Yes,
That pops him up to 12 as well. One away from
phải là như
closing
vậy
the
chứ,
series
phải là
out.
như vậy chứ.
30's not looking pretty at all for Navi. I think here, looking to get... Oh no. Looking to maybe prevent Liquid from setting up these Yoru TPs to backside and dealing with some of the util potentially on the choke, but
Thôi thì hơi đen anh Mậu ạ.
risky business against
Nhiều lúc anh
scoreline.
mình vào cái dớp đen
Can't
thì
really
anh
fault
mình
it in
dừng
that
lại.
regard.
Em Tú biết là em Tú vào cái dớp đen
Free
rồi.
ults to invest here for Navi.
Healing anh em ạ.
Ruxik,
Có
Angel
thể là
and Hero.
healing cả cái game 1 của
Only
cặp
3
Bola
rifles
sau
this
đấy.
time
Bao
around.
giờ
Alexi,
các thứ nó ổn định ok đã thì
value
tiếp
here.
thôi ạ.
Not just the kill, but also a weapon.
Camo's going to be taking the space with the ult.
Trex has got his ult here as well.
Maybe just wanted to take the space as best he could, but he could have bought his time a little bit longer. Regardless now, the site getting threatened by Liquid. Spike's still in the hands of Trex here, but Kiko in the meantime fighting for the security of CT. Hero wants to follow, but Liquid brawl their way to 13. A clear-cut affair in the end.
Looking very comfortable here on Sunset.
Ok, chúc mừng nhau nào,
As
hãy
well.
đã về nha. Chưa buồn anh Mẩu nha, anh Mẩu ơi.
Scratching the surface on the first half, meant that they could just approach the second. Hyper aggressive. Little respect to some of the defensive setups from Navi, but Kiko having a standout performance here. 24-7 on the second map.
Stellar performance from Kiko, really coming alive. And we kind of check back in on those points we began with as well. Trex looking very good so far today. I think he's looking more blended now.
Certainly looking way more comfortable overall.
Yep. And again, you can only imagine how much this bolsters this roster down the line. Every map rep, every game, every time they play, that strength continues. This looks good for them. They've already proved now Corrode is very much in their wheelhouse.
Yeah.
It looks solid for them. Sunset, safe as houses. This is a scary team. Again, we look at Liquid as one towards the top end, though. So it's a fair assessment to see them in this strong form.
Yeah, for sure. I don't even actually, I think with Trex coming into this roster, I'm not even seeing them really close to where the potential is now.
Nope.
So certainly exciting to see them progress through stage 2 going forwards.
And on the other side, Navi, look, I think we got to test their Corrode a bit.
Yeah, it's a rough series to watch back.
But yeah, I think learning lessons are there. You know, you're able to get away with it a little bit earlier on, up against previous opponents. Now, okay, we've hit a limit, time to try and adapt a bit further.
Sure, whether or not we get the chance to see the second iteration potentially of Corrode for them. Any variation going forwards. Yeah, and even actually, we've been talking kind of map pool and Corrode coming into this. I think actually this is a bigger win for Liquid to actually show out. Again, opponent picks into us, but we'll have to see if they lean into it at all.
Spot on. So we're going to hand it over towards Draco, standing by with Kiko.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypoc. I am joined by the victorious Kiko. Berlin, give it up. Come on. Give me some love. Give it the love. It's well deserved. Look, 24-7. Yeah. This was a popping game, and the analyst desk was curious to know because everyone loves clickbait content and tier lists. Are we putting you in the smoker tier list? Are we putting you in the duelist tier list? Like, where do you go? Where do you live these days?
I don't know, to be honest. I'm playing everything. I don't know. I think duelists are the most fun. Smokes is, also fun. I think that they're both very aggressive roles with the Omen. So it was like, it's pretty fun playing both. And yeah, it's nice.
So far, we have 2 in the smokes plus raise category. It'll be you and Jing. So maybe you can contest him for #1 as we go further. I want to ask about Corrode. The casters were talking about it. Look, it wasn't your pick. We got to see you guys play on it. It looked pretty fantastic. How do you feel about the new map? How do you feel about TL's read on the map overall?
It's an interesting map. I think that we're reading it well, and I think it's just the first official we played on it, so it was a little bit jittery. But other than that, I think we're pretty good on it, and I think we're happy to play it if anyone picks it. So
I don't want you to give away any strats, but do you have any personal philosophies or anything that you really like doing on the map, or something that you think that you guys are doing particularly well?
I think Omen's pretty fun on the map just because you can TP into their spawn, TP heaven, TP anywhere, and it's just they can't hear it on stage, so it's pretty fun. And yeah, I think the map's definitely interesting. Definitely for smokes anyways.
I like taking advantage of the white noise. It's very clever. Nefarious, but very, very clever. The other thing I want to talk about is champs. Look, you guys are super close to essentially locking automatically. We heard in an interview that we saw on stream, you still really want to win domestically. What is the focus for TL in the coming weeks, knowing that, hey, if you get enough points, you could technically drop a game or 2. It wouldn't matter. But obviously, I know there's a lot of pride on the line when it comes to winning the region.
Definitely we want to win this time. I think we came super close, and with the new player Trex, I think he's a beast, so I think it's going to make it easy for us to make it to finals hopefully this time. And our goal is champ still, always.
Of course, makes a ton of sense. Last question, Patatek is waiting on the other side of this break, sitting by with me and Kakuka. Any message to him? How would you rate his performance today?
Great performance today, Patrick. Nice flashes. Yeah, everything was amazing.
Okay, last quick question.
Yes.
You seemed very salty about Angel killing you. Do you want to elaborate, or do you want to leave that on the stage?
I don't know. He's a beast. Every time he wide swings me, he's always killing me on the Sunset map. I don't know. Everyone else was fine to kill, but Angel, he's a beast.
He's just built diffy, folks. That is what it is. Our next match coming up. We're going to go ahead and do a quick break. When we return, Gentle Mates, we'll see what they can do up against the Titans of Team Heretics.
Patrick, could you speak one more time for me, my kind sir? Of course, Gio. I'm speaking right now. Let's do a quick 2-0 so I can hop on League.
You sound amazing. Beautiful, clear, everything. Wow, I'm so excited to play today.
You were not excited last time, or why?
Because team was in shambles.
And what is it better now?
We'll see the result today. Let's see.
Welcome back, everybody. Clean 2-0 for Team Liquid. Kakuka here, joined by Mini and our one and only Patitek. How are you, Patrick?
Hello, good. And you?
Yeah, I'm very good. How are you, Mini?
I'm good, yeah. I just was noting how positive he sounded, and I was like, I wish I was that happy, you know?
After a 2-0, you would also be happy, like this.
Do you not remember those times, Mini?
No, not really. I was still depressed about the mistakes we were making, I think, during the game, you know what I mean? But I looked clean today, not many mistakes.
Yeah, actually clean.
Kiko also said that, you know, good flashes, good performance from you. He said
My Geo will always hype me up. I mean, Geo is Geo. He's always dropping 1.5 KD every game. It's usual for him.
Do you think he's better at duelist or smokes?
I think both. I think he's equal.
No, you have to pick. You cannot say both. You have to pick.
I have to pick?
Yes.
I think he's a better controller player.
Oh, that's surprising. Okay, we have in the back here the two compositions that you played today. One point that I made on the desk that I think is very important. You're one of the teams that coming out of the break, even though you have a new player, you have shown the 3 new maps. So you've shown the Bind, the Sunset, and more importantly, Corrode, and you're looking pretty fierce on it. Was that a goal coming into stage 3 to have a strong map pool?
Yeah, I think qualifying to not qualifying to AWC was a blessing in disguise, I would say. I don't know if how you say it in English, but I think that's it. We had a lot of time to prepare, but also we had to put tracks into our system, so that also took some time. But yeah, we were always a 4-map team. Now we try to make it probably 6, 7. Let's see. But Corrode, yeah, it was. We are working on it like for a few weeks, I would say.
I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit scared when Split was leaving. It's like, oh my god, where's Team Liquid going to pick now?
When we talk about Corrode, do you think you're the best team on Corrode?
It's hard to say because like every team is testing comps, every team is like trying to figure out how to play the perfect Valorant this map, and for now it's kinda ARAM on mid. It feels like it's ARAM. Some A pressure, some B pressure, but it always comes out to mid fight.
What do you think is strong on the map?
Like strong. I think Fate. I think obviously Fate. I think the roofs, the design of the map makes Fate like a no-brainer, always in comp. I think also Gecko. I think Gecko is really strong with the flashes, with the utility, because you don't need really to go out on site. You just send the wingman, you let divers go, Yoru, Omen, and they do the job for you, and they just play plus plant.
You mentioned the Fade. You obviously mentioned the Gecko because that's what you're playing. We see a lot of comfort, right? Like you have Nats on the Viper. Name a better Viper player. We don't have it. Kiko on the Smokes. But I think it's very important that we go back to Trex because last week we saw him playing a couple of different things and we wanted to see him on the Fade. What has been the process, because you were mentioning it, of adapting him into your system? What do you think has been the most important thing?
I think it was just about figuring out like role-wise, and I think he's the best player on reveals, and I'm the best player on flashes, respectively. And yeah, I think it took some time for us to adjust certain calls, certain comps, how we want to approach certain things, certain situations. But I think we got better at it, and I think with each week we're going to get even better.
So like on Icebox specifically, we saw you, like you switched the comps around, right? You were like Gecko one map and then he was Gecko one map. What was the reason there?
I mean, I think it's just about comfort, honestly. And we wanted to also try new things, but I think it's about comfort. And, you know, our coaches, what they told us to play, we're going to play. No
so with compositions, it's very much the coaches are the ones saying things and you guys are, yes,
I mean,
sir.
We can also chip in and give our, like, opinions, you know, but we just listen to our coaching staff. We have, like, full trust into them, so yeah.
Have you been surprised by some of the performances that we've seen, some of the wins, some of the losses? Who do you think would be, like, do you have someone that you think is underrated as a team or overrated as a team coming into stage 2? I know that you like giving hot takes. I'm just, you know.
Okay, you gave me the ball. I think Giants is underrated right now. I think they're playing really well and they might surprise some teams, but I think they're still not at a level where they would qualify to internationals and be like contender to win it. Overrated, I would say. There's no overrated team. I think Gentlemates.
Okay.
I think they're really overrated.
Ooh. Okay, so you have KC, you have 2 wins now, but you have both Fnatic and KC who are considered also top of your group on the last 2 weeks, right? Mm-hmm. Do you think that is something that plays to you or against you? Like, would you have rather to have the stronger teams at the beginning just because of how good this is looking, like the Crow, the Sunset? Or do you think you can prove people that they've been cheering for the wrong teams?
We can prove that they've been cheering for the wrong teams, and honestly, we don't care who we're gonna play.
Okay.
We're gonna smash, and our goal is to qualify to champions and make a good end on champions. We don't really, I mean, we just trust the process, that's it. We don't even see what we play. I mean, against who we play, we don't really care. I don't care, we just play, and we give our best, and that's it.
Team Heretics is playing next. Do you want to send them a support message?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I don't need to say them. They are after AWC, you know. They are chillish. They are happy, you know. All I'm gonna say is good luck, guys, and you know, I'm always cheering for you. So you know, just go out there and do your job, and that's it.
Well, thank you very much, Patrick, and thank you
so much
for joining us. Another person that actually loves speaking about Team Heretics is Mini, and he prepared this segment. Welcome to Mini's Macro again.
Welcome to Mini's Macro. Today I want to talk about Team Heretics, a team that has high highs and low lows. I'm going to show you some clips where we see the best and worst of Heretics' team play. At their best, Heretics play with confidence and proactivity as a team. This clip I'm going to show you is Heretics on Sunset, defense against BBL, coming out of a BBL timeout. And straight out of this timeout, we see Heretics making a confident read with 4 players towards A and just 1 towards B. So we're going to see Woot set up Miniboo confidently with this KO flash immediately. Miniboo's going to disrespect the Viper Orb and immediately get information that BBL are not A. In this position, usually then the defenders will start to rotate towards B and middle, and that's what we see Heretics do. But they add a layer on top of this. They have 3 top middle, and they're going to pop flash back through middle for information and potential kills. They clear it, they don't get kills, but they get information, and BBL start making noise towards A now, which means that because of the information Heretics have, they can come back towards A. Now we can see Heretics set up for another re-clear. Paranoia comes in, Miniboo comes in, they get nothing. And I want to pause right here. So what I like so far is Heretics have done 3 active things on the map. They initially went towards A, they come back clear middle, and then they have off of that information, they can come back again towards A and re-clear. And I want to also highlight this KO knife. So, Heretics know there's 1 or 2 people on elbow, but this knife here confirms that there's nothing behind it, which means that they know that BBR are likely to fake, and they can stack towards B. And that's what we're going to see Miniboo do. Here, Yampi even throws the Sova ult in as the cherry on top of this fake, but Heretics do not bite at all. We see Miniboo has rotated all the way from A to join his teammates on B. BB are going to group up towards middle and start their B split, but Heretics are ready now with 3 people already on this side of the map. All Heretics need to do now is shoot their guns and they should win this round. So let's see how this plays out. So as we can see, Heretics shot their guns. They should win this round out pretty easily now. They put themselves in a great position this round, 4v2. But this is the thing, Heretics has these high highs and low lows. When they play as a team it's great, but sometimes this overconfidence bites them in the back when they start playing individually. Woot here solo swings, loses. We see Rians and Boo look like they're going to play together at top middle here. Drone out for Boo, but Boo leaves him alone for no reason. And now Rians is dead too. A 4v2 quickly changes into a 2v2. Now, the spoiler here is that Boo and Miniboo actually do close out this round together, but it takes individual brilliance from Miniboo. So my argument is, for Heretics, when they're at their best, they're playing together with proactivity and confidence, but at their worst is when they're playing with proactivity and confidence individually as solo players. This needs to stop from Heretics if they want to go far on their road to Paris and even deeper into Champions.
It was succinct. It was intelligent, I think. It's hard for me to evaluate. Again, not the best of VALORANT, but luckily, I mean, Bea, what did you think?
I think that he's just jealous.
What am I jealous of?
I don't know. I just want to bait you a little bit. I'm sorry.
Not sure what I should say, but I know it should fire a shot.
I agree in some bits. Some of them being that Team Heretics still has this moments where they lose track of what they're doing. They lose track of the advantages that they've gotten, and they overheat. Just because it's a team that rides the momentum a lot, they feel like once they have it, they cannot lose it. And it's like they lack that ability of being like, hey, still not done, still not over.
I will say, though, we go back to that round. Maybe it didn't need to be a 2v2, but they did win the 2v2, and Miniboo...
That's the problem. I think that's what he wants to say. Like, that is the problem. Like, thinking that, oh, but we won the round, and we will not revisit that this happened because we win the round, is what causes the problem.
I'm a big fan of results-based analysis. If we won the round, it was a good round. No one needs to look deeper.
I
I'd be a terrible
Bear
coach.
is just acting as spokesperson for me right now. Exactly what I need.
If I defend my client refuses any and all.
My client Mini would never say that. In fact, yesterday when after Giant X won, I bumped into Pips and I was like, oh my God, Danny, that's great. Like I'm so happy for you. And he said, no, it wasn't good. It was not clean. And I was like, you just won. Like you're doing so well. Like we did not expect that. But
We need to have you as a lawyer. You need to do the To Kill a Mockingbird. I'm just a small country lawyer defending my client. Anyway, Mini Boo won that round, won a lot of other rounds. Let's take a look at some of his best moments, because I think ultimately this is still a guy, yes, you don't want to have to rely on him bringing the heat, but it's good that he can bring it.
Yeah, I think for me the story for Mini Boo is one of inconsistency, I would say. Stage 1, he looked phenomenal, and then he dipped off a little bit, but I'm hoping this is him back, because when Mini Boo is firing, Heretics look phenomenal.
I think it has to do with confidence as well. We spoke to him about it and how, he think he wasn't doing that bad and this and that, but this new Mini Boo, I think that they found the middle ground. I love, and he loves the agents that he's playing, and you can definitely tell that there's some comfort there. And on the other side, last week we saw the debut of one of the players that we were most excited to see in our stage since the first time that we laid eyes on him, and that is Comeback.
Yeah, it was a decent debut. I think his first map was phenomenal. I keep using that word. It was great. He went on that waylay and destroyed. Like, he was sending it. When he switched over to that Neon on those second and third maps, he wasn't quite the comeback that I want. But I think, considering it is his debut, I'm going to give him a bit of a free pass, and hopefully he's warmed up and comfortable now to just do the comeback things.
Now we get to come face-to-face with my least favorite part of Valorant, which is the fact that there's like 50 people named Mini. But the good news is they're not all coaches. One of them is a player who I think we talk about Comeback, the Neon wasn't as good. We're talking about a player who's picking up that slack, who's making it look good in the server. It is Mini, but it does feel like this guy has a bit of an unfair burden put on his shoulders. Is it fair to say that the team is just asking too much from this man?
I think that you could definitely tell by the end of map number 3, right? Like, Gentleman's had so many opportunities to close last week's match against Foot. 6 of them, actually. And it was actually in those post plans where they started losing the threat. And in my head, there's only so many things that this Mini can do.
Yeah, he's fragging, he's IGLing, and he's hyping up the team. I think in those moments where the team is not looking as good and throwing things away a little bit, someone else in the team needs to step up and be that emotional leader. And I think Kamek is the player that can do that. I've watched him in his debuts and he was fired up and ready, but I'm not seeing that version of Kamek in this team, I don't think.
Also, at the beginning of the year, we had Robbie BK, and it was like, yeah, no, it's like, he was bringing it a lot. And we felt that with Mini being put as an IGL, how smart of a player he is, how he's always been delivering, that we would not feel the lack of Robbie BK. But I think that especially on the vibes, it is noticeable. We need someone to go crazy for Mini, to be thankful during the rounds.
Yeah. They can't be doing what we're doing up here, where we just bully this guy every segment. We need someone to be hyping up their Mini, gassing him up. Mini, you're great. Don't worry, brother. You've won 1 million championships. What do we know? You're the GOAT.
Well, that's the thing. Like, it's kind of fun to be in this position. You know what I mean? I quite like it.
I think it's because, do you know that we always have this this kind of thing against him because he speaks very highly of himself.
Yeah, it's true.
As the best coach,
to be fair, it's pretty
easy. As the best scouter in the game, which, to be fair,
it was a segment.
He probably, you think it. You just used the fact that it was a segment. But no, he knows that we think that way.
I oscillate between
we need to
extreme
keep
ego.
him on the ground. He's already very close to it, but we need
I oscillate between that extreme ego and then just humble. Like, I don't know
how do we get other Mini on stage mates Mini that extreme ego? We talk about emotional leadership. Do we have an example? You've led players. You've listened to comms. You both have. Is it just gassing them up? You're just like, you're the GOAT every time they get a headshot?
I don't think he needs ego. Like, his job as the leader is to the opposite.
He needs someone else.
He just needs someone else to fire up the team when he can't do it. As an IGL, you can't do everything. You got to think too much about the rounds. And so when things are going badly, you're thinking about how do we solve these problems, not how do I hype up the team. And so someone else needs to step in when Mini's too distracted by the strategy to just lift up the players.
I'm just trying to understand what that lift up looks like. I just need Mini to shout for me, Like, what do you want?
We need some yampy barking on the stage.
Yeah, like, this is like...
I think Bear does a very good yampy bark.
Don't make me do it. It's absolutely terrible. I'm not going to do it because...
It was good.
No, it wasn't.
Yes,
You said it yourself that it wasn't.
I just think for me as a new person, it's really hard to understand.
Okay, it's
what
like
you're supposed to.
It's like a. Whoa. That's it. Yeah, that's it. That is.
I understand it. Valorant emotional leadership is so clear to me now. Thank you.
You could take that back to League. Just say, you just bark.
Just bark.
Yeah.
That's going to be my number point. Week 1, LEC, just
1.
bark. I'll do 3 things. I'll jump on a thing. I'll have an umbrella. Look, we're moments away now from walk-ons. It's time to meet our teams. Gentlemates versus Team Heretics. I had 5 seconds left, guys. I'm sorry. Here we are getting into our second match of the day. Gentlemates, we heard from Patatech before. Feels like they're overrated on opposite side. Team Heretics frontrunners on the road to Paris.
Ooh.
But if there's anything we've learned, we're ready for our expectations.
Okay.
Upset to be surprised, and already I was dreading another day of Icebox. We're not going to see it today. Corrode, Ascent, fine.
2 out of 2. These teams heard Lauren and they were like, no, Lauren, that ain't happening. We're going to play a lot of Corrode. We're going to prove you wrong. It's interesting because on the first week, Team Heretics banned Bind and they left Corrode open. It was actually BBL that banned it. So they are willing to leave it open and willing to explore there, Mini.
Yeah, and Gentlemates, I believe, banned Corrode first week. So this is almost like a trap.
I think that they, yeah. And Team Heretics going on to pick the Ascent, the history for you to understand, Dracos, they banned Ascent for the longest time. So this is also like another curveball. I think that going into the second week after the break and still trying to surprise your opponent when you still have so many cards unshown, especially for the side of Gentlemates, could be an angle that could.
Yeah, very surprising they're not picking Haven. Like, Heretics are the best team in the world. Haven,
would you say there's a lot of team? Like, would you say that is something that Mates could have predicted?
Of course, but when you're Heretics and you know you're the best, sometimes it's just best to go to that.
Does it just speak to experimentation, expanding a map pool, or at least presenting perhaps a more expanded map pool to make other teams you play in the future have a bit of a harder time sussing out what exactly you want to prioritize?
I do think Heretics are one of the teams that does think a lot about the preparation from the opponent, and they'll purposely practice in a way where this week they knew Ascent was going to be their pick, and they just went, this week we're just going to look at Ascent. And so they're very good in that way. The coaches are very mindful of the ways to prepare for the week in advance and the map detail. So I quite like it.
I personally really like the Ascent with the way that they play with the double duelist. I think that having the Jet and the Euro, the way they play, the way they swap around with like having putting the operator here and there, and also having I don't know, like it's not like Ascent is not like the difficult map. You know, I don't think that is going to be the game changer. If they want to have a new home ground, I think that Ascent could be that for them.
Yeah, they've been very good on Ascent since they swapped to that double duelist. So yeah, I have no qualms about Ascent. It's just strange to not see the Haven.
Okay, but what do we expect on Corrode? Serious question. Like, do we expect Team Heretics
double
to
duelist.
run the double duelist?
Yeah.
Right, but what about the rest? Would you like Riens on Fade would be like an obvious one? Boo on the Omen? We see maybe some Viper?
I think Phoenix probably pretty good choice.
Well, Benji can go on the Viper. They can play. So I think that, you know, if we follow what Mini would absolutely love, I think, as his lawyer, I would say, is Boo and Omen, Benji on Viper, Riens on Fade, then Mini Boo on Yoru, and what is it that you wanted to with your Waylay?
Yeah.
Which one Waylay?
Yeah, if they pull the Waylay out, then I'm going to be locked in.
You go back in time and delete that segment.
Delete what segment?
The minis macro. You cannot call them out because you love what they're doing.
What?
True.
Their team coordination can still be bad, even if he likes their
Doesn't matter.
agents.
Thank you, Draco.
Yes, say retribution.
Thank
Oh
you,
my
lawyer
God,
Draco.
Woods, what are you doing? I saw that. No. Yes.
Oh,
my God.
Wait.
Okay,
yeah, I'm
close
happy.
enough. Close enough. I will take it.
I'm
What
happy.
the hell?
So, okay.
I am leaving this building. On everything that I have in my life, I
Are
had
you
zero
psychic?
idea. I had zero idea that this was happening.
Are you psychic?
I had zero idea this was happening. Man, I have to go. I have to go back to buy some laundry.
I thought Heretics were feeling hot after winning the UWC, but I think this pale in comparison to you with the 5 for 5 perfect predict.
Yeah, so Waylay, Yoru, there's going to be a lot of combinations here that I'm looking out for. The Yoru can set up the Waylay, and the Waylay can set up the Yoru on this defense side and attack side. So maybe something we'll come back to in the post-match.
Definitely something that I'm excited and looking forward to, but I would like to briefly speak to our casters, because I have to apologize to Cairo. There were clothes on a rack that I thought were for me. So if you like my outfit, credit to Cairo. If you don't like what Cairo's wearing, that's my fault. I just actually came to VCT and robbed this man. So of course we'll focus up, we'll get ready for the game, but Cairo, I'm so sorry, brother.
I'll leave it with you, mate. Hey, listen, I just know that Dracos has a good stylist. That's that at the end of the day. But Gentlemates and Heretics, Corrode first map, what are we seeing?
Well, I think it's exciting to see Heretics playing Corrode, a top 2 team within the region, opting into showing us a little bit more of their map pool, right? And look, with the pick in the first series that we saw today as well, maybe EMEA, we're starting to embrace the new map a little bit more, which is what you want to see heading into Champs.
Yeah, Pansy's call to action seems to have worked. It worked, but as well as that, we look towards the double duelist and double controller. Me and you were actually talking about this earlier in terms of agent compositions and what would be good on this map. And well, for this excites me entirely. And Team Heretics versus Gentlemates does as well. We all know Gentlemates and the lifeline that they're trying to create for themselves to stay in VCT EMEA, whereas Team Heretics, they're trying to go for a flawless run in this group, especially after beating BBL last week.
Saw it there on the screens as well. The pick rate now up to 15%, which is on par with the other regions. Getting a little bit more Viper is nice as well. A double smoke set up towards mid means that Mini is already a deep embed, and they fail to clear him. But Kajin support, and with that, Gentlemates have 3 kills to open this first pistol round on their defender's side.
And they have control of Spike. This is brilliant. How does Heretics even begin to get this back?
Going through re-ends, it's a deep clear left side, double stack to follow it up as well. Gets spotted, and there is Vikaj. The next kill, next pick up on his hit list, and it's only Miniboo left. So, well, he finds a way to figure out how to win this 1 versus 5. I think it's important that we go back to what we were talking about before. Heretics and their history with the new map coming in the run-in towards Champs. You think of last year making it to the grand final, Abyss ultimately what settled their fate. I think it's important early on to open up that discussion. And just sort of see where's the head at with Corrode. They only played it once domestically, as you can see here. It's not the best start with an in-zone for Gentlemates.
Yeah, it's not. And I think as well, to go even further about the history of Heretics and their group stage as well, they're currently 13 games in a row on a win streak in groups. And on top of that, if we think towards this year as a whole, the only teams that they've ever lost to are teams who have gone to an international event.
Is true. Looking at the matchup though, it's Gentlemates that they faced, and every time they've gone against each other in VCT so far, we've been guaranteed 3 maps. So maybe we get a taste of Bind as well. Of course, that another map which we have not seen since the Champs Grand Final last year. We're focusing on the present. 3 rifles behind this defender's side as Miniboo has picked up the first of the orbs, and the second is there for the taking. It's lighter towards the B site. But that's the coverage that you get with the Viper, and you can see the Thorn lineups as well from Mini. The Orb lineup towards A. You need to bleed as much of that utility as possible before you make an execute if you're Heretics, and of course this round is just trying to get closer towards that dimensional drift by the time we reach Gentlemates bonus.
It's a bit of a weird one for me as well, seeing comeback on a Marshall rather than Outlaw. It feels on the amount of games that we casted of him, he was always picking up, was either an Outlaw or an Operator, and that's going to do well for this map because you'll get on a line and be able to shift Gentlemates over towards a heavier side of the map, and that's exactly what's happening here. You look towards the defence, they're starting to move through mid, clear that out in the mid round, and well, with a player seen through A main, you see Prox put on notice, he's found Benji, and the rest should be easy enough, combining with Kamek and Mini. Heretics have no way into this A side.
Completely splitting the execution as well. It was rigged from the start, another in-zone flawless for Gentlemates. And not a single point of damage taken in the process, so there is some serious potential for upgrades here, and already you can see 2 Vandals brought up.
That's going to be a dangerous buy that Team Heretics will need to be careful of, especially when we look towards this next round, the bonus round.
And I think that's something to keep in mind, right? Gentlemates aren't an empty threat, there are no free wins. We saw Heretics and BBL go blow for blow over 3 maps to a decider. Close opener, but one which Heretics, felt happy with result-wise in the end. Against a Gentlemates side who will feel hard done by after how they performed against Foot, and into the first rifle round.
Toxin screen down.
See Benji's Viper now trying to influence the play a little bit. Which cuts off elbow side, forces Mini to take a more aggressive line, but there is no player to have pushed through either side of the Viper utility just yet.
Vẫn đang kề theo mình thôi, nhưng mà vẫn là chỉ ở kề theo mình thôi.
Haven't put a smoke down, they finally do. That's them going to be able to scale up, and there's absolutely no audibles whatsoever for Gentlemates to react off of. So in terms of information, they're at a deficit.
I got the spike.
Spike now starting to make its way over towards B, as you can see Heretics grouping up in this area. Those thorns I was talking about before, placed by Mini, will have value as the round drags on. They can stall out this push. There's no second layer. Benji arriving in the area of mid soon, but does he turn it into a lurk? There's not going to be much time to make this one work if you're Heretics.
Time to jump.
Only 2 players here, nobody close. I mean, comeback all the way over towards A. They're heavier on the other side of the map, but the delay is good here.
Fantastic. The 20-second mark, and only just now a Heretic starting to breach the choke and get into the site. Vekash playing around the back, and with the Guardian in hand, he lands the first shot. Quick trade out, in effect on Kamek, but Vekash will not stop. He's got himself a quad. Sharp shooting from the Frenchman. Gentlemates yet to drop a round.
Yet to drop a round, and Heretics yet to even have a response. And these, I mean, yeah, you get like one in this round, maybe 2, but apart from that, it's a complete Gentlemates washout at the minute. And it's not been convincing. There's no sort of life for Heretics in these rounds.
And for Gentlemates, as much as we're saying Heretics, how do they look on Corrode? This map being strong for them at this stage in the year could be exactly what they need to survive. Looking at the players they have on their team, the roles, and with Kamek picking up Viper now in 40% of his matches, kind of pivoting away from being that main initiator. His comeback does just spot the first of the Heretics players. The double controller is really strong, and if Heretics aren't dealing with that utility early on, they are going to struggle with these late executions.
Spy, but doesn't win out that fight. And well, you look at Heretics in the positions that they've found, they're catching players off left, right, and centre. There's players off screen finding kills of their own. And well, it seems to be easy enough in the end. Gentlemates go and grab their 4th in a row.
That's definitely something to think about in these first couple of maps as well, with them being unknown territory in a sense, heading to Ascent as well. Up next, of course, for Gentlemates, is that I personally see them as, it's a really early timeout from Heretic, as one of the, on average, mechanically best teams that we have in this region. You think of a player like Kamek, for example, Vekash, who's played Duelist before. Comeback coming in as one of the hottest prospects, and Prox, of course, as well, with Mini at the helm, a fragging IGL. With the first break in play. Something to just slow the pace down a little bit, perhaps.
Something that I found interesting out the most recent content released from Heretics, talking about kind of past few games they've been playing in, and the run that they made, obviously, was the fact that like something that they felt they struggled with was energy, right? That they needed to pick up the energy, being supporting one another, and right now when you're like, I know it's only the first 4 rounds of a map, but again it does feel a bit flat from the attack.
Seeing some stats there about Vikaj as well, and as you can see, he was an initiator player before, but we've seen his duelist as well. I was wondering if maybe we would even get the Yoru on this map, because both him and Comeback are very capable at it. But into the gun round, it's Yoru on the other side of the server we've got to talk about right now, Miniboo. They've been building towards this dimensional drift, have Heretics.
Lại gặp chó thôi.
They do look to be just brute forcing their way towards A. Getting through that first stage of the choke has not been too much of a difficulty so far.
Yeah, and I think that's even highlighted through the last round that we saw. It's about the position, though. You look more specifically, Gentlemates, both players being highlighted. Miniboo flashes himself and has to take you out. And Wood's trying to support. He got that space there, or at least confirmed it, kept control of it, and even gets more as Prox is out the game.
Yeah, the double duelists having their way with things on the A site as it opens up. Still mini floating around in elbow. This is a problem. Gentlemates have players in strong positions for the retake.
That they do. I mean, having to retake with a knock, but it is comeback with all the players to do it, so not really doubting him as much, but doubting Gentlemates' chances in this round, certainly considering that Team Heretics now 2 players to the good. Mini finds a gap, looking to make it work. I can't quite grab more than what is needed, and comeback's up. Yeah, has to throw in the white towel. It will be Heretics' first round.
Important it comes right out of the timeout as well. I don't know if it was just a simplistic call from Neil and Weber to say just hit the A site, because especially when you have not just the dimensional drift, but the fake out as well, to be proccing the wall and bleeding this Vice utility, you have to make the most of it. His ults were really key in setting up a lot of rounds against BBL. Something that Heretics are really good at doing is their execution of set pieces. And heading into this next round, there are more ults available. It's the Nightfall this time. Same can be said for Gentlemates, and with that pit in play for Kamik, doesn't look like he's going to deviate his positioning. It's still B that he's strong siding here with Comeback's op this time.
Comeback still hasn't died, even though the last round was lost. That's another thing he's always been good at. He hasn't really got a load of engagements, but as that paranoia comes through, he's still good for a kill. And the players of Heretics, well, they're looking to descend upon this site. Well, they'll finally give Comeback his first death, as well as Kamik is thrown from the board as well. Site in control, and
Prox will just be trying to contain as much space as possible here. Heretics already starting to look towards spawn side. There's a flank coming in with the Nightfall and a full belt of utility for Vikaj.
He's looking to contest Team Heretics' tenure on this B side, but as that clock starts to tick away and not a lot of players hit by that ultimate of the Nightfall, yeah, you can imagine that this would eventually be the decision as Heretics get another round on the board. And well, Gentlemates' defense since the pace kind of switch up, have not been able to live with it.
Yeah, it's just so quick, these executions into the site with Woot, the spearhead as well. The saturate that he has, the slowing AoE ability, I don't know, the hinder, right? Is really, really strong in those kinds of situations. And if you want to talk about comps and kind of going back to that Abyss run-in comment that I made earlier on, they only had one chance to show it off before then playing it 7 times at Champs. And that's going to be the question, you know, are they just trying to experiment a little bit here with Waylay, an agent which historically so far hasn't really seen too much action?
Yeah, I know. I mean, we saw it on the other side as well. The Gentlemates ran on Bind, and that looked impressive.
Last time we saw it from Heretics was on our next map, Ascent. That was one which went pretty poorly for them. Dropped it to Apex. And again, I'm upset. So we move on. The pit's still in play for Kamik as a judge brought out this time. And once more, Heretics incredibly direct.
Just to elude the thorns that was but at the same time, look at the position that Gentlemates are holding on to. It's pretty regressed, and Vikaj, well, he needs to be careful. Blinded the gap to work well, and now it's just up to Benji. And a 1 versus 5 and nowhere near the spike. I think this is just going to be another Gentlemates round.
Derek,
That is one of the problems with going so quickly sometimes.
Chưa biết
If
đâu anh ơi, chưa
Gentlemates
biết
do
đâu
just want
nha.
to react and go for that
Vẫn còn để
rotation,
chết
as
tắt
I
chứ
said,
đùa.
they've
52 M8
clearly
ở
been
đây.
studying, right? You expect that with Mukwanka and JT in the setup as well. There are going to be lineups to make sure that those chokes are stacked. So many angles to clear. It's a gift for the German in the end as Prox finds a few players lined up looking the wrong way.
Nice adaptations as well, playing more reserved, looking to delay as they
Khả
have
năng
been
cao sẽ là
in
Benefici
previous.
đi xếp xuống anh em ạ. Nói chung là tầm này mà vẫn còn đang lang thang ở đây, khả năng cao xếp xuống anh em ơi. 52 M8 nha. Ok, chúc mừng anh em M8 nha anh em ơi.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's difficult to say because it's if someone clears procs, then maybe the round looks a little bit different. I did like the idea from Woot as well to just be sending that hinder right up into the sky. It dropped in a difficult position as well to deal with as comebacks up is posted up here again. Someone who we have followed closely throughout his time in Tier 2, and after the first week, I have to say, pretty disappointed with the performance. Usually you would see his first blood, first death statistics be flipped the opposite way around. It's not too often that you see him struggle like that. But now I have to say, it's interesting that he finally gets this matchup against Wu and Rians. Never played them in challenges during his stead in that stage.
Came late into the Turkish scene in that year.
And he's the poster boy of that next generation of Turkish talent against the two which took that flag to a grand final. First time in many a year.
Champs grand final, that is. Exactly. Well, Gentlemates have very forward control through mid. That's came through many, so there's the long range support all the way at top mid, but it's not going to be really that much helpful, especially if there's a smoke dropped ahead. You know, Team Heretics are going to go and try and clear this out after the wall drops.
Kind of makes you assume that Mini's in the corner. The way that the wall was placed, there was a slight pocket. He gets cleared this time. Heretics will not make the same mistake that they did on the pistol. And this is something we wanted to see from them in the next round. A little bit more mid-control. Start to pressure different areas of the map. That split towards B could be much more effective, but only if Woot holds up his end of the bargain. The spike now solo trying to make its way through, but Miniboo's done his job.
Need to be careful of Kamek up top here.
Looking out from the heavens, and he's going to find Rians as well through the pack. 3-on-3 situation, comeback could be there at a moment's notice with the high gear. The ult invested from Prox means that it's effectively a 3-on-3 when this spike goes down on site.
What does this post plan look like for Heretics though? You look towards where the player's positioning is and it's not the best.
Prox trying to play out.
They're still worried about top mid here.
His teammate in tower, comeback, like you say, as part of this perimeter on spawn side. Only Benji, who's been designated to hold this area, still holding on to a snake bite of his own to try and slow down the pace, but it's the Viper on the other side. 3 from Kamek, and now Benji needs 3 of his own to go one better and clutch it out. The plant is good for his spam, but he cannot deny it. It's Kamek with a quad. And yeah, the defuse just about coming in from comeback at the end.
Feels nice not to be at the other end of the Gentlemates fans, you know, 2023 when we were there in Ascension, but I mean the fans certainly enjoying this spectacle.
Hazard and Cairo's big day out to Ascension 2023.
Oh, no.
After all of those Apex wins. Let's go! Coughing Baby versus Nuclear Bomb. The green suits do tend to make a lot of noise. But here's one for you. Prodigal Son or Sacrificial Lamb? A very costly day out for him.
There.
Quite like ours. In the sense that he was dying a lot first. And sure, that's fine if you can trade him out, but you have to see that value. Gentlemates did really struggle with advantages against Foot, and they could be onto another one here. Boo in the spawn, deleted by Kamek.
Yeah, this is looking pretty easy. And the fact that when the rifle's off the board as well, I mean, right now, Heretics, they're trying to force their way in, and Gentlemates are just forcing them back out.
Bring them down.
Yeah, I mean, this could potentially get scary. couple of kills, keep it close.
I mean, I could potentially win the lottery, but that's not going to happen.
Okay. Well, Woot has the convergent paths, and I fancy his chances more than yours. Kej's Prowler takes quite some time to travel down the rails of the mine shaft and make it towards the site itself. The shots aren't clean, though. They are on the Gentlemate side. That will be number 7 secured, and the advantage on the half, the defender's half.
And that's almost to be expected now when we speak of trends and how this map has been developed. An in-zone flawless for Gentlemates.
Their third so far.
There you go. But yeah, it seems to be a lot more defensive, defender-sided in the way that across all regions. I think what was the stat yesterday? 56%. I mean, that probably will be higher now when we see defenders win out the rounds time and time again. Team Heretics are having to go for another timeout.
And at a scoreline of 7-2 as well. Typically, you wouldn't see both timeouts called in a half unless it was seriously panic stations, but I suppose that is something you've got to do. It's just a week for Brock's comeback in Vekaj on this Gentlemate side. But that's something that we were saying before, you know. This roster is worlds apart from the team which first entered the big leagues at the end of 23.
Yeah, I mean,
and now the face of the final stand is led by Mini.
It'd be crazy as well if we compared the active days in VCT EMEA to that of Heretics. And I mean, they've been together for what feels like the longest time. In fact, I think the longest 5 in the league.
Yeah, it's Team Heretics have been together for 2,816 days by comparison, the core of that team. So there you go. Someone can crunch the numbers and find out how many years that is exactly, but
I think the result is a lot.
Thanks for that. Back to the game. Gentlemates now with a few ultimates. Heretics coming onto a couple of their own. Woot still with the convergent paths. Sitting at the foot of the scoreboard. That's where you sort of begin to question the impact of this selection. I think we saw it yesterday in that game between BBL and GX at the end of the night.
Có 4 đại hữu thôi hả?
Their defender's side was really strong, 9-3 half, first time.
Tú bật mic chưa vậy?
VCT history so far, the team who was leading at the half did not then convert that advantage.
Specifically in Croat.
Alo,
yes.
alo. Ok anh em ơi, bật mic rồi mà anh em ơi. Khả năng cao là cái mic nó chưa thu được vào mồ của em Tú hả anh em ơi. Quay trở lại với hạng một khẩu operator trả lên từ vị trí của comeback. Liệu rằng anh ta có bắt được ai không? Tham minh. Bài toán tham minh. Tường được hạ xuống, nhưng mà smoke vào. Cũng vậy à, tường được hạ xuống, smoke vào thì cũng vậy. Không kéo được luôn. Kéo thật anh Mậu ơi.
Woot was just waiting for Boo to arrive a little bit late there in main so they could actually take the site together. With the spike only just now going down, means that Gentlemates have cleared out most of mid and Benji's here solo.
Yeah, he's even able to get one. So advantage towards Gentlemates, and it gets even better. Those primaries won't be able to be used. It will just have to be pistols. Well, Manipur has his because he TP'd into the site, but it doesn't work out. An advantage in which you are sure the Gentlemates will be able to finish out. Boo trying to play around his own score, and he's only good for one. That is
82/18, cần anh em ơi, cần luôn đấy. Cần quá nhờ.
Getting the fans going. Couple of rounds left, more opportunities for them to settle the score. Familiar faces in the crowd.
Doing a job right now?
Yeah, I don't know. I think Powell's just there to take notes.
Specifically attack side, he's not going to get much notes here.
Well, look, we'll see. The odds are still up. How much deeper does this scrapbook go? We spoke about the Heretic set pieces, something they're so good at. That's one of the reasons why they looked brilliant on Haven before. It's a brawl about to break out in A main. The pits dropped. Choke out the attack for a little bit longer. Still, Gentlemates keeping players inside this, pushing forwards.
There.
I like it though.
Instigating.
Yeah, but the thing is though, I was about to say, you need to be careful, Kamek though. He doesn't even need to double check the positionings. He's cleared everything out.
Sợ bị lùi lại rồi.
He investigates
Phía
close to that
18
pit.
sợ này.
I mean, Gentlemates have got everything they want. They've receded.
Còn về khôi tí sai nữa.
And happy.
Căng anh em ơi, căng đấy, bắn căng đấy.
Heretics, like where do they go now? They're trying to explore towards that A line, but I mean, more starting to go towards the top side of the map, right towards that top mid.
Yeah, and look, B is open right now, so if Miniboot puffs his chest out a little bit, plays confident, takes the space, they can contact all the way into B. Move it to post maybe, but the issue is 3 versus 5 with just one rifle, you're kind of looking to hunt out a kill.
Heretics bắn ngố vậy, quá ngố rồi, chị trộn thực sự quá ngố luôn. Không muốn gọi là bố của ngố. Phải ta xếp 12 rồi anh em ơi. Sẽ là 12 thôi. 9-2 là bố mà sao 12 là rõ.
So that's 2 players towards CT. I imagine that many would have held that dash as well, so there'll be some sort of information to work with.
Yeah, and that's already showing a little bit of the synergy between the two duelists here, the flash into the tower space. The Gentlemates know that this site was left entirely unclaimed. It has to be fully cleared. You can't overlook this.
The crossfire is good for the fast. It's good for 2 actually, but that's all it's going to be. 3 ends now. On side, the sheriff is hit. And there's only one left. It's Kamek.
Time.
He's stopping him from getting round, and yeah, exactly. All he needs to do is take him off the spike.
He's done it.
He's doubting him. He's doubting it all, and well, Kamek can't get onto it. And it'll be a Heretics round.
A 3 versus 5, no less. A Red Bull clutch in the end from Rians.
Nice try.
Sheriff finding its mark. This was a nice opening piece from the defense, but I have to say they felt quite static after that point. Happy to play for the retake on B. But Woot's aggressive positioning and the support of Miniboot puts Rians in a position where he can punish you. I spoke about mechanical ability on Gentlemates. Heretics, they'll go pound for pound with you.
Yeah, 100%. And if they can get this last round, that completely saves how this half looks. Still ultimates to be used here. We saw how they assaulted the A side with that dimensional drift last time. Kind of Miniboot taking the space and then Woot following that up. And while Gentlemates, they're focused more towards mid, and I wonder if that's because of that.
I think this is how you have to play mid on pro sometimes. You can't just brute force it. You need to wait for a moment to take your timing. And for Miniboot, unfortunately, that is cut short. Mini playing on the site as the bullets ricochet off of the wall. Placed by him. It's a huge paranoia that cuts away as Prox will spam through the smoke and find his 3rd kill of the round. Another 4 versus 2, an advantageous position for Gentlemates, but they will make no mistake this time. Shots in the dark has come back as looking to end it. It's Kamek to do so instead. Another 9-3. It feels like attack on corroded EMEA right now has just not yet been solved.
Yeah, well, will Pal be able to actually take those attack side notes? We'll find out. Well, when Gentlemates get their chance at it, hopefully we can get more attack rounds won. But we'll only be able to see that after this break.
Thêm cái ra bonus nữa không biết thế nào đây anh em ơi. Cố lên nào 18 ơi, cố lên nào Gentlemates ơi. Ok, qua cái hát, chiếu lại nào. Hát để chill.
Can you cheat at drinking wine?
It was career suicide. This is some skull and bones society stuff.
It's time to spill the truth. This is Caught. Listen now, only on Audible.
Tiêu học bằng sau cái tham này mình bắn cẩn thận lại nha M8 ơi. Để lật 3 round vẫn hơi khó khăn đấy. Thực sự để lật 3 round vẫn hơi khó khăn đấy anh em ạ.
Heretics will be aware of the task at hand. Benji in the post-match after the
Mày hơi buồn
BBL
nhưng mà
game
mày hơi
saying
buồn,
that they
nghĩ anh em
cannot
bảo
be
hộ em Tú
complacent,
Kim Anh
and
ở
this
nay
is
hơi
another
buồn
one
một
of
tí.
those situations. They know what it takes to come back. And for Gentlemates, it's that same story as last week. Can you close out the map with the lead that they've now gained? 6 rounds, same as it was towards the end of Lotus, but it's that attack again on Corrode.
And something that I found interesting when I looked towards the players' socials, it was Vekaj that said,
Ôi
we had
dồi
the
ôi,
game in
93
hand,
lời
but we
nguyền không
couldn't
anh em.
finish.
Tú
It
cho mic
happens,
lên
but it won't happen again.
Okay.
And that seems to be a
lên
promise
6 là sao?
for all the Gentlemates fans
Tú
here.
cho mic lên 6 là sao anh em ơi?
We head
Tú
into
cho
the
mic lên
next
6 là sao ạ?
first round of this second half, most importantly.
Ủa vẫn có mic bình thường mà anh em ơi. Alo ạ, alo ạ. Alo alo, vẫn có mic bình thường mà anh em ơi.
Through middle, the kill leader as it stands, the Viper.
Ủa kỳ ta?
Hadn't seen any of till today in
Cứ
the
tưởng là
EMEA
em stream
on this
anh em
map.
ơi. Dã man. Em đi gì vậy Huy? 9 bang. 9 bang. Corrupt EMEA cửa dưới dẫn.
At the same time, there's
Không
a
biết thế
push
nào anh em ơi.
activating through E-Link.
Very slow play from Mini and Main at the exact same
Về
time.
các
All
con
of a sudden, it's
đầu
only
út.
Boo left here, and he is cornered, playing up close. His own smoke back to the
Bù
wall
ăn
to
nguyên
avoid the
tăng
horn,
rồi
but
bắn qua
revealed by
sang bên này.
Vekaj.
Về
And
các
he'll
khảo
sign on the
bù
dotted
luôn.
line for the kill as
Làm
well.
Mickey đang
Kamek
kẹp
caught
flank
in the
chúng ta.
crosshairs.
Người ta bị Oren
Riens
tìm thấy
catches
rồi.
him and keeps it even.
Và mình là
Just
hơi
one
ngố
man
một
off
tí
now.
này.
Look at the players coming through, back through. I mean, there's 2 through Link, and then but you've also got to be looking at Miniboo. He's going to be so late to this party, and time's ticking away.
Such a long rotation as well. Just no
Tụi
gate
cháu
crash
còn
available, I
một lát
suppose.
nữa.
Vekaj
Về các
walking
làm
away
3
with
luôn,
3
có
before
gì đâu
Riens
bên
trades it out.
Vichy.
As he does
Đang
the
giờ này
Sheriff
chết
for a
được mạng
ghost
của anh
this
ta
time. Comeback
3v2.
alerted
Đang
to
hơi
his
yếu 70
countryman's
máu rồi, ăn
position,
một
and
viên
with it an
hút thẳng vào đầu.
execution. Miniboo
Và đây
last
là
left. The
và đây là
clutch,
cút
no
từ 50
easier this
13 cho
time.
M8 rồi, những cái
Comeback
tổng
has
của chúng
his
ta.
mark, as do
Càng đấy.
Gentlemates, back-to-back pistols.
Dã man luôn em ạ,
Epic
càng
of
luôn mà.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to put themselves in such a good position now. The utility as well to break through the chokes was absolutely spectacular. I mean, Heretics just cannot live with Gentlemates at the moment. I don't think anybody can when it's their pick.
Maybe just a preparation thing. They do seem to come in with an arsenal of ideas, and this time it's the mid-wall from Kamek. Playing to restrict the field of view, increase the fog of war of Heretics. As you can see, they're just respecting whatever it is that might be going on right now. And for Heretics, because they are down at a sum of 10 rounds, it means that some purchases feel necessary. Miniboo brought out the Marshal here and is hoping for a headshot.
He's also paired with 3 ends, so obviously one Sheriff Bullet and one Marshal would be enough to take a player out, but there's many walking up towards this spot, and well, Riens won't be able to help out Miniboo here, because he's relieved of his duties.
Partnership immediately put under stress, and you can see Benji moving closer to the link position. Opted against the reaction into main, and is not going to win the head-to-head either. Kamek claiming his opposite number. The number 1 Viper in the server so far, but Miniboo would like to take the best Euro. It's an open vacancy as far as he's concerned, but that's a nice starter shot.
Maybe a conversation for later, but the conversation for now is how do Heretics get back into this site? I mean, maybe that paranoia that Boo has.
You catch just the 1 player on site, and Blue can't find a single target here. Vekaj in the corner, nothing getting past him at the moment. So consistent round by round, as Gentlemates are on their anti-eco. Heretics put away without a problem.
And well, this is the most important round. I mean, last time Gentlemates were able to win out the bonus. You look at Heretics buy, there's 3 light shields. That's not really that convincing at all, especially when you consider what Gentlemates are buying up into, right? You've actually got a Phantom they've picked up. It's actually crazy that Comeback has decided not to get an outlaw.
Yeah, he has slowly been deviating away from it. We've seen a lot more Marshal from him, but right now it's all on the shoulders of Benji. Up close and personal Comeback, whips round the corner. Tokyo drifting but not finding anything.
I like this mid round then as well as Heretics look towards mid, and well, they've even seen procs. It's a
strong reaction, and immediately, as soon as the defense takes that mid space, Gentlemates feel like they'll have to re-clear it. So many angles to consider. The wall will assist in that endeavor. And that's something else to think about as well, the importance of these split executions. Because of Benji's wall, he's already used a lot of toxins to defend B main, so he can't really afford to cycle it again.
There's a big question mark towards that top mid, but with the arcos being used, there's confirmation. And that confirmation is also confirmed by the rifle of Woot. At the same time, this still gets a little bit dicey with that entry through B main.
Which has completely opened up the site. Prowler catching Rians, but he's looking for that second player.
It's 2 1v1s as well.
Completely split up. Here's the reload.
left.
Knows where Prox is. Still just falling foul to the potential of Vekash, who rounds the corner and finds
Spike
his.
down.
Now the 1v1. Fu, been so good for clutches in his recent form, and finds one which keeps Heretics in the game.
Yeah, that's a very big fight. And on top of that, I don't necessarily think Prox needs to peek there, but does anyway. There was a trade out, and well, it does come down to that 1 versus 1. I think this is unfortunate in combat, the way he whips round the corner. I mean, it really is just a dicey round in general in terms of the gunfights taken.
Nice, well, let's go!
Also seeing the value of this late positioning towards B.
I'll find you.
Nini so disciplined right now.
I think it's a big one to take note of this round, because it is going to be a swing round when we think of the economy.
See, the outlaw purchase represents the fact that Heretics have 4 players in striking distance on only a light shield. The mid re-clear comes in from the defense yet again, worked well for them in the previous round. Crack from Woot. Leaves him with an empty utility belt. This is one of the reasons why we have not seen a ridiculously high pick rate for Waylay, because after you've used that initial utility, you feel very short-handed, so he's going to have to put his body on the line. He wants to be useful.
Decision being made as the players now for Gentlemate start to move towards A, but so do Team Heretics. This has been well read.
Playing on the other side of the smoke. Gentleman's now starting to scale towards A. In the meantime, 3 Heretics players close by, mid left open. The one deposit is Vekash. He will soon be arriving with the rest of his team.
First start here, there's a player close in support. That won't be many boo, and we'll at least get the trade to keep the advantage firmly in the defence's favour. The spike is being attempted though, and I mean, nobody's there to contest it.
And Heretics have kept a lot of this ground as well. You still have Boo playing elbow.
Gentlemates are going to go investigating, seeing if they can get more space, and they will do successfully. Boo now noted, and Mini will get him. We're back to a 2 versus 2.
Of those players on the Heretic side, retaking around the corner. Prox pushed to the wall. Mini is the late dagger in the back. Benji finds his and spins around to try and find his former teammate. Mini looking for the jewel and winning it. That will be 12. And a clutch for all-time sake from the former Enterprise player.
Yeah, giving him a reminder of those 2023 days. But again, we have to bring it back towards that buy. We spoke about it being a swing round. And now Heretics, they're forcing up Stingers. They've only got 1 rifle. This does not look good. And with Gentlemates being on 12.
Bro. What a night jail, bro.
Yeah, with Gentlemates being on 12, you can't help but feel that might be Heretics on death's door.
Over the top, nice set piece. Brilliant, in fact. Even aware of the 3rd player, which he will find. Fantastic call from Heretics to attack the space which they have left as neutral ground so far. Sets up the 5 versus 2. Still not the weapons recovered for them, but this is just a stepping stone.
Poison's off.
Prox will be able to get that spike back. There's not much of a contest here. As for the rest of the round, where do you even look? What do you even start to do? In terms of the utility, it's only Prox with a full belt. Kamek, yeah, he does have the snake bite, but I mean, he's a Viper, right? Like,
it's nice to see that Heretics have those ideas, that this Waylay isn't half-baked as well.
don't think it would be. And I think,
of course not, but
yeah,
practice is proof.
Yeah, of course. And this is something that Heretics have always been good for, is these set pieces that they like to cook up, especially. Like, I remember Mini speaking about it in the Heretics BBL game, about how they like to start the rounds with set stuff and then see where it goes from there.
The reason why I bring it up, of course, is that previous attempts at it had not maybe been as successful. Here, Prox not even going to be able to keep the Phantom to end the round. It's upgrades for Team Heretics, just the one in fact actually. Some repurchases will be required, but this was really nice. Slow's comeback, jumping mid-air, nothing you can really do, and the paranoia from Boo as well, setting up the play, and even with the classic, it's
if you get one, bro, I will go naked here on the stage, bro.
Look, I know we had the whole Dracos stealing your fit. Let's keep the clothes on.
Yeah, well, we now look towards Gentlemate's being on the lower of the two buys. I know I said that we expected Gentlemates to win the last one, but I think Heretics will be safe enough to get this, right? So it's going to be about the orbs, about what they can use as their win condition for this round. As they've left the spike on bottom mid, they haven't made a decision about where they want to go.
We're just looking with this Outlaw. A couple of angles to consider. Quite a bit of responsibility for him here. The wall goes up, he wants to disrespect it, and is rewarded for it. Mini dropping. That's also the Vice removed as well, so immediate reaction. Prowler coming through B main, just checking for any players there. That's where the wall would usually be. Heretics leaning into a heavier A-side setup instead, but Miniboo is all they need. That'll be number 6, and this scoreline is about to look eerily familiar to what Gentlemates faced as their decider the other day. That's unless Vekaj has something to say about it.
Time to work within an ultimate as well. Got those two Prowlers to clear things out, but 3 bodies are on this spike here.
Look, if he wanted to invest the Nightfall, you hit all 3, it's your choice of the site. Heretics have to gamble. I don't think he's feeling too confident in his chances though, so it will land 12-6. Heretics starting to gain some ground.
Listen, chipping away at the lead, that's all they can do. 1 round at a time, keep the energy up. Well, this next round, when we look at what's available for both teams, is going to be a spicy one. You've got the Whaley ult, you've got the Nightfall, the Fade ultimate, as well as Miniboo's Euro ultimate. And then in response, Vekaj really only has that Nightfall, so if Heretics can come out the better side of the ultimate cycle, I think that's when we can start to consider this a real comeback.
Nào đẩy lên đến từ vị trí của những người em bên phía của M8 không đây. 12-6 rồi. 13-6 ngửa luôn không nào. Phía bên này thì sao đây? Ba chúng nó sống kiểu gì giờ nhỉ? Khó rồi nhưng mà cộng cũng khó rồi. Sẽ là under. Này để mất sai dễ vậy, vô ra như vậy tôi thì hết money anh Mậu ơi. Này không lên kiểu chính nhóm mà em Tú sẽ thôi, nhưng Mậu này đang dày vào dốc đen. Chèm Tú hiện tại giờ tốt anh em ơi. Nếu mà game sau mà đẹp thì em sẽ lên, còn nếu không thì để ngày mai anh em ạ. Này đang gọi là dốc đen anh em ơi. Này cái dốc hơi lỏ. Anh em phải thông cảm với em Tú nhá. Này dốc lỏ quá anh em ạ.
Just the initiation of Vekaj to really set them up on the site. How much influence is he going to have on the play? Heretics playing for a full retake, still yet to suss out the positioning of Prox, who is late at the bottom of mid. And that Omen ult now just calls into question almost every position on the map.
And a little off angle in Heaven with that smoke that's gone down, but that Viper's pit is being called through right now, as well as more ultimates. And Miniboo exactly knows what Karma can capitalise. We still Heretics come out on top. The line, no, he's dropped in the last roll, and it's worked now, walks in towards side, but they can't
Proxy 1v2 trái pha nói phách quả ta leo tiêu nhảy xuống nào rồi có đổi được cả và cũng út luôn, bây giờ thì bắt buộc phải vào cỡ rồi phách nhịp defuse.
Doesn't know exactly where he is, and well, he'll be able to find him through the box anyway, but does he have enough time?
Yes, he does!
And there you have it, and 1v7 for Heretics!
Khó vậy.
Oh man, an absolute nail-biter of a retake in the end. Miniboo clearing out so many positions at the cost of his own life from his ultimate.
Also saw the conversion
pass invested, but Kamik keeps the fumes up.
Một round nữa về
Finds
over.
2 kills back. It is quite chaotic here. Very lucky as well, if we're being honest.
Quả thua hơi ngố nhưng
Yeah,
thua
just
hơi ngố.
can't close it from that elevated position which he held since the ultimate.
Well,
Cố lên Team Heretics ơi, ước gì 12 11. Chắc 12 11 rồi nhưng mà phải 13 11 chứ. 13 11. 14 12 đúng rồi, 14 12. Rồi đã phải tham ao rồi. Đã phải tham ao rồi, tham ao để còn bắn cẩn thận nào.
Gentlemates, what are you talking about here? Because you've had the momentum, you're struggling to close out once again. As for Neil and Weber, they can either come up with plans or just say, guys, just keep the energy up.
I think Gentlemates will be cognizant of the fact that Heretics invested a lot of ults into that previous round to keep them in this game. So that next cycle is going to be pretty huge, but at the same margin, VKash used the Nightfall. We saw the Viper's Pit invested as well, so actually, it's not even as good as you would assume at this point in time. I think, yeah, it's just keeping your chin up, honestly, because they will have had those difficult conversations the same way that Heretics did coming out of Toronto, what it is that needs to change, and sometimes the mental is just so important. And it's a new group. I think that's something we need to mention with Gentlemates adverse to Heretics. Maybe you've not been in this position too many times before. How quickly can you learn to turn those around?
One player to be watching has come back this round, and it's because of that overdrive, but it's quickly shut down. The paranoia from both sets of Omens was good enough, but here we go, the reinvestment, the re-clear, it's good enough, and well, it's left Mini all on his own.
As a Sheriff, 2 players at 150 HP in the distance, willing that they live a little longer. It's a Vandal in his hands now, though.
Health doesn't matter if you can just tap the heads with a Vandal.
Does still have the Archros out in the yard, so if he can find a way onto site, there are tools at his disposal. Another set of vines.
Retrieving flash.
But unfortunately, he doesn't have eyes in the back of his head, so that means that Benji will shoot him. Dead where he stood, 12-8. That the eco, but still, Heretics brought down to their last 2 players.
Well, we're down to 4 rounds. Mini Boo bringing out the op for the first time on this defense as well. Spacey, in the end, still felt a little bit comfortable for Team Heretics.
Nice! Even there, jamming. Rushing things to try and find the gun, just wasn't expecting another player on site. EMEA Stinger has improved. So we're on board with the lineup here. Trying to sell some pressure towards A, perhaps. Gentlemates, as it's all in on mid right now.
Time to jump.
A line on both sides to with Mini Boo's reinvestigating. He's got no more TPs after this one's gone. So that's the last bite at the cherry, and it's a good one. Kamik off the board. And that's no more Viper utility for this round.
To 2 as well. Shooting a little delayed through the crowd of players, finds a target. But for me now, the play you've got to be looking at is Comeback. Still alive, hasn't had too much effect on the round so far. Very quickly dismissed. Here's his chance, set up by the Paranoia, and the stun to the corner keeps Rien's back to the wall, and Comeback finally claims it from Mini Boo. What collapse! And with that, he does go trade it, 2v1 Vekaj, and Boo hasn't closed the gap in time.
Paranoia has it.
Rồi anh ta đổi một lần ta biết là Paranoia của Bu ở Linh nào, anh ta thấy được cái đầu của Bu không, anh ta lùi loát lại anh ta. Ui, bắn ngu vậy Vegas ơi, bắn ngu quá. Trời ơi, tụi Vegas bắn kìa. Tướng Tele có đúng như thế mà, còn không bắn được. Tướng Tele bù một cái cơ mà. Nhưng tướng Tele kiểu như là nó xòe một cái, nhưng mà xòe một cái.
Frenchman can't find him.
Tiếng Tele rõ ràng thế mà không bắn được kìa, ngố thế.
But Mini Boo's off a highlight, 2 points of health, and he walks away with 3 more.
The question now starts to creep into Gentlemate's minds, right? Are we going to be able to finish this? Are we letting this slip once again? Feeling eerily similar. Heretics are in high spirits. They know that first outing on the new map, and also the next cycle of ultimates is in their favour. I have to rush things. The ball is in their court. Another rifle round. If Gentamates lose here, you can pretty much guarantee we'll be going with full 24. That's not a position Gentamates want to get into though. Viper's pit invested, and well, you can also see Wook thinking about using his own ulti, and the players are starting to walk into a dangerous position on the map where it's going to be used.
Hũ 7
Over
chấm
on this side.
Hũ 7 chấm đang to. Ui giời ơi.
That 1-2
Vẫn đang
punch
đầu
saying
phải như thế
he
này
didn't
không?
want Minibu to be under too much pressure to perform on the duelist if he were to take up the mantle, but now they'll both share the stage. It's just him on the front lines though to fight back in and making it look like a masterclass. So many players caught, 2 already executed. Creep up from mid and the saturate landing. Woo on football. He's gonna miss out on the ace. But the work is done. That'll be double digits for Team Heretics in which to work. Vekaj, he doesn't even have time to work with here, and it's that old pseudo timeout being brought out for Gentlemates, but they've had plenty of time to talk. And every time that we've seen this, there was never any counter utility, no backup option. Gentlemates look like a deer in headlights
10 seconds left.
when that set piece comes through. They couldn't hold up traffic at a zebra crossing when Woot is in their face. I know everyone compared Road when it first came out, when we seen the map in terms of the outline. In terms of like, oh, it's kind of similar to Split. I didn't expect it to actually be like when Split came out, when it was just defense side after defense side. And here, just following along from Woot, allowed to isolate jewel after jewel, and gaining the information on the final couple of players. He won't make it back-to-back aces from his first to second series, but the damage is done. Gentlemates are down onto a Sheriff buy in their second timeout. Otherwise, we are going to the max regulation, and if it reaches OT by then, the mental boom, I think, it's going to be a lot to try and handle.
And then there's knock-on effects, the dominoes start to fall, there's more maps to be played in a series. This is only map 1.
Exactly, and as I said before, look, these two usually do tend to go over 3 maps, but when I consider the group stage performance of Gentlemates from the first stage, the big issue for me was we saw them in a lot of games exactly like this. Such a promising first map. A difference of only a couple of rounds lost. Think of that overtime we had against Foot, for example, when it ended up being one of the longest maps that we have seen on Fracture. And then they just completely fall away heading into the next. That is my real concern here, especially with it being Heretics' pick. So, no better time than the present to improve things. That defender-sided round win rate will only be increasing, I imagine.
Yeah. 100%. 3 Stingers now move in towards B main, but as we know, Woot's ready to go.
Here he goes again!
Unfortunately misses out. Paranoia not working with the saturate this time.
Don't know, does the Phantom do better there?
Maybe.
Is this Recon Phantom propaganda, perhaps? But Gentlemates won't care. I don't want to say they were more prepared for it necessarily. Maybe there was just more players.
Interestingly enough, Gentlemates haven't picked up what Woot had in hand, so that's not an upgrade that they've decided. Oh, sorry, I'm talking nonsense. Fox has it.
Yeah, of course. I think that in saying that, the natural counter is always having a player sat a little bit deeper, but this pack has now continued into Link. It's the isolated Benji on the other side. Always so good at just holding ground for the rest of Heretics on both attack and defense. That's what he'll be tasked to do here, and should catch the audio of the ult on Prox, but no free fight.
Knows that he needs to at least get 1 before he goes. 2 would be absolutely spectacular. Malriens is there. Here's the 1 instead to get the kills. That's 3 now. And well, it could have been more, but he can't quite finish it out.
1-2, boot, it's a knife out. Oh, huge opportunity. And Vekaj will land it. This wall, I mean, this is their own wall blocking them from getting to the B side. How much time is there left? I think they've got it.
Yeah, I mean, it will be very, very close. Miniboo, all he needs to do is deny the flash.
No time. No.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be there to deny that.
Absolutely not.
Khó
But the
nhưng mà
one
quả
advantage
đầu
that he
Wally
does
vào
have
gọi
is
như là
that
phá
both
rồi
of the
thôi, xong
Gentleman's
rồi
players are
bây giờ
below
lại
50
ngồi
points
ngu
of
nữa.
health, so that
Quả đầu
Phantom
Wally
now
kiểu như
really chew
út
through
bắn
them.
kiểu phá game anh em ạ. Tự dưng leo ra xì lâu bắn trượt hết rồi đi đổi được một. Anh ta chưa biết mai đi ở đây.
And well, he'll get the kill and make it 11. We are within one between these two. Miniboo rallies the troops. Another
Ok, anh em nào OT đã về OT nha, chúc mừng
incredibly fine.
Hôm nay chiều lòng anh em hết rồi, hôm nay có vẻ game 1 này chiều lòng anh em hết rồi đây.
Fans trying to get behind their team who are fading away. No success from the setup this time as far as Heretics are concerned.
30 seconds left.
Cộng 250.
We've got the max amount of rounds.
Rồi về rồi anh ơi, có 250 rồi nhá.
And what will look to be Gentleman's best opportunity
họ mà bắn
to
đầu tiên
convert
quá
one
luôn.
now.
Buồn rồi.
And this group is a very interesting one, considering the form that teams are finding themselves.
No looker.
That was Cyclops from X-Men, I think.
I think so. Well, we've done the calculations, and I can tell you for certain, this is the last round that we're going to see before a potential overtime.
Just that, mate.
No worries.
Do you know the grass is green?
Yep. I don't go outside though.
Khấn này xứng đáng 1000 like. Nói chung là khấn kiểu gì mà tất cả anh em đều về anh em ạ, khấn kiểu gì mà tất cả anh em đều về. Đấy thế mới vui anh em ơi.
Team Heretics looking to try and gain some sort of information,
Nói
but
chung
those
là
players have found
tất cả anh em đều
absolutely
về,
nothing.
quá hạnh phúc luôn anh em ạ. Money đã về túi anh em hết. Nào, bây giờ thì ai win cũng được, cố lên nào.
Dodges the reveal.
Mà M8 win thì sẽ có hũ để mà nói chuyện đây nha.
Is allowed to keep this space, so we'll be able to tell the team to lean heavier towards one of the sides, which it looks to be B. There's also a TP set up so that we can see Miniboo take a fight and get out.
Towards this left-hand side where Gentlemates have had the most success up until this point, but Heretics have caught on to what that idea may be. 3 players waiting for them as they breach the gates, under the arch, into the arms of Miniboo, who's found yet another ridiculous play. A kill and in-zone flawless. There will be more from Kuros.
And what a way to send us to overtime through a flawless round.
Con vợ mình mua chấp 20 máu. Bọn mình mua chấp 20 máu ạ.
I think Miniboo almost took more damage from falling out of tower at the start of the round than he did anyone who was trying to punish him.
Bắn thật đấy. Nhìn cái cảm giác của chúng nó bắn, nhìn cái cách mà chúng ăn mừng cái hải kiểu từ phân tâm của chúng nó rồi anh em ạ. Bắn thật đấy. Bắn căng luôn. Hũ ngang hũ jack. Gì đấy, anh em lại kêu gì đấy? Anh Jack tốt mà, anh Jack clear mà. Anh Jack tốt thế mà anh em cái gì anh Jack thôi. Bây giờ suốt ngày nghe là anh Jack thôi anh em ạ. Anh Jack nhìn thấy liêm phết chứ. Mấy tỷ yêu nhau đẻ đứa con, cũng cho mấy tỷ mà bọn đéo thích. Lại còn đòi nhà trung tâm, lại còn đòi xe hơi. Đúng một super thiên an anh em ạ. Mà công nhận anh Jack quá tử tế luôn. Mấy năm liền người ta chửi quá tử tế luôn. Comeback đổi được 1 anh ta yếu thôi. Anh ta còn đâu đấy 53 máu. Hẳn OT cẩn thận chịu rồi, thật đang bắn đang từ đầu bọn M8. Công nhận là nếu như mà bắn từ đầu thì bọn M8 không vị rồi anh em ạ. Bắn từ đầu Heretic nó là Tier 1 của EMEA mà, Tier 1 EMEA. Hồi xưa thua mỗi bên Fantasy ở chung kết xuống Toronto thì bắn hơi ngu một tí. Nếu như mà không thua Fantasy vẫn Tier 1 và bây giờ đánh giá Tier 2.
It's beginning to be made towards A, but this is just fake pressure. You can see the spike still on Boo. And with Woot,
Bác này mới sợ team Heretic còn chưa
should be
bài
shifting their
mà.
focus in just a moment. And it is the weaker side that they'll be heading towards.
I mean, there's not a lot of utility on that site either when you look at it. Vekaj has one hunt and a seize. He's used both prowlers, and on
top of that, when you look at Mini, he only really has one of those
muốn đẩy vào
bombs
rồi.
on the floor.
Em
It's
pick
all up
lão
to the
luôn rồi,
gunfights.
ta
The
có
Heretics
mình
have
đâu.
won them. That
Về
spike
các
will
khúc
easily
lớn
go
thêm
down now.
Mickey.
Yeah, no one there to contest it. And they fortified this, now starting to
Trái
push
phải
elbow.
được hạ xuống rồi được cả cái mạng comeback luôn, tiếp tục cái đầu Mini ultimate pick proxy luôn à.
Gentlemates have been playing, and Prox now having to face what looks like 3 towards the CT spot.
Green's dipping away at just the right time. Difficult clear. Prox has so much on his plate.
Không ai
It's
kể được đâu,
overtime,
vừa
you
double
have to
pick
go for
rồi.
it. And it's just
Bài
not
này thế
possible.
13 cho Heretic luôn.
A
Ủa, tổn thương thời
9-3 pistol
19-3.
anti-eco conversion, which they led
Toàn
from.
thân tài. Toàn
has
thân
slipped
over anh em ơi,
right
toàn thân
through their
over rồi.
fingers.
Lời 19-3.
As Heretics pick up an attack-sided round at the first time of
9-3
asking,
khu à?
9 in a row.
Nice! Let's go.
It's crazy to think about as well, the fact that it has been so long, nearly a half's full of rounds that they've won in a row.
But this is why they're a top 2 team. And this is exactly why we wanted to see them play this map, because we've got a spin on how they want to set up the defense, the attack. Sure, could do with a bit of
93 phút
workshopping,
sau,
but
93 phút em auto thua mà anh em ơi. Nói là auto thua không phải, nhưng mà dạo này cái lời
Players
nó
being noted through
hơi
the
chuẩn.
fatality,
Nam
the
bị kê bắt xong
paranoia.
ở đây ta đổi được hai, ta làm được.
He doesn't even need
Ta
any
suýt
more
nữa thì
help.
làm được cả cái mạng comeback rồi, comeback slide và lại dâm quá anh em ơi.
Spike still towards
Ai
bottom
dâm quá.
mid as Gentlemates now look to try and get the numbers back on their side.
Bu.
Angle held by Boo, gonna get
Rồi,
caught by
rồi,
the
Bu
stun
phải
before
leo
he
được
can
ok.
teleport out. Drops back
Chạm vào
paranoia
paranoia
just to
ra.
reinforce, and now with his brother by his side, Gentlemates are making their approach on a site which is ready for them.
I mean, Heretics are distracted by elbow. Gentlemates are already on site.
Spike goes in, Mini's hands busy. The face of this final stand of Gentlemates could be falling at the first bout of OT. A 4 versus 2 for Heretics, and it gets no better for the mates.
Ôi, thằng Real one hack anh em ơi. One hack. Report. Má, nó one hack kìa.
It's all on the captain
No.
now. And they can't withstand
Đắt
the
một kill luôn,
pressure.
win luôn mà.
Big
Tích
games,
về kìa.
big moments.
What the
A
fuck?
team like Heretics will always be there for the fight.
Má, nó one hack kìa, anh em nhìn vào cuối nó one hack kìa.
They battle all the way
Mặt
back.
láo vô
And the
cùng.
worst part right now
Ui.
is this is just
Hay luôn này, what the fuck luôn này,
We
về
still have
tích
more
luôn
to
này.
go through in this series. The next map of Ascent is up next after this break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I know you're stressing, right? You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Think of flight aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my
guys, you're the best. You guys, you're the. Big comeback to comeback.
Nice! Let's go, guys!
What a comeback.
An incredibly impressive comeback and a hell of a lot of laughter from Team Heretics on that one. I'm gonna be honest. That looked pretty done in favor of Gentlemates. So we spent the last half an hour crafting a beautiful segment to talk about all the good things Gentlemates were doing. Minnie was gonna say some smart stuff. Kukuka was gonna say some smart stuff. And then this happened. And we're still gonna say smart stuff, but you know, we've been caught off guard, as I think Gentlemates were, with the incredible upset we just witnessed.
Where do you want to start? we know about the 9-3 curse, but I think that this was just devastating for the side of mates, because the defense was looking very, very good. Like, Kamek was destroying. I do not know where he went on the second half. Well, just spawned, basically.
Yeah, I think that this really sums up to me. Corrode is right now a very defensive-sided map, at least in EMEA. No one seems to have figured out that attack side at all. And just getting 3 is apparently enough on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, the devs said when we first, in Toronto, when we were speaking about this map and the devs were speaking about it, they were saying that this is supposed to be a very defense-sided map. And that is definitely there for the side of Team Heretics, especially Wood and Miniboo from that defense, the aggression, but also the understanding of when to take the bigger risks and when to make the greater investments was definitely a key to turn in this, to have the comeback on comeback.
Yeah.
I think something from me is that I don't think Heretics would have won this game like 4 months ago. Like, I think they would have just lost.
Because the map wasn't out?
Hey, if they were down 9-3 in a series like this, they would have probably just crumbled and just gone next. Whereas the Heretics I think we might be seeing now is able to come back in moments like this.
And I think that feels like positive progress. I also think that some of this is an indicator of the things that you mentioned when you were talking about some of their rounds on Sunset before, where it's like you get the good and you get the bad. Because they were losing for a big part of the time, but when push came to shove, a lot of players standing up, being clutch, huge eco clutch, round 11. That felt like the shifting point. We were saying behind the scenes, hey, maybe we grab this just in case. Well, our just in case has paid off, as they did manage to salvage a round that looked pretty disastrous initially.
It always seems to be Rians as the player that has these rounds when Heretics are behind, which changes the vibe and the tone for the game. If he didn't win this round, they'd lost the game.
And as you're saying, it's always Rians. I think it's always easy to rely on him. It is not difficult if you're Team Heretics and the score is already looking like this, and you're going into a round where your economy is not the best, to kind of like lose the thread a little bit, being like, okay, you know, next half, you focus on the comms a lot more. But before we even went onto Kuro, we were speaking about how good this composition looked for Team Heretics and how we really thought that this was the key. And thank God that happened on the second half, because we were looking like absolute morons.
I think the first half, what they didn't do very well was explore middle enough. They started out with a game plan that seemed to be extremity focused, which didn't work very well because mates had so much delay on the extremities with the Viper and the Vice, and Heretics weren't doing a good job of destroying that utility. And I think if they explored middle a little bit more earlier on, and then did the synergy together, traded together, did the dives in on a nice timing, that would have been a successful attack. But they did none of that.
Yeah, are we looking more for what we saw in Breyer with me here? Because if you ask me a follow-up question, I'll crumble because my Valorant knowledge is limited. We saw Sen, I think it was Sen G2 in NA, can't remember 100%. We saw the pushes down mid with Neon, super aggressive, like down mid.
You were watching Baby Bay?
You were the one who told me I had to. You're the one who said I had to watch Baby Bay. I didn't understand why, but I saw some cool setups. Watched the Thinking Man Valorant video. I could roll with the big dogs. I can quote other people who are smarter. But is that the kind of aggression that you're looking for, where you're just willing to use your double duelist to push up and take more space? Just trying to understand here.
Yeah, I think middle of the map, those double duelists work pretty well. I think it was, who said it earlier? Was it Patty saying that middle was just ARAM right now?
Yeah.
I think I was off screen. He said it was ARAM.
I know, I think he said it on broadcast. He said it live on broadcast.
And Jacobs was like, oh, I understand this.
I was like, I get it now.
So
I
the double
understand.
duelist is good for that, right?
Yeah,
so
but
here
of
we
course
are.
we need to speak about Ascend, the second map that we're going to see here. Gentlemates, the last set that they played, they didn't even have comeback, so there was some shuffling of agents here, and now they're going to go for a very basic composition that we've seen 100 times. Well,
Yeah.
a million hundred
Dracos,
times.
you don't get the meme, but Ascent used to be that left composition for every single
Everyone.
team in the world for about 4 years.
The
so-
variety that we're getting these days with compositions was not the thing, especially on a map like Ascent. Seeing something like, even though it doesn't look like a lot because it's only like one agent here and there for the side of Heretics that is changing, is a huge.
It's huge on
it's
Ascent.
absolutely huge, and especially with the form that Woods and Miniboo are showing to have today, are showing to have also last week. This looks very, very scary because of the up potential that they have, how they swap around the things and the guns and all that. So Team Heretics has a good chance of closing this here.
That they do. We'll see if Gentlemates can rally after a crushing defeat. We'll see what our catchers have to say as we send it up to the desk.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I mean, Heretics in these types of games have been efficient, clinical, I should say. It's not often that you see them drop in a match where they come in as favorites up until the real late stages of a competition, and I think that's important to mention here as well when we consider what position they now find themselves in heading into the late end of this year.
Yeah, 100%. But let's bring it in towards this map. Ascent, right? Both sets of teams have brought out what they want to go for, and it's pretty standard across the board, except rather than a KO being brought out for Heretics, they're going to use that Euro that everyone's saying is a much better option. As for Gentlemates, it's a lot more standard.
And the statistic that supports that is they've beaten every single team which has not qualified to an international in the same stage this year. In fact, that goes all the way back to Stage 1, 2024. And they fell at the hands of BBL.
That was the last time that they've lost a group game in general, right? Which is crazy to think about.
It's a ridiculous statistic. Someone who's always been top of the charts whenever we've spoken about them is Comeback. He is towards this B side of the map. It's actually Kamik that has to take the fight first here. Gentlemates yet to lose a pistol so far in this series. The opening one of defense here is important.
Heretics looking to break through on towards the site as those players trying to spam in, and Gentlemates are the team that get the next two. And well, they're doing well at this moment in time as Heretics are just getting completely cut down. And a great way to start your second map and bounce back from the first.
Defender side pistol round so important on Ascent, of course, as well. Slight bias, I suppose. And for Gentlemates, it's about stopping the rot, because if you think back to the map that we just saw, it ended up being 11 rounds in a row to the scoreline of 14-12. So getting things started here strongly is always going to help, because it calls back to what I was talking about as well. How many times have we seen them go really close with the team on that first map, and the one right after the 4 floors out beneath them?
Heretics as they look to an A split by the looks of things.
Yeah. Woot is just going to be dashing right on top of Kamik's head with the shorty. Round the corner, can't get the damage in. So it drops to the melee, and that's no better. But Benji with a classic is a different story. There are upgrades here for Heretics.
Yeah, this is going to get worrying. Vikaj also stepping out from heaven has been noted. But instead we'll get the kill. Spike down, and now could be looking at Boo's judge here if the players drop down from heaven.
Did get revealed though, that makes life difficult. Benji's classic needs to try and find 3 more. Does get 1. Makes it a triple, and means that it's minimal returns for Gentlemates from their anti-eco.
Yeah, it's expensive. That bonus won't look as good as what it has in Road for the most part.
Heretics also getting a plant, so an extra 300 creds per player. Honestly, it's more just the status quo than anything else right now for both teams heading into what will be the bonus for the defenders. There is 3 rifles here, it looks like. One of them is the operator, okay.
Big investment, big statement of intent from Comeback. From Gentlemates in general, and he's going to take that line in mid.
This is where he will find most effectiveness. Stepping into the role of duelist in this Gentlemates team, he replaces Click, who previously had plenty of resources dedicated to him on previous rosters, but found it very difficult to be as self-sufficient as he needed to in this division.
Come back with the op here. We'll be looking for that, but it's all about Wu. You felt like there might have been a trade going, but even the third player in can't stop the madness.
I know it's only the third round, but there will always be doubt at the back of Gentlemate's head if anything like that happens. Any disasters go through the round, and well, investing in towards an op and losing it so early will not be good whatsoever. Look at Kamek and Prox and what they have. They have no way of getting those big weapons, those big buys back.
We've already got to the point where Gentlemates will be playing for exit, so you've got to keep tabs on what the ults look like as well. Woot will be moving no closer to the Blade Storm. Miniboo halfway to the Yoru ult. I suppose for Gentlemates, you probably want Kamek's online fairly soon. Closest is Vekash, but he's off. Has managed to recover one of those rifles.
And that will be big considering what we'd already spoken about, right, in terms of what Gentlemates had invested in towards this round that will make this next one look a bit better for them. Heretics, fairly convincing.
Deciding not to hold on to the operator either, so just the rifles which they will bring into the next. But seeing this from Woot's POV, it's so quick.
I don't know what it is, but his turn of form recently has just been absolutely sensational.
Good job.
And when Heretics are playing double duelist is when it looks like they're playing their best Valorant at the moment. I've seen so many different meta reads post-Teho, and this seems to be the one which suits their mechanical ability best.
And it's come at a great time for Heretics as well as they start to make that charge towards champs. I mean, you can't forget the heartbreak that they went through last year, and I mean, Manny was speaking about it in terms of how it looks like a different Heretics in general. Well, they'll need to show it here in this round as Gentlemates show what they're made of.
Not shying away from those fights either when they typically hadn't been going their way so far in recent memory in this series. Couple of players taking damage, but that's about it. And I want to continue that conversation a bit further as well. Yeah, it's not just about Heretics having the mental strength, it's you know, the map pool, it's form, it's everything. The stars have really got to align to make that run happen. Valorant is a game which, you know, is rarely decided by one or two factors. Anything can happen. We throw that term around loosely, but that is the reality of it. And looking at the pool here already with what, Ascent coming back
30
up.
seconds left.
It's been a solid map for them. Yeah, they lost to Apex when they did that trial on the Waylay at the start of the year, but since then it's 5 in a row.
Gun
and
here.
For Gentlemates, they've never lost Ascent in VCT.
It's a good stat to have. Question is they're going to lose it here? They'll be able to make it back to an advantage of 2 rounds once again.
And if you want to talk about how they're playing it, it's really, really straightforward, right? It's the default comp that you've seen played on this map many a time, where you think back to their debut, it was, what, the Phoenix, the Yoru. In terms of this play, well set up by Vekash. Something else to mention about how this team is working when you bring in someone like him who has that experience on Initiator, on Duelist, and a little bit of calling from his career, even Kamek as well, and how we know Mini isn't someone who is micromanaging a lot, sort of have the freedom to set up those kinds of plays. And with the Hunter's Fury here, maybe we'll be looking for a bit more of the same.
Well, let's look towards mid though, as that's where the majority of this next scuffle will probably take part as well. Woot's looking to be sent in, but that flash was not good, and in fact, Comeback's even been able to get one of his own and get out. That's Benji gone, so the control all throughout the map will be lost.
Fight's looking a lot cleaner for Comeback at the start here already.
It's a lot more convincing. He'll be used to being able to move through the map as he wants.
Exactly. Head-to-head with Zeus going against him, one which he's faced many times throughout his career, but here is Woot on the other side, yet to duel him, and wins out this time. Yet to win, I should say. Miniboo does find one back the opposite way, and B looks open for the taking. Comeback in with a shorty, but punished. Miniboo so quick to find that kill.
Pop his own ult and confirm all three players are retaking from spawn. Yeah, and now Team Heretics have all the information they need to set up. Brilliant paranoia back through. Mini already with 3 kills under his belt, on for yet another ace. Back to the site. He's yet to find his first ace this stage. There's been so many quads, that's not going to cut it here. Rien's without utility, nothing to set him up. He just has to take the timing as they're double towards stairs. Finally coming in from Ali, the football echoing its way through. Rien's getting the first, now in a position to try and clutch this against Vikaj. Looks to draw the bow, but doesn't, and time is just not there for the Frenchman. His side will fall, despite the fact he finds the kill. And Heretics make it a one-round game.
Listen, keeping it close. Heretics doing well to fight back from a deficit once again. Comeback looking a lot more convincing in general through his defensive jet work.
It's then that little bit of discipline though as he takes that next fight.
Yeah.
It's the advantage lost. Coming back into the retake. Those micro decisions put under so much more scrutiny at this level than what he'll potentially be used to.
And I like that conversation you just begun there in terms of like the micro decisions, the mistakes, because it was mistakes that Gentlemates made against Foot. They got punished for it. Heretics are going to do it to a much larger degree because, as we've already described, a top 2 team in this region. Just to note, Comeback does have his operator in this round as well.
Of course, and they have been picking up first bloods, but that is the issue, right? Only a 61% conversion of those 5v4s in the game against Foot, which was more on the lower end, especially for this group, right?
Yeah.
In comparison to Omega. Such an important round here, though, when you look at the money for Gentlemates. They have ults to play with. Vikaj still holding on to the Hunter's Fury. Kamek now with the null command. He will find himself factored into the A setup. The question is, when does he rip the ult? And are Heretics in a position to bait it out?
Heretics have done this play before, where they get the TP to try and take shot, instead denied through the null command, and plenty of utility being sent through that Hunter's Fury, finding a kill eventually, and it is Benji once again that falls.
And a tag on to Woot, so big damage, and as the null command finally stalls out the remainder of this push, Heretics are doubling down, and the rotation has been made.
They use the TP as well. No, it's going to be destroyed actually by Prox and Shot, and as the players now start to scale slowly onto the site.
Barely any time for this play to happen. 10 seconds or less. That's factoring in the spike plant. Kamek still from hell, looking to snap onto a couple of targets, only finding one, but Vikaj has done all he can. It's Rien's in another 1v2! Oh, and he's not gonna make it land this time. Can't quite stick the final shots to Mini.
Yeah, I got far too close for comfort. The operator will be rescued. That'll be brought into the next round. The Gentlemates just managing to keep themselves above the water here and not allowing Heretics to equal out the round count.
There is not much oxygen in the lungs though.
This is something that like Gentlemates, Heretics have done a lot in terms of how they take A. If you go back and watch it many times before, usually what would happen is you would take the TP as the Euro as well as Woot coming to support it, and it ends up being like a crossfire in which to work with.
Yeah.
It doesn't work out because the null command gets rid of it, but Gentlemates can't do that every time.
Get out of my way!
Unfortunately, where they have sort of cobbled together this buy and just about been able to muster it up. Heretics have nothing beneath them. Is the blades out for Woot again though? Vikaj dropping back to a deeper sight hold. The nano's there to stop the push through lane. First off, already broken in logs. And the first shots landed for the Gentlemates. Woot's still alive with the blades though. Overlooked a little bit in the drone, chance to line them up. Woot knocks them down. That's huge. Now a 3-on-3 and guns to be collected.
And the players in CT try to activate. They're not going to be given the chance, but Pooh finally picked up, and it's a 2v2.
Woot still staying active, trying to use Rien's ult as a distraction. Played in to go ahead and pick up another. It's the Vandal in his hands instead. All goes quiet. This was an eco for Gentlemates, but they're making it damn near close. It's on to Rien's once again that they must rely. He spotted Prox's positioning and taking the duel head on. It's Prox on home soil that can move Gentlemates even closer to a scoreline of safety.
Yeah, this is now starting to get a little bit of breathing room between the two teams. I mean, the backside looks like a fortress until Wu is able to cut it open entirely. Team Heretics make it nearly theirs.
Nice.
Unfortunately, the one versus one doesn't work out. Heretics, well, they're going to have to go for this timer.
Yeah, I was a little surprised Rin's committed to that fight there against Prox. But it is the German who wins it, of course. Stepping into this side, he replaces Click as the only starting German flag bearer in the league. Waited 3 years to see one in EMEA if you exclude Harmy, the liquid substitute, a few years ago. And he had things to say about the performance as well, that they were satisfied with their outing the other week, but just not with the end result. And looking at his career history here as well, you'll be sort of interested to know that he's had a meteoric rise through the DAC system in sort of just over a year. It says there that he got into comp after subbing in for a friend, but his first official was at the start of 2024.
Yeah, and as you said, like, that's a very quick turnaround to be able to make it all the way to VCT. Very few will be able to follow the same sort of path, and one player that has is his teammate Comeback.
Absolutely. Looking at the statistic on your screens, the Jet Euro comps have been faring pretty well on Ascent. But for Team Heretics right now, it's another slow start. We have to say it for what it is. That was also a factor on Kuro. They turn things around there, and here it's another pacey play. They like these quick bursts. They work well for them. Root with the entry, come back. Able to walk away with two though, and Prox, again, the man we were just speaking about, here in support.
The thing that gets worse for Heretics here is they need to take shot space because of the lockdown that's available.
Exactly where their priorities lie. The neural theft just confirming it. Mini only finding one, and now the 1v1. Boo thrust into another clutch situation, of which he has been very credible so far.
I mean, he's good for it, but VCASH coming in does have an info dart to reveal sight and find out where Boo is not, or where he is exactly.
Also gives away his own position in the process, so Boo posted up in speedway, ready to react at a moment's notice. Still no tap on the spike. Actually considering pathing the other way around, but just reconfirms he is as clueless as he is in this position. Still yet to route out Boo.
I mean, there's a one way that he can use,
but he's not going to need it. It's just the timing taken, and VCASH through the corner of the wall will claim Boo with seconds to spare.
And now they will at least be even on the defense. And the big thing about it is Team Heretics, that's straight after their own timeout.
Double kill to kick things off from Comeback as well. The rest of the team doing their job on the A-hold. Nice idea from Heretics. Both sides acutely aware of what the battleground looked like with the ult in play, and this from VCASH just tracking through the wall.
Bro, but come on, just pick me, brother.
It's the kind of moment which you need if you want to beat a team such as Heretics.
Oh, Comeback's iconic outlaw back out again. This man loves a scoped weapon, and typically when he was on eco rounds he would even swap out the op for
the outlaw.
Yeah.
Maximum punishment. These rounds are the ones which do feel a little bit more like a guarantee, as Wu has smoked for Miniboo. He's TP'd into it. Comeback with no bullets in the outlaw gives away that information to Miniboo, who uses his second gate crash to get out.
Yeah, created a question mark in which Gentlemates will need to clear, but as Heretics try to clear shot, it ends in disaster. And now, well, there's only an exclamation mark towards that A site. Where does Rienz even go? He opts to go and pick up an orb, and 50 seconds to play with here.
It's another strong start from Mates, though. And they know exactly what it is at stake for themselves. This group stage is absolutely everything. From Team SBG in the French League until now, they've always sold us miracles. It's an in-zone flawless to secure the 7th. But there's just that certain
to say it in French, je ne sais quoi, stopping them from getting those last couple of rounds to close effectively, because that has been a problem since kickoff.
But there's always something about Gentlemates though, like a little bit of like fairy tale feel, right, in terms of the run through Ascension. Everyone thought it should have been Apex, and if they were going to face if Apex were going to face anyone in the grand final, it would have been Ascend rather than Gentlemates. A full flush of ultimates for Gentlemates to use in this next round against the full buy of Heretics.
Comeback wastes no time to bring the blades online. There was enough money beneath this mate side to get the operator online, but it is the Outlaw which he'll be playing with. From Kamek collects some info on the A play early doors as the orb gets scooped up. Miniboo one away from the dimensional drift. As
it's big information finding through the drone. And now Heretics, well, they've been seen towards A, they've been seen towards mid. If you were guessing, man, you'd say it's probably going to be that A split. But still, no decision made. Heretics are still looking towards this mid spot.
And Gentlemates have no real extremity control here either. Sure, you've got comeback on that line A. It's very passive towards B, so they light up middle with the reveal, looking to instigate a fight, but Woot has shut down the catalyst Kamek. He's gone. VEKAJ gets one, at the very least in transition. And with time starting to wear thin, the lockdown coming in on the B side means that Heretics are going to need a change of plans here.
Benji's going to be a joker as this A hit starts to come through.
Oh, but he's been taken out immediately by Mini. Come back in on the blades, prefers it over the Outlaw, picks up his first and jumping around the mid-side box. It's VEKAJ's ult that will keel over Rians to claim an 8. This has been a dominant defender side display from mates again.
We've seen it before, and we're in that exact same position where we're in Corrode. 8-2 and an equal for Team Heretics. They were able to bounce back in that map using this exact sort of situation. But at the minute, Gentlemates do look absolutely dominant.
Just taking on board some of that sentiment from the public conscious as well. Gentlemates, Apex, both of the promoted teams in their final year of the guest slot, which they both respectively earned from Ascension. I feel like it's just a story that hasn't really got going yet, as it's an immediate sight hit from Heretics here. Ult's invested, Mini walking away with 2. Fighting the front lines as these duels are going on in Boathouse. Man advantage for the defense as Miniboo lowers his head and allows comeback to claim. Rian's collecting the spike himself and immediately sending it elsewhere.
Don't mean to bring it up again, but this is another Rian's 1 versus 3 with a sheriff in hand. But surely not, right?
It just doesn't feel appropriate, and Prox will suppress his efforts before they can really get going. 9-2.
Last round,
and like I said, it's just one step at a time for Gentlemates. You're trying to build up some hope. And if this is against one of the region's bests, then this is where you start to wonder, what does it look like against a roster a bit more of their caliber mid-table, I guess.
His brother looking.
No,
maybe expecting a flash.
Open.
Potentially.
But yeah, you're 100% right. But at the same time, though, I mean, you don't want to get too far ahead of yourself.
You can't, and that's what I'm talking about, man. It's like the whole Apex fan thing.
Yeah. Listen, don't
count your chickens.
Yeah.
Before those eggs have hatched.
100%. Heretics get pretty much all this space for free and able to destroy the alarm bot without a contest.
Gentlemates have started with 4 players towards A. The difference is this time they're looking to be proactive and use their protocols to take main space once mid is conceded.
Yeah, there's players here in which to fight, and it's that A play that we'd talked about before through shot. And the player in main should be easily collected, but instead no, Kamek holds on, and this site is still Gentlemates. Heretics have not been given the chance to take it.
Brilliant play from Kamek as well, just cordoning off main, still the suppression coming through. Benji in the corner, can't do it, that's 10.
That is double digits and an even larger gap than what was on Corrode, created by Gentlemates. But can Heretics come back once again? We will find out after a short break. Well, Gentlemates haven't had long to wait for a chance at redemption. They are at 10-2 right now at the half, and a chance now to go and send this one home.
Pistol round win rate for both of these teams does sit below 50%, but for Heretics it really needs work. They are yet to win one against Gentlemates so far. They have got an off to a good start. Every half they've played pretty much. Just closing out Corrode, which was an issue. And here on Ascent for Heretics, they've got a stat to uphold. 5 wins in a row. The last time they suffered a defeat was at the hands of another promoted team in the first time that they showed the map for the stage. You can see here, the retakes were a struggle. So they don't get put into one early doors.
That would have been heard there from Boot. Players look to investigate and push him off the angle. Right, so aiming, taken by Gentlemates, early doors. There is a TP set up for a quick rotate for Miniboo.
Just dropping into A, so Rian's playing the clock. Get another one up in that next phase of utility. Gentlemates have been very quiet, keeping their cards close to their chest in terms of what they're doing. The one trap from Benji in Market is doing a lot of heavy lifting, and finally, they'll be in a position to discover it here, Gentlemates.
Yeah, Boo can easily backfill this space if they want to fight through Market.
All 5 players.
Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be an explosion through onto B, and that's exactly the case. Rienz and Benji look to collect themselves and play together as they look to dig in on lane. I mean, they've got the first. Is there any more in which they can collect? There is, but eventually they're traded out. Miniboo collects the advantage.
It's brilliant work. The double up lane is very open to the stairs push, but still giving them an advantage. Quick rotation. Mini gets one more. Now it's Kamek to clutch.
It's been good for them before in previous games, but in this time round, they won't be given the chance, and it will be Heretics this time to win the pistol.
Watching some of the Heretics comms videos, they have a very clear system of how to set up those situations and really play as a pair, and that's what you get from being together as a group for over 2,800 days, as we were saying. Full focus on that area. Mini does very well on the Sheriff here. Another agent which you're happy to spend the full 800 credits on and go without utility. Because it's really just the turret that you want to bookmark you some space, and here he's going to make the exact same investment. That is it for Gentlemates, as they've lost their first pistol in this series.
Revealing area.
Well, I mean, I don't want to bring it up early doors. I don't want to be that guy, but there is always at the back.
Don't worry, mate, you are that guy.
Cheers. But there's always that thought in the back of your head, right? Surely not, right?
What thought? That they wouldn't.
They wouldn't. They could.
Not again.
Maybe.
I mean, it was 11-3 last time. They've got. There's wiggle room. Alright? There's always wiggle room. And for now, partnership of Rians and Benji towards the B site.
They opened it up last time.
It's interesting to see as well that Miniboo is sort of playing exclusively for this rotation. Very often you'll see the Yoru really pushing the envelope, taking that extremity control. Perhaps when we get into financial range for Heretics to opt into it, we'll see it. That can very quickly be put under duress, but Benji's bursted at him. And Rien's is cleaning up, so it's an in-zone flawless, and with that, very cheap upgrades.
Yeah, I mean, now again we have to highlight that this bonus round is going to be as heavy as it possibly could be.
I love that you let them get the chant in every time.
Yeah,
as well.
Got to. Well,
do you know all the words?
Yeah, I do.
Go on, then.
Mates.
Yeah, I think that's the one. Yeah. Nice from Benji. I mean, looking at the timeline here, could be 10 defender-sided rounds in a row. Really not seen too many attack sided collections today, and this one, oh, it's Mini all the way back in spawn. 4 players trying to dash into B. Benji opens his cage for the setup and is supported. Quick rotation Miniboo once more. Trades 4 on 4, but Rians is solo sight.
Made the Sheriff what we know he can, and well, he's actually escaped in towards Porthouse. Well, they can hold on and get at least one. He has! That paranoia is brilliant! And now we look at the advantage in which Heretics can potentially get this over the line. Spikes in Rien's hands. And how does Mini try and get this round in his favour? He's looking for the first all on his own, but he's already been brought down to 5 HP, and Heretics are up to 5 rounds. A gap of 5 between these two.
3 players falling at the hands of Rians. He is, in my opinion, one of the, if not the best players in this league at just stalling out a side hold, at being kind of like that second in most of the time with the recon dart on this Sober. And you know, he's an enforcer. He allows for the flood to happen. He has the support of Miniboo there as well, but doesn't really need it. And no one digs him out of Boathouse. Back to Sheriff. A bad buy for Gentlemates, which looking to get punished here. Timing doesn't matter when you've got 2 bullets.
Feels as if this match has maybe come at the worst time for Gentlemates, considering last week and now considering how this matchup looks. We'll be looking at a 4-round deficit for Heretics to work with once this round is going to be over.
Heretics are under no illusions that they don't have too many rounds here that they can afford to concede.
Yeah.
But it's nice to see that the bank is building up. There's a sense of comfort about it. They've had those tough conversations.
And I think that's the biggest part about Heretics, because in games previous, rounds previous, we would see their heads go a little bit. We would see like rounds go out of control, whereas it feels very, I guess, mature in the way that they're going about and very disciplined.
Like, it does start to become a feel-good moment for them, I suppose, as they are looking to top the group yet again. Consider the games coming up, like you said, both Book and GX. Final couple matches, teams that they will have to face. It's another solo site hold, and hold on a second, maybe there's a chance here for Gentlemates. It's a weapon recovered, goes into the hands of Kamek. Plant for him, he's just 1 away from the ult. Mini has his own, comeback is low. How much work can he get done?
This is all questions that we'll surely get the answer to, but it's more the utility for me that can set come back up.
Not expecting it.
It doesn't even need it. Now, Wood tries to make his way through lane, and Heretics are pretty all over the place trying to come back in here. And well, it's going to end up with it being easy in the end. There was a chance in which Gentlemates could have worked, but they couldn't make do in the 1v1s.
And as we mentioned before, the key word is complacency. You cannot be complacent in those situations, or Gentlemates will punish you. And it also calls back to the mechanical ability that everyone has. I mean, come back there even on 4 points of health. Plays a bit scorched earth.
I think as well for me, like when we look at this matchup, there is no doubt that both teams can shoot, right?
Yeah.
And when we start to look at the core of Gentlemates, they're debutants, right, in this stage, and that's maybe where we're starting to see that inexperience come to life.
There is still stage experience for those players. Frox with Eintracht. Yeah. In Cologne many times. Comeback
on the stage in Istanbul. Had to make one more trip home before. I mean, Comeback has played on this stage. Good entry though. And we're actually going to get the Hunter's Fury in as well to try and get an indirect trade. It's not coming through whatsoever. Just carry that on a little bit. It's the reps though. He had 2 games, the lower final and the grand final, which he starred in up until the final map. May I remind you, but if we're talking results alone, something has to change for Gentleman. Time ticking on away. Minute mark here, and Benji aware of the fact that there is an ult placed in main and they've got to try and fight it. It's Comeback who leads the resistance as Rien still wants one final swing at this, but the Phantom will not find anything. Just be careful though, because Boo, I was trying to say Boo does that. I know, are you kidding? Well, it's an end-zone flawless in the end, right? But I was more thinking, Boo behind the smoke, players all low, all it takes is a spray down and it brings it down to like a 2 versus 1.
It was a great recon in the end. This is something we've seen Gentlemates do a lot on rounds, just simplify their approach, play as 5 players and try to overwhelm as much as possible. That gets them in the door on this attack side now. Reaching the threshold of 11, meaning that the next round, or any following, could be a map point.
Xong bắn nó tử tế, bắn nó cẩn thận lại không nào anh em ơi. Cố gắng tham ao xong bắn nó cẩn thận lại
I
nhé.
think for me, this timeout is pretty important because it was something we spoke about on Crowd in terms of the ultimate cycles, and right now, Gentlemates are a very important part of the game. And when you think of the spacing of the last 2, that could be enough to finish out this map. So Heretics coaching staff probably sitting down and saying, right guys, let's just consider what the potential protocols could be around those ultimates being used.
And from these timeouts before, we saw Heretics call set pieces immediately. They do have Mini-Boo's Dimensional Drift available to them. But in terms of the first 4, happy to just rely on Boo himself and his calling. You have to remember, he's been here before everyone else on the team. He was there from the beginning of partnerships. That is a relationship which has been built up over so much time. And now, doesn't look like we're going to see too much off the bat.
Simplification is certainly what it looks like Gentlemates are going for in this round, with 5 players outside of B, and very quickly ultimates being used. It's both that were in the pocket of Gentlemates, and well, the first kill actually goes the way of Heretics, and they've not considered this. Mini-Boo playing within the smoke, re-ends through the cage, and well, they've activated at the right time. An end-zone flawless, barely, but what that is going to be is a round win.
Jumped the gun on that one a little bit there, mate, but I wholeheartedly agree. Heretics with the counter setup to the rush from Gentlemates, and now that is problematic because you've thrown 2 huge ultimates into the fray and it has returned next to nothing. And in the same motion, Heretics had barely any money in their pockets. The coffers were running dry. Here we are.
Operator being bought out by Mini-Boo as well. He's taken mid as his approach.
The double up towards A. Ping consistently replaced by Boo. There's once more market pressure being created by Gentlemates. VALORANT will have to dip into his pockets for a shot to just remove that on, and he does. The TP from Mini-Boo has now moved over towards the A site, and should Heretics be put in a position where they're forced to retake, his ult finds so much value. Sure, he has an op in his hands, but you expect the shorty in pocket as well. If he can get on a line early and find a shot that doesn't hit the legs, then maybe it was the first kill of the round.
Well, the players now feel as if they're forced to hit towards A through market, and Riens stands there waiting. Benji Fishy, it's a duet that has worked many a times on this site, and well, there's the extra information through the camera The recon bolts even assisting on that, and it's
30
starting
seconds
to work in a
left.
delay because Gentlemates are stalling out here. They're worried about where the players and backside could potentially be, and it continues to go Heretics' way. It seems to be an absolute whitewash before Kamen finally gets another kill. There's time ticking away. That spike needs to go down soon, but instead it's the remaining players that hit the deck.
Benji and Miniboo doing so much work. The Cypher set up to slow things down, and the Yoru op just flying around. This was a nice one before the trap, but the big concern for me on Gentlemate's side of things is that the scaling is just so slow when they don't have those ults expendable to them. Comeback once more, as this discussion that we're having is slow down just a little bit as well from the defender's side, trying to get in and create space for the rest of the team, but the follow-up's a little slow. And once they start to test the waters towards market, the protocols are so set up from Heretics. They drop back to backside. Miniboo's the first player to rotate over. The macro's really similar to how they play their double duelist on Haven, for example, making sure there's a player covering. They still had 2 players on A in the last few seconds of the round. They were prepared for pretty much anything.
It doesn't even surprise me as well. Heretics, like, with so many aces up their own sleeves in terms of the playbook, it probably hasn't been fully revealed yet. And well, I mean, Gentlemates are certainly demanding that they use all the tricks in the book that Los Niños potentially could. There's going to be a rifle thrown at this, a Hero 1, which will come through the form of comeback. He has been hitting his shots from time to time, but he just hasn't been hitting the highlights that we know he can.
What a moment this would be to go ahead and step up to the mantle. The spotlight which has been beaming against his face for so long now. Miniboo the first exchange in this round. Gentleman's agreement, B pressure, but it's Mini, and is that a tell that Heretics want to try and play with? They are still in position for this A hit, and Benji's Cypher setup has moved over in support.
Comeback's taking that extra space through Treat. As the players now start to make their way onto A for Heretics, most importantly that B and Woot. As the players try to come in, Boo pops in the smoke and will gives away a rifle that Gentlemates can potentially work with, and Benji doesn't hit the shots that we know he can. And this gets even more worrying for Heretics.
Still, Miniboo and Woot alive in this retake though, and with one flash and a fake left, the recon and Rians as well, they're just trying to set up the jet.
Yeah, it's worrying because you are having to retake with the operator. That's the other thing to note. And well, utility is being destroyed at every moment. Heretics are running out of time. It's starting to decay away, and that's the round not even the position that they're in. Woot does good though. Is there a chance? Is there a chance in which to win? He's making it doable. 6 bullets in the chamber, and a player to support him is Rien playing Overwatch, and that's round 9.
And that's Heretics' never say die attitude. A man down, they walk into the retake with the kind of confidence you expect from a team in the top 2 of this region. Looking at how things opened up for Gentlemates, it felt so good, but then comeback starts to drift. The smoke placement to isolate from main and find the 2 players hell, which end up disjointed, is world class. And then the positioning on the right side as well to make sure that Vekash has no chance to get on the line. It's just spectacular.
And again, that conversation about Gentlemates and their mentality. You doubt yourself, you ask the questions, is it going to happen once again? It seems to be 2 rounds between these 2.
And 2 rounds which could very quickly swing out of control. And Gentlemates with barely any money.
I mean, you look at the control on the map, there's not a lot of it either. Mid's in Heretics' favour.
Steps being heard. Woot spotted the shoulder, cloak and dagger. Prox has been eliminated. All coverage of smokes lost for Gentlemates in that opening exchange. They get nothing back in the process.
All the
Forces are starting to align through
Đi
towards
mình nhìn
A.
live team Heretic
This is what we've
đúng
seen
chuẩn
from
luôn anh em ơi.
Gentleman's, grouping
Mình nhìn
up
live team
as
Heretic
4 or
luôn.
5 players
Heretic
and
bắn
trying to
cẩn
make
thận
that
20
direct
từ 10
hit
đời rồi.
happen.
Bắn
Heretics
với ông
already
top
3
sau
players towards
để
this side
ông
of
ấy
the map.
dẫn
The
toàn để
bodies
ông ấy
are
dẫn
there,
rồi.
they are ready. Firepower as well. The goal button has been pressed and the players in. Many
chuẩn
been
bị comeback
known
rút
about
không cái đầu
and
của
well,
Navi.
still
Nhá lên.
even in terms of
Mini
trades,
bù
but
đổi vào
finally
cái mini luôn.
Heretics will put their opponents to the sword. Maybe to the
Comeback của
knife,
12
depends
máu
on what gun Wook wants to use. Does it hit the next shot?
Time is a resource though, Cairo, and it's one which is quickly running out for Gentleman's. Sure, you can go for the plant here, but Heretics are ready to flood.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they've already got rid of comeback. So it's up to VALORANT, who's been good for a clutch before, but will not be good enough here. That's double digits for Heretics. That will be one round between the two.
11-10 ạ, dã man thật.
On a 10-2 half, and it's Heretics breaking into double digits now. Gentleman's just have one to show for. Comeback got a bit unlucky catching a headshot on the fadeaway into the site, but
nice! Let's go, guys!
Honestly, it just does feel like there is a mental boundary right now which is blockading Gentlemates from getting any further, which feels crazy to say when you consider the support staff that they have accessible to them. They have one of the broadest backroom teams of any VCT roster. They've got Mr. G who came in, right, who we've seen work with multiple different rosters before, from Ascend in Ascension to now. He has the credentials, and I guess the other side to it is this is a very young team. The youngest, most inexperienced, I suppose, roster that you could have possibly brought to VCT to try and keep your spot.
And I think as well, for me, this feels like if I saw this project at the start of the year, I'd be like, oh, this is one for the future, right? This is one that you would be building into and hitting your peak and Split 2 rather than, again, as we said, debuting in Split 2. And that's the worrisome part.
I want to see more from all of these players, and I'm sure we will. The future is there for them, absolutely.
Sẽ là muốn all in rồi anh em ạ, sẽ muốn all in. Bắn thẳng tay luôn. Nếu một thua round này sẽ có 2 round nữa từ vị trí người anh em của Heretic. Không biết là thế nào đây anh em ơi.
Hunter's Fury either side, Omenalt's
Chết
also
nhìn
available.
dụ vào Heretic thế.
Just besting mates in that department.
Và Heretic bắn live được mà anh em ơi, căn bản là Heretic bắn out tay hơn là M8 mà. Thằng top 6, thằng top 2 bắn với nhau mà. Tuy gọi là top 2 rồi anh em ạ, nhưng thực ra Heretic nếu như mà không thua Final Seed chung kết thì vẫn gọi là đội hình Tier 1 của EMEA đấy anh em ơi. Tiếc là thua mấy anh em Final Seed ở chung kết rồi.
It's a lot more open.
Thằng mini bu hồi xưa đánh giá bắn hay này. Bắn như cức á anh em
ơi. A little bit more antsy. Recon into B main, that's been cleared. Starting to look like an A hit. Who should anticipate this? Can't get out as he's suppressed. 10 toes down, playing in heaven.
Tên lửa thợ săn cùng nộ. Không trúng ai cả.
Coming in to support, but the spike is still not planted, and Boo is here.
Still not cleared, and now everybody from Heretics is starting to get close to flooding back in, and we look towards Vikaj. He's nowhere near the site, maybe looking to play through as a late win condition.
Stack of players facing towards heaven, but still Boo remains overlooked, and that's where he could have sprung to action just the one which will find the flash is
Proxy tiếp tục là cái đầu của Mani. Út là người kết thúc cái bảng thi đấu cuối cùng thành bên phía của M8. Và đây là no hope cho comeback. Không có một pha comeback nào cả, chỉ có comeback cho team Heretic thôi. Tỷ số được đưa về là 11 đều cho Heretic. Round sau thì yếu khổ tiền luôn. Trời ơi, đúng là mấy anh em gen tôm mẹ te. Chỉ thế thôi anh em ạ. Con vợ Omen đi cắm đầu vào tường nhưng mà con vợ Proxy đi cắm đầu vào tường. Không biết trời đâu đất đâu thì cắm đầu vào tường luôn mà. Ngáo đét anh em ơi, ngáo đét rồi.
Not only have you beaten a team which could have brought a surprise package, but more importantly, are at the kind of range that you should be putting away comfortably. But they've done it backs against the wall in back-to-back halves. Sure, the pistols need improvement. And sure, those attack sides still look no better. The job isn't done just yet.
Một mạng vui, hai mạng. Ba mạng.
They're walking into Woo. They're walking into a world of pain.
4 mạng.
Found 3 already and the off is still hot to
Wow.
Finally Vekash responds and it does go
Thực
to
sự là 4 round cái
2v3.
đấu vừa rồi anh em ạ.
There's a moment to rest, a moment to
Vai trưởng.
change up your angle of approach, but all the information still known about for Heretics.
Bắn nào tay thế?
They've reset their own shape. One player on A, one player on B, and one player holding on to the exit
Boai
from mid.
cố.
Because of where Minibu is right now with that trap wire hit in market, he'll just be looking to collect a little bit more space towards B main. Most likely.
Đêm rồi em đọc nhầm làm
Such a
sao?
difficult position
Đọc
to try
Boai
and
cố đầu
clear
em
should Gentlemates
không
want
loát
to
được,
head in
hay là
that
Boai
direction,
cố.
but right now just looking for a pick somewhere, and they find it. Comes
Thì
in
đây
the form of
Proxy có
Benji,
mình từ đâu của
who does
Benji
retaliate.
bù đội được 1. Đang nhiều sẽ phải lùi lại sang trận đấu đấy 11 máu thôi. Bây giờ để của B chắc chắn là sẽ gặp Mini buông đứng ở đây Mini buông. Và anh ta là người có được cho mình cái đầu của B gác.
12 taken for
Thôi xong rồi,
Heretics.
round vừa rồi Boai cố
The
rao này.
most ridiculous of comebacks.
Rao này, ôi xong rồi, chú bé liệm ơi.
Sparing any kind of mate's
Bắn áo tay
miracle.
điên anh mà, bắn áo tay, quả áo tay
Which
dã
I'm
man.
finding it so hard to believe in at this stage in the year. I mean, the crazy thing about Gentlemates as a team is that they're good enough to create such a large gap, but they're just missing this final component, this final detail, which would unlock so much for them.
Em cũng lú anh em, đang đêm mà đầu cũng chưa loát được.
Gen of mates and what could be.
Ok, chúc mừng cái chưa nói trước rồi anh em ơi. Ok, út đổ được vào cái mạng của MVP rồi. Nào, kéo lên đến từ vị trí của út. Đã trả qua, Sam Linh của thì còn ra vào đầu của bù rồi.
Tree taken away, it's a concern for now, but
rút lại của Shopee lên, đổi lại cho mình sang khẩu Vando.
Very quickly indeed.
Drone duration.
You look at all those bodies in heaven ready to bust out and flood. Gate crash did get destroyed, so Minibu is just going to be running straight out onto the side here, but not without Mini. Finding 2 kills and the lockdown online. Time pressure increasing, but Heretics excelling from these positions. Not to be. It will be another overtime. Locked in at 12 each. Mates showing signs of life right before the death. A sign of relief for these fans as they all celebrate what is their second round in this half. We go once again for another 2-round shootout between these two. It's Heretics instead that actually were the first ones to potentially close out this map. But can Gentlemates finally use this little bit of momentum to find a chance at a third map? It's now the same conversation that we had on Corrode. Who picks up the first attacking round? Heretics started in the same position previously, but they have lost their streak this time. 5 players walking up B main. It's into the Killjoy setup and Vekash pairing Mini. Come back in close proximity. Gentlemates are ready to receive Heretics.
Đáp thẳng vào, út đóng cửa cái leo, út móc lại phát nữa. Comeback đang cố gắng spam qua cái cửa cái leo này. Về gác không có kê đẹp bot hole. Đang bị kẹp chéo, út Ren đã phải lại rồi, cái méo chưa xảy ra thế này.
It just continues to be as we look at another potential flawless round and it's denied by Minibu. But Mates will get
kéo vô tay để thua.
You gotta stop doing that. Gentlemates won't care how the rounds come through, just so long as they get on the board. 13 to 12. Now their chance of finding yet another on the attack side. In terms of what worked, it was few and far between, but we saw them like to group up heavily for their execution. Not play too much on any kind of a fake.
Anh em bảo quá đẫm máu rồi anh ra thần ơi.
Round 26
Kéo
off with a
4 máu
default
tê để
though.
thua. Nhiều.
Spike still more towards the B side though, and it's actually Benji that gets picked up by the
vào người của Benefici rớt
Could
nhanh
be a
à.
red herring as the players start to move in towards B main. There's just not enough members here for Gentlemates to scale into the site while the traps are down, and they're incredibly deep in position as well. You see reserve towards market yet again.
Hoàng dại quá, Tú ơi, em Tú không biết nữa anh em ơi. Bắn kiểu gì thế này? Chơi game thuần chấp người rồi. Chơi game thuần chấp người thôi.
It's only really up to Vekaj to fake out towards this side of the map.
Yeah, actually using the shock bolt to break what would have been the potential trap wire, but everything goes quiet on this right-hand side, and the push doesn't head into the A site. Penny has dropped. Heretics know it's a B execution, but it's Benji and Rians.
Cầm súng lên nào rồi, Rang rồi được cái mạng của
Mickey.
Ui, mình cầm lại rồi.
So does this backside hold?
Thôi,
Is
Benji
Benji's call as well? And Gentlemate's
ba kéo vào
great
OT để
spot to
thua.
bring
Trời
this
ơi, kéo vào OT để thua. Cái địch mỡ chúng mày.
Just one more that they need to pick up. It's a
Mấy
4
thằng
versus
ngu
2
này.
into the retake. Op again.
Chơi game thuần bán độ.
Yeah, that's the hard thing, is that Op is going to have to try and find clean engagements. And you've also got a late win condition in the player in May. That is Vekaj. Team Heretics look to try and clear everything out, paying attention to all the small details as Vekaj rounds the corner. He catches both players, and Gentlemates will finally
Vào OT
get
để
there.
thua anh em ạ. Bẩn vãi lìn.
Took a while, but Gentlemates are now going to take this all the way to bind. The map which they won the other week, and for Heretics, it's into the unknown yet again. Could they seriously turn this around after every setback? We'll have to find out on the other side of this break.
And welcome back. Oh, I'm allowed to talk about this. I wasn't sure. There was so much yelling, you know, I thought I could add my voice to the mix. I was just feeling it. I'm vibing. Today has been incredible, I think, in terms of some of the games that we've seen. I thought we were going to see the back-to-back from Team Heretics. I'm really glad for the sake of Gentlemate's mental that we did not. But I think the big thing I want to call out is something we talked about at the start. It can't be Mini on his own. Somebody else needs to step up. And I think we have been seeing Vekaj step up. He has been that guy I mean, for the most part, it was still a little bit dire, right? But is this good? Are we happy with this? You guys, I can't tell if you guys are excited or if you're disappointed.
The thing is, like, bear in mind, Dracos, that this was a 10-2 half. And we were very close to having another instance where Gentlemates is not able to close them up. Again, just like you, I'm very happy that they were able to do it. But it has to do with their defense, and there were very, very cool plans that we were seeing coming from them.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Vikash was very good. Sorry, we just had like 5 minutes discussion about how to pronounce his name, and I'm doing it wrong every single time.
It's Vikash. Yeah, you're
Vikash, you're good.
Vikash.
Yeah, no, you did it right. You're very self-conscious about it. You're doing it right.
Vikash is coming out sometime.
No,
okay, it's okay.
Stop.
But now, let's speak about the mid fights that we were seeing from the defense, because we have some clips to show some cool things that we spotted Gentlemates do at Mini.
Yeah, so what we're going to see here is a nice little mid fight from Gentlemates. Look out for the recon flash combo and just the general cohesion and team fighting.
Yeah,
very nice
so
from
can we roll the clip?
Yeah, as we roll the clip, I think we get to see that. So looking for the combo here. Nice initial.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, we missed the part of the clip.
We missed part of the clip?
Yeah.
Okay, I have a better one. How about round 11? Because I think that this fight for mid was constant. We see another recon, and most importantly, they see the information on the side of mates. The Team Heretics are going through mid. But as we're seeing, they use the Killjoy ult to force Team Heretics to rampage onto A, where Comeback is waiting, and also Vikash has his ultimate to make sure that this round goes for them. It was an expensive round, but it doesn't matter. For the side of Gentlemates, you want to be successful at that. You want to get as many on the board as possible. Definitely, because of that second half, we understood why.
I think what I loved from Gentlemates this game on the defense was fighting fire with fire. So Heretics' double duelist comp is supposed to be explosive, but in order to get into the spaces that they need, they don't have as much utility to get there. So Gentlemates were shutting them down in important spaces on the map to make sure that Heretics couldn't just explode with XX.
Yeah, and it feels like the second map in a row where we've seen really good stuff in theory on paper. Again, last map we had prepped all these little strats, these little things to highlight. Some of it more standard, some of it kind of a new spin that Gentlemates had brought to a map like Corrode. Now we go to Bind. Vikash, obviously fantastic, look great here, but we talked about it in the map select. We were skeptical about the second map. Gentlemates bring it back, but Bind is just a kind of a terrifying place to go against a team as experienced as Team Heretics.
I'm hoping though, after seeing all these defense maps just be so defense-sided, that we finally see a map where it's a bit more even, and we see some nice attack rounds, because I can't watch another 2-10, 3-9 attack side half. I want a nice 6-6 this time around, I think.
I mean, if it destroys our mental, like, imagine this. If they would have lost this map, I think that
guys,
they would have been gone.
We've seen 9-3. Now we've seen, I think we're going 11-1.
But then a reverse.
I think we're counting up, and then another reverse all the way to overtime.
Well, Team Heretics on literally their first map of the season got 11-1 on the first half. So we should also have the conversation about what is going on with Heretics and their first halves. Like is this something that we should be concerned about? But as we jump into Bind, we did see Gentlemates play it last week. We saw the Waylay on Comeback, something that had us very excited, and Mini, you were speaking about it. The question now is, what is Team Heretics going to do with this Bind? Are they going to go back to the 100 Thieves composition? Are they going to bring something spicy? Do they want to rely on the double duelist on a map like this? Is Woods going on the KO Bind? What's happening here?
I actually want the double duelist over the KO.
With what duelists?
A very, very good question.
Is there a double duelist that isn't just like Yoru +1?
Usually, but Bind is such a good Raze map that you'll usually see Raze +1 if you are going to see it.
It could be Raze. How about a chamber? Would you be down for a chamber?
I would, but they haven't played chamber.
But it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Woods hadn't played the Waylay, and we saw the Waylay.
I think chamber's very good on Bind, but it's just not something they usually lean into. If you're going to play chamber, you usually play it across multiple maps at once, right?
Is there anything that we can see, and this is a limitation of my knowledge for sure, that like makes this easier to close? Because I think that's my like.
So
for who?
For honestly, for either side, right? Because the fact that like we've gone to double OT here, I mean, for Gentlemates it's definitely hurt the most because they're the ones who've had to weather the storm, but they do have momentum coming into this next map. Now, of course, we're going into Agent Select. Got the Brim. Old school classic. Love seeing him.
So yeah, Heretic just going for that quote 100 Thieves comp. The Fade Gecko, very standard, solid standard, but it's not going to unleash the win condition that is Woot on say, the KO or the Duelist. I think we have to look out for Woot this game. Is he able to provide value in the same way he has in the previous maps on an agent like Fade?
I think the same can be said about Rians. I think he's so important for Team Heretics. One of the sometimes unsung heroes, and sometimes we only sing his praises. I feel is what we get. For the side of Gentlemates, they need to be convincing on this. I think that both teams need to be convincing. For a team like Team Heretics that we expect for them to go to Champions, for them to have a good performance, they need a deep map pool. And they need Bind to be one of the maps that they're good on.
And Gentlemates last week won this map pretty convincingly. So, despite all the shenanigans that map 1 and 2, if this was just the best of one now, Gentlemates actually have a pretty decent chance if we're going off their performance.
It is a best of one now. Whether, I mean, as long as both teams can come in clean slate, you know, mind wipe whatever happened before.
It might be a bit of a tired, messy best of one, but it is a best of one.
True. I think at this point, though, you do have the momentum. This time, you were the ones who managed to come back in the clutch, who managed to come back in overtime. And I think this is, for either team, an opportunity to show us more. For Team Heretics, right? Only recently have they been the kind of team where you have faith in them as the game goes further, right?
They come back again. I just cannot make it. I think that Prox is someone that needs to step up. He's been having some rough maps since he's joined the league, and I feel like Astra gives you an opportunity to show off, even if it's not in the kill department, at least to show some comfort in what he can provide to the team.
I think talking about comebacks, I think it's going to have to be comeback again.
Right.
Waylay debut last week was beautiful. He's going to need to have another performance like that if they want to beat Heretics on this map.
I'm excited to see more from Comeback. I'm excited to see what Waylay can do on this map, see if they can rinse and repeat from what we saw previously. Of course, we're ready. They're getting into the servers. You know what that means. It's time to send it over to Caster to kick off map 3.
That's it. Final map of the night, and for Team Heretics, it's one which we've not seen in a hot minute. Previous time played in VCT, map 4 of the grand final against EDG in Champions, of course. 12-4 last year in VCT, 7-1 regionally. It was always a strong suit for them. The Gentlemates have already shown they can rock the boat. Can they do it twice in a row?
This would be a big result for Gentlemates in terms of the group, and it would even things out a little bit more for the other teams. But in terms of compositionally, this was the exact same comp that was played in that grand final that they were able to win out against. The specific map. We're not going to talk about the result of the grand final, but the specific map they won out against. So yeah, it's something that will be a little bit familiar to the players. I wonder how much practice they've got back on this composition, if there's anything new that they're going to innovate with, or we're just going to be with the same NFS Heretics that we know. We know there's going to be some new stuff.
Question on our minds. So much left to be unanswered. As for now, we will be heading into Bind momentarily. I have to say, Cairo, just looking at this one for Gentlemates as well, with the comp that they're playing and with the sort of nuance that Waylay brings, it makes you wonder, how much more are they going to be able to do? Is it just these set plays from the strat book, or is there a more efficient way to it, I suppose? So like, yeah, okay, so sorry, stumbled the words a little bit there because we just got confirmation that the reason why there's a delay, there's a spider on the desk. I don't know if that's it just being removed from the building now. Rian looks a little bit shell-shocked. He's wondering, is there another one maybe? That's up there.
Oh yeah.
Tech pauses, if you even want to say that. It's not really. It's just a delay. Like,
yeah.
He's wondering, are we good, man? Is there a cobweb or something?
I won't bite you, mate.
A mob spawner?
Just think of it. You are so Minecraft coded, man. There's no way that you've just said that.
Absolutely no idea, man. What kind of gremlins are spawning under the desks of the Riot Games arena?
Interesting to see that.
Definitely is. But probably not the most suspicious thing said today if we consider what Mini was on about earlier. And I'm not talking about the one on the desk, I'm talking about the one there. We're getting the ready checks. I think the spider's gone.
Yeah, exactly. And we can start to worry about what nets and stuff are going to be used on Bind, what the plans are looking like. As for the map, something to update you as we go straight into it, as obviously Heretics will be starting on the
defense.
There's a
replay! It jumped on his forehead. He was like, hang on a minute, where's that cut? Can we get that one more time? Where did it come from? No, okay, we're going into game.
Perfect, unlucky, mate.
It's like it hit me on the head. It just jumped out of nowhere.
This is definitely one of the delays of all time, but it looks like we are ready to go here. It will be map number 3, Bind. One which Team Heretics haven't played in forever, one that Gentlemates played just last week. It's essentially a best of one, and with Gentlemates basically playing for their VCT EMEA lives, it's a very important one.
Absolutely. Make no mistake, Gentlemates are in it to win it now. Mini showing how capable he can be, and as the Viper in this setup, very often you're going to see him away from the rest of the team. It's Prox instead this time, forced to control the short space as this attacking default once again begins towards the B site.
Heretics putting priority towards getting the long orb, and well, utility there as well as they come back to Hookah to re-clear. At the same time, there's a little couple of players starting to stretch their legs from showers.
And like I said, fresh tape on this map. Heretics are so well prepared for this A finish, as it was against Foot, so they clear out all of the control in showers. Gentlemates previously opting to plant back site, and Kamek with the spike on his back might just be looking to do exactly that, but it's the fight on Boo that he's wanting to take first.
Just to note, there is still one player outside of showers, so I think Gentlemates want to go and finish on B. The players now know about it, but it's still Heretics to trade to an advantage, and that's 2 players to the good now.
Benji potentially caught in a pinch here as well. Back to the wall of Hookah means he's a very difficult clear. The timing is on his own terms and conditions. Between Mini and Comeback, though, it's a 2 versus 4 situation. Benji only needs 1, if that.
Next to his wall, but does get caught. So, something in which Gentlemates can work with.
Now let's look at the retake. Where's it coming in from? Already a semblance of it from the attacker side of the map, traditionally, and as Comeback is getting ready to clear through elbow towards spawn, they have an idea of this, and such advantageous positioning. Mini really aggressive though.
Yeah, and he's not got a lot of health to work with either. Needs to be careful and not leave Comeback all alone, but as the players jump out, they're caught. Mini now left to his own devices as he tries to catch at least one clean fight. He won't get it. Heretics will win the first pistol on this map. I mean, it's the first pistol they've won all game.
Yeah, it's the second pistol they've won all game.
Yeah, but it's the first pistol of that specific map. The opening pistol.
I suppose that is true.
I could have said it in a better way.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's all good. We're learning here, as are Gentlemates. It was an attacking round which mutated after showing a lot of the same DNA from their opener against Foot, as I said, and Heretics looking pretty well prepared to deal with the different lanes of the map and extremity control, something which is so important on Bind, for those who are just getting familiar with it again.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, Comeback has actually been forced on towards an outlaw with heavy shields. Unfortunately for him, every single player on Team Heretics have heavy shields, so there's nobody going to be within 1-shot range.
Nade set up to flush Gentlemates out of showers, but the orb has already been picked up. Grouping to send this A-ward. Default Viper wall, they can scale quite comfortably behind it, shifting up. No real information. Boo would be forced to face check.
Back in a flash.
It's into that outlaw that we highlighted.
Dash has been activated, and well, Comeback is going to be able to get the first here.
Gentlemates with ease making their way into lamps. Heretics giving that respect, dropping off, playing for a truer retake, and with Woot finding that kill and getting a double reveal. The players are behind the wall, unfortunately enough for him. Missed shots by both players. Woot finally getting it with a better fire rate and bigger magazine.
Yeah, it's a bit stinky in the end. Woot, though, knows what he needs to do, and there's plenty of delay here to try and deny the spike plan. In the end, Heretics will have 4 up and available for the next round, or 4 buys at least.
Yeah. Wondering who it is that takes the hit. We saw Mini before. Happy to drop a gun over, and I think the case may be the same here. Nice opener from Comeback. And like the Mini on our team was saying, the talent team, we need to see comeback in hot form if there's any chance for this comeback to happen. I say comeback. It's a word that I keep thinking about because every single map we see, it's Gentlemates building up a lead from the defender side first, but the fact that Heretics have started here and found themselves in this position is a very big thing, because to add on one extra thing about that, it's the big talking point of Heretics before was always when they're behind, they stay behind. When they're in front, they stay in front. They have the lead early.
Vikaj needs to be careful as those players peeking into him. He's not really managed to get a lot of damage off. Instead receives a little bit, and well, Gentlemates will look elsewhere on the map.
Both Viper Orbs going down at the exact same time. The 3 players stacked up here, and sure, Benji low on Toxin, so...
But as many boos, Outlaw that was facing down, it's Comebacks instead who gets the kill, and now he's one off of his ulti.
And Mini Sheriff, no problems. What a shot! A flick onto Rians. Gentlemates 5 players strong, barricading the B site into post. Heretics will throw every last gun they have at this, but it is not all too much.
Yeah. How do you even get past this first bit here as well, right? Yeah. Who doesn't have any smokes to maybe go through in towards elbow, so it will be the exit game.
Gentlemates as well, sort of sending it mid-round here, where previously they had executed quite late. A lot of teams. Very strong utility combos available to them as well. And they would really like to get some of these ults online. It's Vikaj to farm up the last couple of players. Come back one off of the convergent path. That Outlaw has been striking to open up rounds. The last couple. Now.
And well, everybody getting found out by Gentlemates will allow those orbs to grow a little bit better right into this, and as you've already mentioned, Comeback's ulti being one off will point them towards that B long, where we look at Benji to try and deny the orb.
Lô Tú ok nha, Thần ơi quay trở lại thôi nào.
He's actually taking a pretty aggressive angle on it, jump spot, and will be seen as the players now look to try and gain that space. Rien's taking a long line of sight, doesn't get the kill that he was looking for. Will elsewhere.
Such a big duel to win as well. The Prowler just reconfirming there is no Gentlemates presence outside of A, not least towards the Showers side of things. Rian's catches wind that there are a few players here, but not how many. It's the ult coming through now.
Yeah, the players now make their way, or try to at least, on towards the site comeback. Finding Rien's, and the players are starting to pivot, trying to make their way on towards A, almost denying Vikaj their life. And well, there's plenty of damage on these players if they try to get out of the choke, and well, Heretics are basically on a foot race.
They've already won. They've crossed the finish line. They are waiting for Gentlemates to arrive at the site now. All 4 players through short, they know they're here.
There's only one that's actually got the full health, and not clearing the corner is going to be a disaster now, as Heretics did have an advantage to get this over the line. Instead, no, it's back all even. Spike is down, and a post plant to work with.
No control for Gentlemates either. Nothing to work with.
Well, and you've got a late flank coming through. Benji Fishy, will he activate at the right time? Well, the sound has come up at the right time for the players, but they're still trying to get more space. They're still trying to get something in which they can work with, but catching Benji Fishy will actually give a little bit more safety. We're on for the ace. One more to find, denied. 1 versus 1, up against Boo! And it'll be Prox to find it! A Red Bull clutch!
His performances so far had been called into question, but there is nothing more damning than a clutch in that situation. Such an advantage for Heretics back into the retake. The players all stuck on site. Woot tenderizing them. It was a 3 versus 2, and then in the 2v1, Prox finds his. He won one of these on Ascent as well. You're gonna have impact. That's one way to do it.
Big round to win, especially when there's a question mark with all the players being so low, right? Going late in towards that site. And now Heretics, well, they're on an eco, and that's what Gentlemates get for winning that clutch. Although, it's a lot of bodies towards Hooker.
Sheriffs on Heretics. Comeback has found himself the upgrade to the operator, but again, Heretics will strike first in the round. Reans catches info on the B long play, and this time he's not going to show any hesitation. Mosh pit straight in, and another reaction from Heretics, trying to chase down Kamik as he makes his way out. I think it's comeback they're going to catch here instead. 3 players.
Yeah, he's only going to be good for at least 1 kill on that. He is. It doesn't quite get the second. Tries to double dip, and that's not what you want to be doing at the same time. Gentlemates now look to try and take more space on A and give a little bit of breathing room for this spike to go down.
Once again, it's Mini lurking on this Viper, collecting extra space for the rest of his team, and calling the shots, the macro, so much easier when he doesn't have to focus on the group.
Now, all the bodies are here for Heretics, and again, just to note, they are 1 player to the good. Cosmic Divide goes in from the attack, so that there is an easier line to hold. It is Sheriffs, and well, at a closer range will do more damage. No 145 tax, and we're even going to get the showstopper as well from Miniboo, and there's 2 players grouped up towards Showers instead. The ultimate goes elsewhere, on towards the spike. A tap, still gets the kill onto Mini. I didn't think that was going to happen. What? I didn't think this round was going to happen. It's Heretics, clutch it from nowhere.
It's a pace safeguard thrifty for them, snatched out of thin air. From right beneath the feet of mates. I said, Heretics and Sheriffs, what could they offer? Comeback does a great job to get away with 1, but like I said before, it's those micro details. He looks for another, gets punished.
Do we have time?
And Benji locks in real quick, but they know that is a huge round to win.
Well, the Thrash is online in terms of ultimates. Remember, that Cosmic Divide being invested in the last round and not getting the value will also be pretty hard to be honest. But that's not cleared. Not cleared whatsoever. The reveal was good. And Miniboo even goes hunting for the kill and gets what he was looking for. Gentlemates being prey. Looks like they could continue to do so as there's more delay coming through from the defense.
Comeback still has a full belt of utility here, though, to try and affect the round on the waylay.
Concealment.
Her talents are really suited at dive bombing into those difficult areas and being able to disengage at a moment's notice, but he will lead the task at hand towards B instead, where Benji is the solo anchor again towards the late stages of the round. Heretics should start to think about a rotation.
Happy to depend upon Benji, who we all know is good at holding these sites. It's his domain, it's his dominion, and unfortunately he's given it up. The crown has been vacated on the B site, and that spike will go down.
It's into elbow yet again. Benji still hanging around, just dictating the pace, holding the smoke, stopping any players from pushing through, but it's between Prox and Comeback. They are the ones that can really shift this in the favor of mates. It's Comeback, in fact, probably by himself now in elbow.
Gentlemates are going to have to be fearless here as the players come through, and Vekaj gets all 4 players with his ultimate, but still traded out. A 2 versus 4 in which they need to clutch, and it's up to Comeback to give us something special, but just misses out. And now Heretics can put a little bit of daylight between them and Gentlemates.
Those last couple of bullets as well. I mean, Comeback in a Pacific jersey, you'd never see him miss those final few shots. Something slightly off. And now, out of this round where the tempo was set immediately by Heretics, Gentlemates need some composure. We're gonna call the first timeout of this final map before things start to slip too far away from them.
Yeah. Time to take a minute to think about things, take a breath, and I mean, it's time now to take a think about Heretics.
Sure. We'll go ahead and digest the numbers here in terms of their performances on this map. 3rd best team on Bind globally, at least by win rate, 71%. And yeah, it's the tried and true. It's a composition which we'd seen pioneered throughout last year. Gecko
since his introduction, has been favored by a lot of teams. All the way back at the very early stages, it was the Sage, the wall plant, right? But now it's the wingman instead to get that spike down and give you a little bit more freedom of movement in your post plants to be looking for those jewels when it is so heavy to that sense anyway, with the amount of mollies, utility that you have to throw down in those situations. But we haven't really seen that interplay all too much so far between the two.
The worrying thing for me now as we start to head into the next couple of rounds is we look at the economy state just for a moment, Hazza, and that Gentlemates are now starting to fall into a bad eco cycle, right? They're going to be on buy, then half buy, or full eco rounds. And well, Heretics, we've seen them before, right? When they're on these anti-ecos, how good they are at putting them to bed.
In terms of win conditions here, Mini has a pit. Put that up. Maybe there's half a chance. You take the air out the lungs of Heretics. Play up close with Stingers. Comeback is one off of the convergent path, so that's why they're prioritizing this B long orb. The way the Heretics have been playing, they've fought showers multiple times, but when it comes to B, maybe one player on an angle from deep sight, but that's about it.
Benji just looking to get the information and get out. Doesn't want to be hanging around for too much, and that's already why we see him drop off.
Work's cut out for him. The utility gives him a heads up, and this one way which he's been using with the orb is really nice.
My ultimate is ready.
Doesn't want to run through the toxins too quickly because he'll want his wall perhaps. Not yet knowing if the push is hookah, but it is just straight in the sight, and he deletes comeback.
Yeah, 100%. The ultimate not opted for, and well, the spike isn't even going to go down either, which is a disaster in terms of Gentlemates' future rounds. And Heretics, again, very professional and disciplined in dealing with that push.
As soon as we were talking about Gentlemates' potential win conditions coming through ultimates, Heretics heading into the business end of their own ult cycle. Benji finding those kills, bringing up the pit. Orbital Strike, Thrash is there. One off the showstopper, and Woot not too far away either from his own Nightfall. So there is so much to be concerned of if you're Gentlemates.
If you're, to be honest, Hazza, though, if you're Gentlemates in the fans here, you need a little bit of hope, right? And for me, right now, there's not a lot to be hopeful of.
Suppose so. Like we mentioned earlier, 5v4s, that's an area where Gentlemates could look to deliberate, negotiate their chances, I suppose.
Tap of the orb, trying to bait with an audible, but it's not really worked. Still, the stack holds on towards B, and most importantly, Miniboo's up towards long.
Poison Cloud does mean that the Gentlemates players can walk out the side of it without being spotted, and the recall of the Nebula has also called that into question. Once more executing from this area. A flashed Miniboo is one which no longer feels comfortable to stay on the line. Taken down inside of the Molly, but Heretics still have 3 players towards hookah. That's the strong side. All with Phantoms, ready to spray through this smoke at a moment's notice. Comeback trying to fight it. It's Benji with them both. And now twice the numbers. Oh, quickly equalized. Mini and Prox, one of them detained, but he's got onto the other side of the wall. The lip deleted by the orbital strike, and now it is just Mini. Out in the open. There is no chance. Rians to claim him. And for all we talked of ultimates, they've been thrown at that round with Heretics coming out the better.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big aspect of it, right? 2 ultimates invested from either side, and well, Heretics come out on top with still some in the back pocket, which will be heartbreaking for the French side, as the fans still try to give a little bit of boost to the players.
Yeah. Look, you can't fault them. Trying to resuscitate this Gentlemate side, who even making it to champs, if we're talking all the way for them to keep their spot, let alone ascension from playoffs, which does feel that much more doable, although improbable right now. The position the previous stage sells you short.
think the saving grace for Gentlemates with this buy is the fact that it is bind and it is close quarters and there is 3 stingers in which to walk. Benny Boo just waits and uses his ultimate at the right time. His Heretics confirm an advantage for the second half.
Yeah, leveling them there and setting us up for another gun round between the two teams. Looking at the play here, it was just util straight through the TP. This is something mates did a lot themselves with the Waylay, one of its tools, and I have to say too, Comeback has done a pretty decent job at closing the gap to the site, and the light speed means that he can sort of path kind of however he wants because he gets both dashes.
Yeah.
However, we need to see a little bit more follow-up off of it because sure, he can blitz his way past that first line of utility from the Viper, but we need to see a little bit more here, and I think I preferred the slower rounds that they were playing where Mini was really calling them an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, as well, this is now what the second timeout used, I believe, as well. So, with that being said, it now gets a bit more worrying when we think about that second half, right? Because there's going to be no interjection from the coaches, no chance at being able to stop if Heretics are the ones who start off quicker, and we end up in like a much worse deficit.
Yeah.
I mean, Heretics were able to do it, why not Gentlemates?
Okay. Look, I invite the possibility. As we said before, Gentlemates have dared to dream many a time. The run which they made the Team SBG all the way back in the French League until now. Oh, so straight into the round already without the HUD, but we'll get that fixed for you in just a moment. What I can tell you is that there is a flank coming in from Heretics nice and early. They've already pushed 2 players up through Fountain. Nightfall sent them packing. There's a serious problem on the back line.
Oh, and the players aren't even aware of it. The Nightfall not catching anything, so still hanging about here, Gentlemates. I mean, at the same time, Heretics right now, like, what they've got what they came for. They've got the advantage, and now they're dipping off.
Yeah, and that's the way that you've got to play it, because all of this is eating into the time bank as well. Further grains of sand hitting the bottom of the hourglass as Gentlemates are slowly shifting their way back up to the spawn barrier.
The worst part about this is if you go towards the Gecko, on the attack side, he has no more utility to use. Really, it's just the wingman. See, exactly, which is not going to be great for trying to bust through the chokes.
Utility gets committed here by Prox. Do they really want to send this execution, or is it just a fake? The wingman goes out, but without the spike in its hand. Prox's position in short, you can see the Gentlemates are looking to take the A site. It's a 4 versus 5 situation. They're a man down, and there's just not enough time. 15 seconds. Finally, the next drop of blood hits the canvas. It's Camming to release it. 2 more shots from him. Prox going to roll away. Into Benji, and that spray's done it almost all by himself. Plant is just a mission impossible for Mini, as Mini Boo will finish it off for Heretics.
I mean, that's absolutely spectacular. The way that when you see Heretics right here, buying as much time as possible, and well, from there on, like, if you come off the spike and get the kill, the last remaining player on Heretics just runs away, and you've won the round.
Like moonwalking into his utility round. I've never seen the Astral Form peak back turns before, but learn something new every day.
That's a crazy one.
But I must say, Heretics, last time we saw them on this map, and sure, you maybe call into question the fact that it's just been defender side after defender side all damn day. But we're also on a deciding map, and if you want to go off trends, Gentlemates, the amount of times they found themselves in this position and fallen short, it requires a Herculean effort.
That it does. And there needs to be a lifeline for that effort to work in the second half. And we're already
Có lại cái bảng thông báo rồi, nhưng cuối cùng có lại cái bảng thông báo rồi ạ. Ảo thế nhỉ? Vừa mắt quỷ được trả vào thêm một trái nét nữa. Bắn vào quả smoke 50 hình rồi, bên Fishy có được cái đầu Mini. Tap một kill cho anh ta. Ôi, Minimu đổi được một Vegas mà anh ta cầm lại rồi. 2v1, fake tiếng Plan. Ngu thế, ôi, bắn qua thùng chết combat luôn.
It's Woot
Last round in the half.
Put a stake in the heart of Gentleman's chances. They've got one more opportunity on this half, Cairo, with plenty of ults to throw at it. But rounds like this just look a little bit too lost for my liking.
Yeah, and that's the worst part, right? And it feels like that as loud as the fans are being, it's the sound in the server that matters most, and right now Gentlemates have not got much of a response to how Team Heretics are playing. It's going to be a big ultimate round as it's the last of this first half, and there's plenty in the pockets of both teams. It's going to be a quick play through Showers, as we see right now, Miniboo supported by Riens try to burst through, and they've already got the kills that they were looking for.
Hit down on site as well. Plant's going to come in, but so much space kept held onto by Heretics.
Yeah, that there is, but Combat's gone looking for more and got one for it. 2 versus 3, and it's in favour of the French side, but this could easily go away. Benji Fisher needs to try and clutch up. Close to the spike is his pick. Now he can maybe use that to work with, maybe beat out a peak, and as both players are basically fully disconnected. Vekaj low on health as well, but it's the time that's most important, and you know that Mini knows that. He wants to try and get the player off the spike, and he's trying to go for it, but it's just a bit too cheeky. And Gentlemates will get that lifeline that we spoke about.
Another 9-3 half, not the first that we've seen. Defender-sided dominance is the headline for this game, as are the comebacks. Could there be one more on the cards? Gentlemates will take the stage, and we'll find out after the break.
One enemy.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Thắng thế nào được hả anh Aden ơi? Không biết là anh Aden có xem live trực tiếp của anh không? Ôi trời.
For the first time in this series, Heretics lead at the half, and by a scoreline which separates the two by 6 rounds. Gentlemates onto this map had shown some of what they could do against Foot the other day, but with a tape in play and Heretics just looking so efficient in how they shut down many of these rounds. It's a ridiculous effort required to stoke the dying embers of their relegation campaign.
And interestingly enough, Team Heretics Fade Gecko comp made up 39% of all Biden comps played last year, which is extremely interesting, always looking to try and innovate.
Or just be most effective and create their own norms, I suppose. Yeah. And even here, seeing Woot on the fade, one of now a list of 9 agents that he has in his repertoire. Waylay debuted in the first map of this series. 2 overtimes later, here we are, another pistol round. Thanks defense starting with props, firing a couple shots down the length of short. Should very quickly be removed from position. Lamps under the Heretics banner as they move into post.
that spike being down and the space being taken, that you've got to be looking at Benji playing late through showers, but he's caught out.
Yeah, that's huge. Benji on a dime though here needs to try and take some of the fights. His Sheriff's been so good this stage. It's not the shots he was looking for. Down to 10 HP, the health pool on Heretic starting to dwindle as mates begin to work on that spike defuse. Mini's hands are busy. He's going to hold the line the entirety of the way through. The rest of the mates have got his back, and between the two controllers, they keep the tempo even.
And the big thing about it is that's the way you want to start your comeback, right? With a pistol round, with the anti-equal, and hopefully a convincing bonus.
Seeing here as well just how that waylay utility looks on defense in the retakes. We know that Gentlemates like to burst back in together. It was a missed molly actually. I believe it bounced off the wheel or something.
Yeah, but I also think that molly was far too late anyway, so I don't think it would have stopped the defuse coming through. Again, another post. Oh, well, Kamek has no head.
Đẫm luôn. Đang hỗ trợ mấy em nhóm tiếng em ơi.
It brought Gentlemates to a post plant, one which Heretics were able
đây,
to retake convincingly.
Mới
And
dậy à
here,
Tú?
Vekaj has the
Dạ vâng,
monopoly
sau
on
cơn mê thì
information.
Tú
He
đã
will begin
tỉnh.
to work his way
Nào,
towards
chiến
short
đến từ
and
những em phía ở trên
gain
Heretics.
further knowledge about what the setup for
Bắn nhanh
Heretics
nào,
looks
Heretics
like.
thôi.
They are building their forces
Nào
outside of
xem
B,
trước khi
taking it
sở
from
tốt lại
alongside,
mình có
and
cái
there
gì
is no second player.
chốt lãi không anh em nhỏ.
No second option, I should say. They can't go A. It's an all-in.
Have to hog. It's definitely not, and now there's that Gecko flash missing out the Dizzy. He does at least grab one, but Mini playing in front of the utility, looks to try and collect all the players, and he makes it look easy.
Little bit of missed utility perhaps. Oh my god, what is
Ok, đi anh em quả cuối này.
No.
Hide and seek.
Perhaps.
Here's a
Cuối này.
boot right here as Mini Boot gets the entry into the round, and I mean, from here, just a shooting gallery. Mini just trying to warm up into the second half.
Let's go. Keeping the energy up, one step at a time.
Over 19
Come back now with the outlaw in his hands.
Số đi thằng
Starting off towards A, using the light speed immediately, getting
không được anh em ạ. Số anh em. Heretic với cả
How proactive do mates want to be here?
G8
We saw Vekaj walk the whole way up. He's managed to take the orb this time. They walk the line. There is balance to this.
Don't want to be too aggressive, don't want to give anything away to Heretics and allowed into this round.
Especially when you have come back in that position.
That site could feel like a house of cards sometimes.
As soon as he takes this first shot, Prox has the Astral Star in play, ready to project the Nebula there and give him a little bit more cover. So as we say, the setup is mostly for the A side for Gentlemates. They have 3 players stationed here currently. And he does still have the Viper Wall, and there's been...
I wonder, is Heretics right now thinking about potentially a late pivot through the CT? I mean, with all that utility expended, it's maybe trying to fake out, but I don't know about that position.
This is a B execution, especially with Rians now pathing through the cave to support the rest of his team. As I said, Mini still has the snake bite. There's a mosh pit here as well. They can stall out as long as those toxins will last. Astral utility arriving to 20-second mark hit. Finally, Heretics needing to make a move. Minibu at the front of the queue, taken down by Kamek with his Sheriff in hand. Has to get this spike plant in, and Vekaj up so close with a stinger, could play to deny it, but shut down with an even trade. 3-on-3 mates still without the weapons.
Yeah, I mean, Comeback still has that refract, so he can take that first engagement and get out, but there's still more utility that the attack have to delay, and that's through that last smoke used.
Off this push. Elbow still out in the open air. Comeback.
2 round thôi, chuyển 2 round thôi, M8 12 round nữa
this
tích
angle as the rest of his team group up to make the play. Kamek empty utility
MC
belt. No chance.
Coi nhờ MC này đấy, M8 ơi.
You got to go right under the nose of Heretics
Nào
and the
bắn chết thằng
watchful
Bu đi.
eye of Boo.
Bên này PC thôi xong rồi có cái bạn comeback rồi. Rồi xong 15 team Heretics. Ôi giời ơi, anh Giao Thần ơi, anh Giao Thần đi anh Giao Thần đi minus 3 dot 5 của anh Giao Thần ơi, anh đi mấy thằng test như trừ à.
Amazing boys.
Best trung lưu trừ đẹp, em nghĩ là tầm 13-7, 13-7 là đẹp keng cho cả anh cả em luôn. 13-7 là vừa đẹp em vừa đẹp anh luôn. Anh ra thần ạ. Anh ra thần, xem anh ra thần. 10 năm red thì vẫn đang mở thôi.
I know there are probably a few Cats fans around here as well.
Hôm qua mình chưa đánh Thành Long.
Let's not fan the fire anymore. 10 to 5 as it
Hình như là
stands.
thế,
Heretics in a
hình như
position
là
of
thế.
power, one which could continue to creep in their favor. When you look at the money of Gentlemates, this one simply has to land. You've just not got enough
Đẩy lên đến từ vị
opportunities
trí của út.
to make this comeback feel real.
Comeback vẫn đang hold lại ở Lam nha. Comeback vẫn đang có móc kê đẹp.
But finally, will be through that prowler. Comeback still reserved in his positioning.
The 18-year-old again.
Nào, DZ trả vào thêm một trái slow nữa. Phá lại con wingman thôi, trói buộc đẩy lên. Còn đang cố tap từ vị trí Vegas thôi xong. Hỏng rồi anh em ạ, hỏng rồi, tap thế này thì hỏng rồi. Nào bị ăn trói buộc rồi, đẩy vào từ vị trí của Bu. Tham mình nhá lên proxy đổi được một proxy rồi, proxy hay. Đặt mục tiêu luôn. Rồi quyết định sẽ cả hai ông cùng đi cửa Talia rồi. Kami đang ở đây nhá. Sao cho lồn bên kia rồi. Ơi, thổi xong hết đạn. Trời ơi, lại về 3v3 rồi. Lại là cứ thêm 3v3 rồi. Ai à. Comeback, anh ta đang chờ cái tham mình đẹp này, anh ta có sẵn mình quy. Cả 3 cùng home City luôn. Ông làm đi City chết đoàn đấy anh em ạ. Không ai nhìn vào Lam. Trời ơi, à không ai nhìn vào Linh rồi, hay này, Mini này. Mini bên cạnh Mini ơi, sau lưng. Mini, ui hết đạn. Trời ơi, tí thì chết út kìa, hết đạn à. Ôi giời ơi, ôi giời ơi.
With a massive lead and one
in
which he can
trời
convert from.
ơi.
And you look at Gentlemates, you look at the buy, it seems like it's one step too far right now. Especially when you think of the advantage in the round that they had. Kamek didn't need to sit backside. He could have easily just dipped out and waited for the support.
Anh Jonathan ơi, em Tú khóc mất anh Jonathan ơi.
Spider-Man, bro. I'm spitting on them. Pew, pew, pew.
Ôi trời ơi, nó hết đạn chứ. Sao mà chơi game lại chôn nó đốt thế nhở?
Maybe that spider earlier is what helped him out.
Trời ơi, khổ thân chó của em Tú quá.
Heretics, this is nothing out of the supernatural from them. We expect them to close, and as I said before, every time these two clubs have faced, it's always gone the distance. But now, something a little bit more convincing on a map which typically was always a strong part of their pool feels important. For the strength of the region as a whole, this was one of the questions that we raised about them with the shift that we've seen from stage to stage.
Problem right now for Gentlemates is that 4 of their weapons thrives at close range, right? As soon as you start to take those longer lines of sight, that's where Heretics are going to thrive. So it's only really VALORANT that can live with that, right, through his Guardian.
And he's the player in position to take that first jewel on the chin.
Nào, đẩy lên phía bên này.
Stalwart in position, not able to get out of tower. Kamek backside as well, playing with the stinger. Got to get up in the grill of Heretics, and when they try and do it, he just shuts it down immediately. Combat trying to pounce, nearly had the pit in transition, but it's all falling apart. They know where Mini is. Mini boot will sit him down. 5 versus 2, no weapons to save, no money, no silver linings for Gentlemates. Heretics have them exactly where they want them. Just waiting to walk out and seize that 12th round for themselves.
That's exactly it. Last players looking to get it finished off right here, right now. Finally, we reach map and series point, and it's one in which you expect Heretics to convert from.
Heretics fans in the crowd waving goodbye to what could be Gentlemates instead in the top flight, you have to say. I mean, look, you go down 0-2 here. As I said before, there are no easy games. It just feels so difficult for them to turn this around, and there are so many positives to take from this series at the same time, not just for the players, for the squad as they're continuing to develop. The problem is, you just don't have the time.
And the worst part is, as you look towards future games that potentially Gentlemates could have to play, Giant X in form, BBL as well.
It's a lineup with 4 out of the 5 players being different from when they last faced Heretics in the league back in kickoff. A new caller, a new system. The results have improved, but Heretics are a level above. First 30 seconds are spent fairly idly. Heretics just being diligent across the map, now grouping up for the short hit. Woot is the one detached from the pack.
The explosion comes through, and well, Heretics get basically all of the site for free. The showstopper, even nets come back as that spike goes down.
Immediately, everything taken away, and now Gentlemates have nothing to fall back on. There's a cosmic divide here from Prox, which should force Heretics to be fighting more on site, but Boo still has his molly. He can sit back and make it work.
Well, Woot tries to take a step too far here, but setting up Mini Boo, he makes it look good, and Heretics make it look easy. Whatever challenge you face them, whatever gap they have to come back from, they are ready to do it.
This is a team built on those experiences and showing it reaching new heights today. Such a professional performance, coming back from 2 really dominant defenders displays which we saw for Gentlemates. Again, there are things that they can take away from this game and feel happy about, but at the same time, with 3 games left to settle their fate in VCT EMEA, it's not looking all too possible at this point in time, and that's just the sad reality of the situation.
Yeah, and I think as well, as the games go on and we start to see the bigger definition in it, right, is there's going to be heartbreak in this group, whether that's BBL or whether that's going to be Gentlemates or whether it's going to be Foot, right? I mean, it's going to be one of those 3 teams. I mean, I'm speaking about Foot, they've not even played yet, but like there's going to be something in this group that is going to switch things up.
There are lots of potential candidates to be really making that playoffs push, and on the road to Paris, Heretics showing what improvements they have made. The map pool going from strength to strength. We'll of course be hearing from a few of them in the post plant not too long away from now, and that's what you really want to know. Where are their heads at? One foot in front of the other. That's how they made those comebacks happen. They will not be losing to a team outside of their range today.
Yeah, and well, that is all from me and Haz as we look to hear from those players over at post plant with Dracos and Mini.